Hello all.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
What's up?
hey. Corey, will you take care of us?
Yeah, well, I guess that riveting conversation about crickets is pretty much left hanging with the fact of an individual. But I'm curious, what other buds have you experimented, Lactoid? I'm curious if
Just,
what's
I mean, besides water bugs, just crickets.
okay.
Well, you never had
No,
roach milk? No roach milk?
Never had roach milk. I've been wanting to order tarantulas and try that. That kind of looks interesting.
But you don't like seafood?
I love
You're gonna
he does.
seafood.
eat
He
them?
loves
I
seafood.
love
Oh,
seafood. Yeah, anything.
Is it-
I'm a very non-picky eater. I joke like I'll eat anything unless it eats me first, but it's kind of true. Like I can't imagine anything that I would not eat. That's like considered a food product.
Lactoid is getting his daily dose of microplastics through all
y'all want
the
to y'all want to
seafood
hear
he's consuming.
y'all want to hear
And
the
omega-3.
campaign? Y'all want to hear the campaign text I just got 30 seconds ago? Y'all ready for this? My name is Victor Avila. I'm a retired ICE Special Agent U.S. diplomat. While I was on assignment in Mexico, my partner, Jaime Zapata, and I were ambushed by cartel hitmen. Jaime was killed next to me, and I was only shot 3 times, surviving by the grace of God. Now I'm a proud Republican running for Congress. It'd be an honor for you to vote for me for whatever position. Da 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 da. His whole campaign is I got shot 3 times. That's
It
crazy.
sounds like a scam. Like it sounds like one of those Nigerian Prince emails where you're like, okay.
Yeah, I've been getting them all day because tomorrow's like voting day.
But isn't that like a popular? So I'm just an outsider, but like from what I observe and what gets fed through me through the media is like, isn't that just a popular sort of campaign style? Just like a conservative shooting guns. I'm super conservative. Here's me
I mean,
shooting guns, and therefore vote for
I
me.
like guns. Yeah, it's pretty based.
Yeah,
sure, as long as you're the one
and that's
shooting them.
definitely like the primary thing that should inform your voting.
I mean, yeah,
I
but
I
that's
mean,
one thing shooting guns. It's another thing getting shot by guns. That sounds like you weren't good enough on the draw.
well, I mean, counterpoints here. Builds guns, isn't that right? I mean, he's out there.
Should be building mics, I guess.
Yeah, I'm guessing that'd be probably a better idea.
So we're just all right. So I was hoping for more, but we're just hearing about Lactoid putting weird things in his mouth. Last week was weird things in his butt. For how much money?
Yep.
Um,
His
I
dating
don't know.
habits and what the
Yeah.
lengths he's willing to go to.
Uh, but glad that we're learning so much more of our good friend. Um, we're waiting on two others. Whether they'll be here soon or not, don't know. But we'll give them some time. Okay, let's talk about not that anymore. Does anyone have something on their mind they want to put out there?
Supreme
Almost
Court today, big news, right? You guys seen it?
Is it big
whatever.
news?
The
Is it
9-0
really?
or whatever.
Well, the
8,
9-0 is a big news. Yeah, like people are kind of like, yeah, it's gonna be struck down, but 9-0, oof, that's a
I
hell of a
mean,
loss.
I think they, yeah. I mean, look,
There's a
he
word for that.
wasn't. I don't know what like the basis of the decision was, and so in case you guys don't know what we're talking about, it's Supreme Court said that Trump could be on the ballot.
Yeah.
That yeah, he can't be. He's not going to be denied that. But like, uh, look, he wasn't actually convicted of insurrection, right? Like, and so until he's actually convicted of that, then you can't actually,
Yeah.
say that he's guilty of it. So.
Yeah, I mean, the people who put that case forward, they got one word. They got a whoop it. 9-0. When's the last time there was a 9-0 victory on ruling on anything?
Yeah,
Surely
That's
not
crazy.
on
Oh
the
wait,
rights of citizens.
is that rare? Like I have no
it's
idea. Like
very
is that
rare.
rare?
It is extraordinarily rare to have Alito agree with like Justice Jackson on an issue like this. That is
I honestly
major.
can't even. Can you even tell me? Actually, do you even know the last time there was a 9-0? I can't even think of a 9-0.
So there are 9-0 decisions, like I guess not super infrequently, but they're usually about like really like low level procedural shit where they're not even controversial. Nobody really cares. Nobody looks into it. And then the court just rules 9-0 because they all agree. This is like in recent memory, the most controversial case that got a 9-0 that I can think of. I mean, this was super. This is a big deal
I
because
would be embarrassed personally if I was any of these people on any of the Twitch poll things that have been talking about how, or anywhere really, or any pundit that was saying, "Oh, we're gonna see if he's even allowed," and then they ruled 9-0. You should just be immediately fired from your job, or if you're a Twitch poll, never stream.
Fire yourself from streaming.
so there's a lot of different issues at play, and I did like a full debate on this. So it was like there's a lot of history. There's history going back all the way to the formation of the 14th Amendment. I actually found some of the statements of the people who drafted the 14th Amendment rights. So Thaddeus Stevens, pretty famous congressman, and he basically commented on some of the goals of the 14th Amendment and how it should work. And so there was some disagreement over like a lot of the argued positions, like self-executing, for example. There was just disagreements between the quote unquote liberal justices and the quote unquote conservative justices on that. I think that was probably closer to 5-4, which makes more sense. But they were unanimous when it came to whether or not Section 3 should be able to apply to a federal position from a state court, from a state board. And they ruled it doesn't, right? And that was, again, 9-0, which on something like this almost never happens. So, I mean, and this is big because what this means is, yeah, it was just for a primary, but you had a lot of states trying to pull them off the ballot, and all of that's dead in the water now, right? I mean, you're not going to be able to do that. So any state right now that pulled them off because of the 14th Amendment, they're going to have to reverse course. And all the lawsuits that are going on, those are all dead in the water. I mean, he's going to be on the election. He's going to be in the election. Unless one of their other Hail Marys works. Who knows?
Well,
I doubt
as
it.
long
Wait,
as
all of the
brain-
lawsuits
brain
and-
holds together.
Well, okay, man. Like I'm saying, like you think all of the lawsuits and all of the criminal proceedings are in the water?
All of the state lawsuits saying that he can't run under the 14th Amendment because of insurrection, like that specific argument, those are all dead in the water.
Oh yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think those were gonna. I don't know who legitimately thought those were gonna stick to begin with. To be honest with you, though,
there was quite a few people. I mean, a lot of people were arguing for it, even if they didn't think it would stick necessarily.
Mhm.
But there was a lot of legal theorists who genuinely thought it would stick. And to be frank with you, the Colorado Supreme Court opinion is pretty well written, right? It definitely comes across as somewhat intelligent, which I think is why people were so apt to defend it. But when you take a step back and really like consider the history of all this, and then also this is important for Sotomayor and Jackson and stuff, the ramifications of this, I think, are just too extreme. I don't think they're going to tolerate that.
yeah, I was about to say, if without being able to do something without even having any charges related to a specific event, I mean, like I said, I just think the long term ramifications. I don't think that any Supreme Court would have made that rule. At least I would hope not.
Well, I don't think so either. I mean, look at how it even the super left wing of this court ruled, and everybody all agreed.
Super left wing. Okay.
Yeah,
Jackson is super left wing. Oh my, absolutely.
This right here, I'm playing this little tune for all the libs and the rhinos that were against Trump on this one. It's the set little small violin playing "My Heart Cries for You." 9-0.
You should still go to jail. But,
Yeah,
I mean, he is. I think he is guilty of insurrection, but it should be proven in court. Like that's what it is. And he should go to jail for all the other myriad crimes. But yeah, like they just can't use this reasoning until he's convicted.
You know who he kind of reminds me of? The people that interview people about Trump that are like super diehard Trumpers. Though is that John Gotti video? They're like, "Oh, what about the murders?" He's like, "What murders?" That's how I feel about a lot of the Trump people when it comes to Trump. You know what I'm talking about?
I have no idea what you're
I
talking
know
about.
John Gotti, and I know there are awful movies made about him.
Teflon Don,
Yeah.
the man you can't make nothing stick to.
Okay.
It's a great name.
Hello all. Hello all. Thanks for being here. This is the Reverend Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. Glad that you're here. Really happy for this collection of individuals we have here. I think it's going to be really fun. I'm hoping so. Yeah, we'll see. If you like the channel, hit the follow button. And consider subscribing here on Twitch or on YouTube, or like memberships on YouTube, I guess, whatever. Hype chats and super chats are much appreciated. If you want to get a comment in, that's how you make it happen. Yeah, thanks so much. Okay. We're going to start by introducing our friends. Lactoid. Lactoid, how are you today?
I'm doing all right. Busy day at work. Otherwise, I'm happy that the workday is over and I'm here to do the Lord's work, which is push libertarian goodness on all of you heathens. I'm excited. Yeah, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Counterpoints, we haven't had here in a long, long time. I've been sending him invites. Counterpoints is back with us with a lot less hair. Hope he's doing okay there. Counterpoints, what's up? You're
Your
muted.
mic's not working.
I had audio issues at the start, so yeah, it is what it is. But we will get that.
How's dad life going?
I don't think he can answer you.
Well,
Yeah.
he will. He can hear.
Yeah.
He can add to his opening.
Nope, not yet. Not yet. So why don't we go to Corey Campbell while he works this out?
Oh, I can hear
again?
you now. You're just low.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, you're low. Yeah. Okay, so we'll go to Corey. Corey, thank you for being here. Thanks for coming through, friend. How are you?
I'm doing well. As always, thank you so much for inviting me. Always super appreciating, grateful to be here and to get into it with these familiar and fine faces. What I will say, it's a little bit strange that Lactoid said, put his agenda on the table, is going to push libertarianism, which is strange because we've established he's a socialist. But, I'm glad to see, he's open to new ideas, even though I think they're bad ones. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. Yeah, looking forward to getting into it.
An actual libertarian called him a socialist, so we'll just have to. I mean, I'm not a libertarian, so I can't judge his authenticity. So we'll try Synth. Synth, how are you, friend? It's been a while for you as well. How you doing?
Yeah, it's been a little bit. I'm glad being back on again. It's always fun to be here. Good panel's got a good lineup, so it should be pretty fun. Yeah, I'm Synth. I usually cover ethics or economics topics. I rarely upload, but if you want to go subscribe, I'm on YouTube at youtube.com/SINTHU. You can find me.
Synth, did you move? Are you in a new room?
Nah, it's just dark. My overhead light died, and I'm just kind of lazy, so I just didn't go.
Did you paint the room? Your room was definitely not blue before.
It was blue. I promise you, it was blue.
Was
it just
blue?
didn't look very
Oh my
blue.
God.
When the light's on, doesn't look very blue.
Check the VOD. Someone check the VOD.
Okay. All right. Wow. Okay.
Are y'all
Right.
in the same room? Y'all low key look like y'all could be in the same room.
I know,
Me and
right?
Brian are
Like,
opposite sides of the same room right now.
this is very true. Yeah. All right. Fair enough. And I'm so unobservant that maybe he is in the same room. I don't know. But thank you for being here. FQ is here with us with a new camera angle, right? Or maybe she's in a different room. I don't know, man. But showing off like a beautiful background, or is this is that like a widescreen display with like the aquarium?
Yeah, so I got bored. Also, my chair was uncomfortable, and I switched things up for our performance on Friday. And I thought, it's a lot more fun sitting on this couch with a lot of pillows and a table nearby, as opposed to sitting in the corner of the room with a table and with a chair. So I reorganized my setup. I'm trying this out, and so far I like it a lot. It's pretty fun. So
Yeah.
yes. And for those of you watching, you can find me at Fairy Queen's Cottage on YouTube. You can find me at Fairy_Queen on Twitter. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Like you need to invest in a solid like office chair. That's all you need, right? A solid office chair. Yeah, like that's what if you're gonna be a streamer or whatever, anyone sitting in your ass for a long period of time, just get off. They've already solved like the problem of chairs, right? That's already been done.
It's like me.
Chairs.
My office chair.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I have a chair like that. That's why I've chosen the couch instead.
Everyone's grandmother
okay?
does.
This is the superior decision here.
Yeah.
All the money that was going to come my way, please donate it to Lactoid for a fucking chair. Holy shit.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Bro's
That's
got
awful.
that kitchen
That's
gaming
awful.
chair. That's unreal.
That's
You chose
awful.
that.
I'm always on it.
Yeah. But yeah, an actual office chair. Ignore Lactoid. But like I got like this a chair that was like in a waiting room. And it's like very well padded. It's like, oh, it just feels amazing. I'm gonna hold on to this chair for like the rest of my goddamn life, if I can, because it's so
Listen,
good.
you will have to pry this beautiful papasan out of my cold, dead hands, okay? This is where comfort is at, okay? I have everything I need here. I have the background, I have my tea, I have my books. This is based. I like this setup, okay? And until somebody explains to me why the chair that you're describing is better than this, I am sticking to this beautiful
Lumbar
papasan. Thank you
support,
very much.
lumbar support, not having to lean forward, not having to hold up your mic because you got your stand right next to you
That's
or
a good
whatever,
point.
right? Like
This
for a
is an
whole
advantage.
reasons.
What are you talking about? Okay, because now it's very dramatic. Because now I'm clinging on it for dear life, and I can look
You're
into
like
the
leaned
camera
over
with
up
it.
to the side,
I
right?
like the
You're leaned
aesthetic of
over.
it though. I think
Hey,
women
I
should look
love
comfortable
this.
on camera.
Okay.
Maybe that's sexist to say, but I think there's like an aesthetic to like women
The,
being
the only
cozy.
weird part about that, if you Bam, is it makes it seem like you think men should look uncomfortable on
Yeah,
camera.
I think probably. That's probably
I
the way
agree. Men should look uncomfortable on
Look
stream. I
uncomfortable.
agree. Yeah.
Because it means you're getting work done. Like I was gonna say this, I'm like red pill. I'm like right there. Like men should be comfortable. You can't work with your comfortable.
Listen, what's more impressive? You looking comfortable and easily saying intelligent things, or you sitting and looking like you're working hard to come up with your points, huh?
Yeah.
That's a good point.
See?
Oh my god.
Advantages.
Lactoid, I'm gonna need you to get like I don't even need this anymore. I use this for my previous chair, but I still have it for this chair. Like just like a cushion, right? Like you buy these cushions. Just put that on your
I
chair.
tried it.
Right?
It's too inconvenient.
I feel like that
It's too
smells.
inconvenient.
Inconvenient.
Look, this
what?
chair,
Wow.
this chair
Smells
has
like
not only
gang.
lasted, it's not going to last, it's going to last my entire life, but it also lasted my mom's life and my grandmother's.
Probably your grandmother's. I'm sure it came
Yeah,
from your
it
grandmother.
was your
Absolutely
grandma's.
came from your grandmother. I can see it because
You
everybody's
came
grandmother
to
has
stream
that
in a
chair.
rocking chair, Lactoid. That shit looks fucked up. I would feel bad arguing against you now because I don't want to make you feel any worse than you already do. That chair looks so uncomfortable, dog.
That chair witnessed slavery. And just let it happen. It just didn't say anything. It just sat there and watched.
You can use that for anything else. I'm just saying I just want to protect your like long-term health, you know?
I actually can't sit in a regular office chair. It hurts my back too much. I have to sit on a
Really?
totally flat surface. Yep.
Okay.
It's called flat
Alright,
ass syndrome.
fair enough.
That's
Alright.
rough. That's exactly what it
Man,
is.
that's racist.
You can get an ass pad though, but all right, moving on. Go to our friend Admiral Gibbs. Gibbs, thanks for coming through. Nice to see you again, friend.
Oh, thanks for having me. It's good to be the only true Republican and conservative on the panel. I got to defend us Republicans against the Democratic plants and the liberals who are going to be trying to come in on these topics. I'm really, really excited. I'm really excited to be here. But you can find me at Admiral Gibbs and everything.
Okay. Thanks so much. Wick TV, thank you for the kind raid from before. Hey, audience, if you're new here, we're going to do a panel. It's going to be a lot of fun. We got a great guest. We're going to talk about conservatism, and we're going to talk about well, conservative colleges, if that's the thing, and also talk about the Rodney King beating. So that'll be fun. I mean,
Jesus
it'll be
Christ.
a thing that we'll do. So stick around for the hit the follow button and done so yet. Next we have our friend Doobie. Doobie, thanks for coming back. I'm always happy to have you here. My good friend who's been here for so long. I really appreciate you always stopping by.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I wouldn't be Doobie. That wasn't his answer. All right. And next we have our good friend Bam. Also fantastic guest, long time, high quality guest. How are you, Bam?
I'm doing great. I am here due to the Prime Cause DEI selection. I'm here just to balance out the racial quotas, so we don't throw things off.
Oh,
They can't. I'm about to say Doobie would count, but he's a frog, unfortunately. So
indeed.
you know,
But we do appreciate you being here. It was really kind of you. And last but not least, we'll try again. Our friend Counterpoints. How are you?
How
friend?
are we now?
oh
Good.
great.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. No, I've been very excited to come back. I'm sorry that it's taken so long. Basically, we've had a buttload of things happening, including building a semi-automatic shotgun and getting sick and traveling to Cincinnati with PV and doing all sorts of wild stuff. But I'm very happy to be back on the Prime Kai Reverie Roundtable. So thank you for having me. If you excuse me, if you guys don't know who I am, My name's Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints 40K. I break down the science fiction and fantasy universe of Warhammer 40K. If you're into that lore, if you're into violence, if you're into grit, grim, dark, gross stuff, that's awesome. And then I also love debating politics, so that's why we're here tonight. So I'm very excited to get into both of these topics.
Glad
And
to
thank you
have
for
you,
having me.
friend. Absolutely. But like, what's the decision behind the lack of hair? What's going on there? Oh,
So, kind of like Hassan Piker, I started thinning up top. It's still here, but it's getting thinner, right? And I didn't want to be a pussy and take drugs in order to lose 3 IQ points in order to keep my hair. So I was like, I'm going to set a positive example for young men across the United States of America and just Bruce Willis this bitch and fucking shave it. That way I'm not a fucking, vain pussy trying to hold on to my hair while losing my brain cells. So, yeah, that's why.
You didn't want to get
okay.
you no minoxidil. You didn't got to take it.
No.
Just rub it.
Listen, I've already lost enough brain cells. I don't need to lose any more.
Hassan Piker is losing is thinning. I mean,
No,
he's
not
hiding it
anymore
well.
because he took drugs that make him more retarded than he already was.
Okay, fair enough.
Although no offense to you, Connor, but I think Hassan and his popularity, like he more relies on his looks, or rather, looks are a factor in his popularity. As
True.
opposed to,
I can get uglier as I get older, and I
but
will
as
still have
opposed
a
to
base.
you, you're more reliant on intellect and actual argument and engaging like with people in a good way.
Oh, thank you, Corey. I'm gonna carry that with me to the grave. I'm gonna
it's
remind myself on the way out. I'm gonna be like, Corey said I was a really nice guy and I'm really smart, and I don't have to rely on my looks. Thank you, buddy.
I mean, yeah, it's like telling a woman. I mean, you've got a great personality, at least, Like, yeah, sure, fair enough. All
Depends
right.
on who you ask.
All right. So I think I was thinking maybe we do. Um, I wasn't sure. I don't know sure which one's going to engage you guys most. I always put my most explosive topic for a second, but now I'm not sure of this crowd. Whether topic two you think you guys will be more interested in, or topic one. Which one you
I'd
guys
say one.
say?
I was about
One.
to say I think cop stuff is gonna be more spicy.
Okay. All right. Then we'll save it. So we'll do topic two to start off with. Conservatives have long complained that universities are hostile to their ideology. They claim that these campuses have become liberal bastions that breed intellectual intolerance. And more recently, ideas from academia, such as critical race theory and gender theory, have drawn harsh criticism from the other side of the aisle. Assuming conservatives are correct in their critiques of campus culture, what would a more tolerant school look like, especially in these partisan times? Universities, which are filled with young people from varied backgrounds, are inherently forward looking, and they have been the nexus of many social movements. By their very nature, are universities incompatible with conservatism? And if so, are conservative complaints against ideas like CRT a pointless long battle, only good for waging an endless culture war? So I actually saw this because I thought of this because there was an article that the University of Florida it has gotten rid of all of its DEI positions. Like I guess let go of those individuals because Ron DeSantis passed a law saying state funds can't be used for DEI programs, and so those were gone. And I formulated this question like around that, but so I'm like, because this conversation, this dialogue has been going on for a very, very long time. Um, uh, Saying that these universities, they're just not a place for conservatism. In fact, I saw a interview by Megyn Kelly, where she was talking to someone, I forget who it was, or and she said she was talking about like how do you like prepare your conservative child for college, like what do you do, so because you don't want them to come back, you know a blue hair liberal, right, once they're exposed to the ideas. And so how do you do this, right? So it's like a big thing on conservative minds. And so like, is there any other universe where that wouldn't be the case, where we could coexist or something like that? We'll see. Let's start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, so I got a couple things to say about this, but I'm going to try to keep it concise. Big fan of the Florida generally these days, but I like the idea about restricting state funds to fund DEI positions. I think these positions are inherently political. They tend to push for equity-focused politics, and I'm glad that we're not stealing more money through the form of state funding, and providing to hire these positions that I think ultimately just simply serve a left-wing political purpose. Now, CRT is oftentimes, when people bring up CRT, there's kind of a bit of a history behind what CRT actually means, and people will make the claim, well, you don't really know what CRT means. CRT is actually not persuasive or pervasive in our schools, and that's actually not true, right? So originally, CRT stems from a couple of academics in the late '80s. Crenshaw, Delgado, Stefanchik, and a number of other thinkers. And it actually originally started out as a legal theory, which is that all laws and the legal system generally in America are built on a system of white supremacy and are thus intrinsically white supremacist. And the only way to defeat it would be to dismantle laws and the system and the American system generally in order to fully eliminate racism. Now, they've received a lot of criticism, these authors, over the years. Daniel Farber, Susanna Sherry, two law professors in the late 90s, criticized this, saying, hey, we read all your work. It's all based on personal narrative, and you don't include testable hypotheses and measurable data. And their response was, quote, truth is a social construct created to suit the purposes of the dominant group. CRT exists very much as the academic wing of the statement that Obama made of live your truth, right? Of truth is how you live it. It's not necessarily this objective thing. And I think that's particularly dangerous. And I do think that way of thinking is becoming pervasive on college campuses. I think it's becoming pervasive in schools generally. I think that it leads to people making explicitly political goals in how they set up educational systems. And I think overall it's significantly problematic. And one of the examples of this sort of manifesting, my state recently did a full survey of all the students in or I guess a sample size of all the students in the state-funded university for the state. And it's based on what your beliefs are on freedom of speech, freedom of expression, et cetera, based on political ideology. And there is a massive difference. And it's almost linear. So the very, very conservative students, 80% of them are saying, don't ban speech just because it's offensive or just because we don't like it. You get to the very liberals, it's only 27.9. So about 28% of very liberals don't want to ban speech. 40% of very liberals are very open to banning speech, and they want to ban more speech. Compare that to only 7.3% of very conservatives. So, the effect of this is, I think, a aversion to some of the things that this country was founded upon. And I think that Florida is doing a good thing by getting rid of that.
Thank you very much. All right, counterpoints.
Yeah, I think that it's undeniable that these institutions lean at minimum center left, if not progressive, if not far left, and that in order to combat this, we need to have conservatives in these institutions. I think the best way to do this is for conservatives to stop abandoning these institutions and instead encourage young conservative people to take academics and institutions like this seriously, to get into them, to get into the sciences, get into sociology, not just hard degree programs, but also quote unquote soft degree programs, and have arguments. Because the truth is that I think that a lot of these academic fields have been presumptively taken over by people who lean liberal, progressive, or left, and as a result, they're unchallenged. So I think that if we want to see less of this nonsense in the future, then we need to take that seriously. Conservatives need to be more serious about academics, and they need to be more serious about encouraging young conservatives to become teachers, professors, philosophers, artists, writers, et cetera, et cetera. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much, Corey.
Well, I actually echo a lot of the same things that Connor just went through. As in, it would actually be great if conservatives at least attempted to pursue higher education. And I agree with the overall characterization that universities or higher education is pretty much largely left leaning, and even more so in my discipline and field of whatever the hard sciences. I don't think I've ever really come across a staunch conservative ever going to academic conferences or what actually it's a safe bet in terms of you can we, in a group of scientists, we can make fun of conservatives and have no fear of any repercussions because we know that there's no conservative in the room, and I've witnessed that. But that's not a bias in terms of it's not discrimination. It's I think, as Connor alluded to, they are just not choosing to go for a variety of reasons. One is generally speaking, I think conservatives, they value whatever money and family, and so pursuing a master's, PhD, they just tend to not to do that. It's sort of like asking, why are there no conservative comedians? On the whole, pretty much all comedians are largely left leaning, very liberal, because one, conservatives, no offense, are not really all that creative or open minded, and they're just not funny. Steven Crowder, unfortunately being Canadian, they're also a failed comedian, where conservatives are just unfortunately not really all that funny, and conservatives pretty much select themselves out of higher education. And I think there's a lot to unpack there in terms of what Lactoid said, but I'll leave it there for now. And also to put a pin in it, I've had this conversation with Eucharist, and I think it's fair to say they're pretty conservative, and I think they pretty much would agree with my assessment. We came to the same conclusion in terms of they're just conservatives don't pursue higher education. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Synth.
Yeah, sure. So the problem's internal to conservatism. If conservatives don't want these outcomes, they should just change their behavior, which is easier said than done. But there's two big problems. One is they lock themselves out of the of higher education, like Corey and Connor just said, because of the fact that they tell their audience members, if you're a large conservative pundit, no, don't go to college, it's liberal brainwashing. And so you sort of create a self-fulfilling prophecy. It might not be liberal brainwashing initially, but the moment that you push every single right-wing voice out of it by telling them all it's liberal brainwashing, it will become one. The other issue internal to conservatism is that there is a massive trend among conservatives of being very, very willing to blatantly disregard whatever the scientific consensus on any particular subject. You can see it in climate change. You can see it in even if you take a look at any of the most extreme anti-science viewpoints, like being flat Earth or something, you'll see an overrepresentation by a large margin of conservatives. And among conservatives, you see any random, the wildly anti-science viewpoint, you'll see it at higher levels of conservatives than you will in liberals in general. Obviously, across the political spectrum, there's places where the left, the center, and the right will all disagree with scientific consensus, but the right wing clearly has a larger issue with doing it. The core solution here is to make sure that conservatives are changing their behavior. There's not really any way that we on the left can do anything about that, but there is something we can do about making sure that on our side we're not pushing pseudoscience, we're not pushing pseudo philosophy like CRT or something. We can drop a push for these things and make it the case that more people feel like they have access to higher education, so those individuals are more likely to be compelled of left-wing beliefs. At the end of the day, we don't really care too much about the fact that conservatives conservatives aren't willing to go to college or something. If they don't, they want to have the influence there, and we will. So it's just kind of either way, either you can benefit yourself by going to college, right, or you can benefit us by just letting us have the hegemony in college. It's up to you.
FQ.
Hi. I'm going to try to keep it brief. I think I'm uniquely maybe suited to answering this question because I specifically am in the English department. And for my master's degree, I was a part of a creative writing program. And I both agree and disagree with what Corey and with Synth just said. So it is certainly true that, especially in the liberal arts departments, that you're far less likely to have conservatives. It's just true. You're more likely to have liberal professors. You're more likely to have left-leaning people join those universities, and they're more likely to apply to be a part of a poetry program or to be a part of a novelists program. However, it's not completely true. It's also true that when you do have people who are conservatives, who attend programs that tend to be more liberal, that their voices do tend to be drowned out. And we can get into more examples of that later, but I just wanted to put that point of disagreement specifically with English as it relates to creative writing novels and short fiction. That's not as true when it comes to poetry, but it is true when it comes to novels and when it comes to short fiction, because many people believe that by choosing to sign up to write a novel or to write short fiction, they believe that there is a higher chance of them being able to make money, a higher chance of them being able to gain social credit, and therefore you do tend to see more conservative people who do tend to who want to be novelists and who want to be short story writers. But a couple of things. So number one, the Marxist tradition is a tradition worth reading. And it's a tradition that you can't avoid if you want to be a part of an English department. And I mean any English department, regardless of who you are. You may not necessarily like the tradition of reading Jacques Derrida or Paul Dumas or Michel Foucault, but that doesn't mean that those authors aren't worth reading. And if you don't read them, if you refuse to engage with the course material, you'll be lost for pages when it comes to reading other examples of literary theory, when it comes to engaging with the ideas in class. The difficulty becomes what happens when students protest and when they do start arguments. I know what that feels like. I know what it feels like to be dogpiled by 7 different people in the room when you try to argue against some of these ideas in class. But you can't even begin to have those conversations in the first place if you don't bother to pick up discipline and punishment and open up the book and read it in the first place. So it's a two-way street. On the one hand, conservatives need to be more willing to attend these programs, but the flip side of it is that when they attend these programs, I do think that their ideas need to be given more breadth. But finally, and I'll stop here, what does it mean for something to be conservative? That's something that I want to hash out tonight. Like, what does it mean when we say your conservative belief is not something that is going to be expressed in class? Because I could see very reasonable positions that could fall underneath a conservative wing. I can also see some very inappropriate statements which fall underneath the guise of conservatism that a student might want to discuss in class that I think obviously should be shut down if brought up. But anyway, I'll stop for now.
Thank you very much. And I was thinking of you when I wrote this question. I was hoping you would be here. All right. Thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs.
All right. So I think a big problem is that within colleges, especially, left-leaning individuals have been incentivized to go to college, while conservatives have been pushed out. Conservatives, for the most part, see the soft sciences as, for lack of a better term, bullshit, and has allowed a left-leaning culture to take hold. And also, in addition to that, while being a conservative in a soft science, you seem to be vilified. This is evidenced on a collegiate level as well as on a macro level. College-age people, where a lot of pop culture is created, we see on social media platforms like Twitch, for example, we see conservatives pushed out. There's almost no conservative content creators. If you have a conservative viewpoint in a class, the class will turn against you, and then sometimes even often the professor. We even see this to a point where, like, we have conservative colleges like Texas A&M, for example, offering scholarships and having special programs for people to take things like gender studies as electives, while simultaneously not having the same kind of opportunity for conservatives in these kind of spaces. So yeah, I think it's a pervasive problem throughout the colleges, and I think that the real problem is it's in a concerted effort to disincentivize conservatives from joining these spaces while simultaneously pushing left-leaning individuals into these spaces.
Thank you. DB.
I think that I think I basically agree with everybody who's spoken so far. I think you guys are all along the same wavelength, and I think I kind of agree. Though I'd actually be really interested in exploring more of what Farrakhan was talking about. This idea that conservative voices within like academia, like people who want to participate, they're shut down or they're pushed out or they're discouraged. Right? Because as somebody like from the outside, I went to community college for like 3 months, then dropped out and started business. Right? Like I have no experience in like higher education, quote unquote. Um, my perspective, somebody like looking into this topic, is something that comes up every so often. You know, conservatives are pushed out, conservatives not represented in academia. Is you see a lot of stories. I've seen lots of like interviews and speeches from researchers, from former professors, from people who tried to get into being a professor, who said that they were like pushed out, they were bullied, their papers were unfairly dismissed or shot down, all these like horror stories, right? Of these people being like bullied out of the profession, basically. And this could be the symptom of like, if like an ideology is kind of squatting on an institution, it can be very, very difficult for somebody who doesn't participate in that ideology to make any kind of like a headway there. And it could be that, right? But something that to kind of to relate to what Gibbs was saying, something that I'm also curious about is something that I've like noticed on Discord and on Twitter and on Twitch. A lot of these spaces, because they are kind of being sat on by people with a certain like ideological perspective, they're very, very unfriendly to people with conservative views. As soon as the trans thing became a big thing, you couldn't disagree with trans stuff on Discord or on Twitch or on Twitter, right? As soon as the left kind of adopts a position and says, "Hey, this is the correct position," if you're somebody who disagrees with that from a conservative perspective, it's very difficult to speak against it on a lot of these platforms. and I'm sure that's the case in a lot of these so I think it's a combination of that issue, probably. As somebody from an outsider's perspective, that's what it seems like to me. And I think there is truth to what and the others were saying, where conservatives have made themselves very antagonistic to college and higher education for this reason, probably.
Okay. We heard everything you said. You're dropping packets though, just so you know. So it's a slight
Oh,
roboting,
okay, yeah,
but
I'll
we
fix
did.
that right now.
Yeah, we did hear what you said though. Bam, please.
hmm yeah, I think there was a lot of things said that was agreeable. Like in my personal experience, I've actually like I always heard this thing post college about like, oh yeah, everyone in college is like super liberal, but maybe it's probably factored in with the fact that I grew up in a southern state and I spent most of my class time, probably 90% of my class time in econ and history departments. But like the vast majority of my professors were either libertarian or conservative. And like I said, that probably, I imagine, depending on where the departments you're in this in universities, that can skew that way. So I don't believe that there's no conservatives in university. I just think it's where you look at. The other thing I would say is when we talk about the way that universities skew is the kind of the realities of youth and the idea of like political engagement for the average young conservative is probably not going to be that active. It's probably going to be a more passive political engagement. Like if and honestly that is probably still kind of true for most people as they get older, but especially for younger conservatives, if they think Trump is cool or if they're like, grew up kind of conservative, generally their parents' perspective and all they know at that point is kind of like, I don't really care about politics. I don't get into all that mumbo jumbo. Versus like if you if you get engaged with politics from sort of a more left leaning perspective, it's going to have a broader appeal to younger audiences. Like when we talk about like why conservatives are pushed off Twitch, there may be some reality to that, but I think there's also probably some factor of there's not really that big of a youth fan base. It's probably more so based on the fact that Twitch appeals to younger audiences, and there's probably not that many 18, 19-year-old kids that are really trying to like tune into conservative politics every day in the same way, just because it's not as sexy. It tends to skew a little bit older if you look at like Ben Shapiro, the Daily Wire, Wired, Steven Crowder, things like that. The last thing I would say is a little pushback against Lactoid on. I know this isn't a critical race theory panel, but it's like Kimberly Crenshaw's perspective on it was colorblind theory, colorblind policy, and colorblind race neutral policies were actually conservative principles in themselves, like dating back to things that like Thomas Sowell and other like conservative um crap, whatever,
Like
talked about.
thinkers,
Yes,
academic.
yeah. Academic thinkers talk about it's not apolitical. It's actually their own form of politics. It's like we're going to ignore color because, and her issue was that sometimes not discussing race at all actually, like, even though it was something that the rights movement to a degree fought for, like it was an interpretation of what the civil rights movement fought for, it actually created more problems because now we can't actually address things specifically. Like if it says that like, oh, okay, you're not giving the black kids a funding for their school, and then you say like, all right, we're gonna go colorblind now, we're just gonna give more money to the people who have the most money in the country. Like if they live in a school district that has more money, and it's like, well, you're still not giving the black kids enough money, and then like, wait a minute, we don't even pay attention to race. Like so now it becomes like a more difficult issue to address. Um, but yeah, I think there's some conversation to be had here. I'd be curious to hear where we go.
Welcome to the panel.
Well, if I remember correctly, like Fairy Queen, I think alluded to, could be mistaken, but sort of alluded to or hinted at like discrimination against conservatives or like conservative thought being like shut down. I'm curious, like, is that just based off observation, or are you going off of any sort of like data that you're alluding to, or did I just mischaracterize your position?
I So I'm going based off of like just my experiences like at university. So my experiences in my master's program, my experience in my doctorate program. It was less true from my perspective in my bachelor's degree, in my bachelor's program, but it became more true as I went into my master's and into my doctorate program.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
we
go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if you're able to, like, like, obviously without giving too much detail, or like, but do you have any sort of like specific examples of what you're specifically referring to, from your
Yes,
personal
I
experience?
do actually. I do. So one example was so this was a course that was required of us in our master's program. We were required to have what was called a social justice credit because I was attending a Catholic university at the time. It was a Jesuit university, and so we were required to take one course that had something to do with the community. And that particular course was based off of rehabilitation in prisons. And so I taught not really taught. I visited one creative writing course in the county jail. I was there. I was verified to go in and to teach there. I visited. It wasn't exact. It was basically it was a group therapy program for ex-cons once they got out. I went and I visited and I observed it. Um, and essentially, we were even given. I even have the books here. We had a couple of books of required reading. One of them was The New Jim Crow. That was one of the books we were required to read. Mass Incarceration in the Age of Color Blindness. That was one book. Another one was Slavery by Another Name, The Re-Enslavement of Black Americans from the Civil War to World War II. That was another one we were required to read. And in the course, essentially our instructor was trying to push us towards accepting a rehabilitative model for prison and for jail. Um, and I was bored with that, and everyone else was writing the same paper. And so I tried to generate a new idea. And so I wrote a paper that critiqued the idea of prison as rehabilitation. And I wrote like a 10 or 15 page paper on it. I presented it, and I was dogpiled. People didn't like it. I actually caused an argument. It caused a fight at the end of the seminar, at the end of the course. And I've had a
A
couple
fist
of
fight?
instances.
That's what I'm looking for.
It's not a fist fight, but it was a fight from other people in the room. And keep in mind too, like my major was English, and I was specifically focusing on creative writing. This isn't Twitch poll, okay? This isn't a group of people who are sitting around in a table who
No, no,
are
I'm aware
armed and
how
ready to argue
academia
and debate.
works.
These are English professors. These are people who spend their time writing poems and analyzing sonnets from Shakespeare. So when you come in and if you have a contrarian position, and if you defend it aggressively, and if you defend it persuasively, that rubs a lot of people the wrong way, and that's what happened in that
So
course, and that's
based.
happened a couple of times.
Oh,
And so that's happened. That's not the only time that that's happened in the course.
Do you think
You
that's
Uh,
know,
unique
well,
to
wait.
universities?
I just want to
I see your
clarify,
hand, Gibbs.
or at least
Maybe.
understand the context better, because at least from like the way you describe it, like doesn't sound any sort of like discrimination or like shutting down, unless like I don't know, your paper was like whatever, all copies were burnt and that was like whatever policy. No, but
well,
like
so it
that,
wasn't so just to be very, very clear, okay? So my teacher, this is the flip side. This is a point about being discriminated in class. So this is a shout out to anybody who is a bit more right leaning or who is center left or who is a centrist, okay? This is something that you may not know. Your professors are terrified of you taking your paper and going to the dean and saying, I have been discriminated against for my conservative beliefs. So we were instructed as graduate students that if to not downgrade students' papers more harshly, like for being pro Trump or for expressing conservative views. If it gets to the dean or if it gets to your supervisor that's happened, you will be disciplined, and your professor, especially. So if you come in with a position like that, your professor is afraid of that type of accusation. But this is the other aspect of graduate school, and this is a specific reason why this doesn't completely apply. Okay, so if you're like me and you're in the liberal arts, you're in English, okay? How do you make money? The answer is you go on and get your doctorate, okay? Because it's English, okay? You can't easily get a job that makes tons of money right after you get your bachelor's or even your master's, right? So, how do you get to that next step? How do you go to graduate school? Well, you ingratiate yourself with your professors. That's how. You go to their office hours. You write papers that they like, not just that they'll grade nicely and give you great grades, but ones that they will be proud to talk about. Because if you don't do that, then they'll say, well, I really don't know if I'm the right professor to recommend you. And then they'll pass the buck and you'll go down to the next person, the next, or they will write you a letter, but it won't be very good. And the university that you get into, if you do, it might not give you a tuition scholarship. You might not be able to afford it. It might be a worse university than you might be able to go to. And so this is the problem with like conservative beliefs in graduate school, or if you want to go to graduate school, which is that part of the game in a liberal arts department, so this is art, this is true of English, okay? You have to ingratiate yourself with your superiors. And if you fail to do that, your likelihoods of progressing like through academia are lessened as a consequence.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack there. I'll try to respond briefly. But everything that you're describing, like, yeah, you being dogpiled, I would say, is, at least in my experience, not an example of any sort of like discrimination. As in, like, again, I'm coming from, a scientific discipline of like, if I'm presenting something that's, let's say, going against, let's say, a wealth of scientific evidence, and I'm presenting something new at a conference, I will absolutely be, or rather, I will be scrutinized and dogpiled through scrutiny. Like, okay, if you're trying to, let's say, shift a paradigm, or present this brand new thing that no one else has considered, but you actually have evidence for it. Well, I mean, yes, my evidence will speak for itself, but I absolutely will be dogpiled. And if you go to any sort of scientific conference, like that totally happens.
But here's my question, Corey. Will you go out for drinks with those people afterwards? Will you get to hang out with them?
I don't drink, so
You
no.
know what I'm talking about, though.
Yeah.
Like, will you go out and
Go
will
to a
you
skate
be
park.
able to be friends? Will you be able to go join their clubs? Will you be able to join their communities
Right,
afterwards?
so
Are you
I
still
understand.
friendly with these people afterwards? Is what
If
I'm
I may
getting at.
respond, I can respond to that if you let me. I also understand your point in terms of like, have lots of criticisms to lay against academia, and I understand sort of the ingratiating part, or you pretty much you have to suck up to these people, and let's say as an example, that's sort of built into the system of, let's say, for example, as a scientist, I wanted to go and study the flatness of the Earth. Okay, and just have this brand new groundbreaking hypothesis. I'd have to find a professor whose lab is working on that same question. No surprise that that doesn't exist, or rather, as far as I know, it'd be very hard to find that, at least in developed nation. And so it's like, yeah, I mean that's built into academia. Of like, if you want to, you either have to be wealthy and establish your own thing, or like, yeah, you have to pursue the things that are already being pursued, or rather, pretty much pay your dues and then do your own research, or open up your own lab or whatnot. Like, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that's built into the system, but that I don't think that speaks to any sort of discrimination. I'll leave it there for now.
We'll go to Gibbs, Lactoid, and then Counterpuss. I think he wanted to say something as well.
I always want to say something, man.
And I'll say quickly, FQ has never stopped causing fights, right? Like that was the start of it in grad school, but she's never stopped afterwards. Let's go to Gibbs.
I'm very, very happy to see her conservative streak continue for another week. It's very nice. But I will give an example of discrimination against conservatives from a grad school experience I have had. So a few years ago, when I started law school at St. Mary's, they had a book. It was called Evicted that we had to read. It was basically a collection of anecdotal stories about minorities who had not been able to pay their rent, what happened, and how evil the landlord process was, right? And I took the stance, and then we had to meet before we went. This is before we even went to our first class, right? So we had to do this in the summer, go to these 6 hour long like seminar thing the week before where we talked about this, and then basically whatever. It was like a good way to like get to know your class. I don't know. Anyway, so I was literally the only person in a room full of about 52 people that took the stance, said, hey, well, all of the problems, every single one of these problems in this book could have been solved by the person maybe not selling drugs and maybe getting a real job and working, or like, oh, old lady, we're not doing that, maybe she shouldn't be doing this, she should maybe spend her money on rent instead of all the other shenanigans, right? And so I was the only one that said, hey, work hard, get your stuff done, maybe it's not the evil landlords. And that was a crazy response. It was so bad that every single person basically agreed with me, and I actually ended up getting called in to meet with the dean and two professors that were supposed to be like adjacent to the class, that are like carrying like the class forward, to make sure that I wasn't some fanatic that was going to spread quote white hate on campus. And yeah, so I was like, what? And like, I didn't even think I was taking that radical stance. I basically just said, I was like, well, I don't understand why they couldn't just work. And they're like, oh, et cetera, et cetera. So I took this stance, and they basically like, well, like, we have a proud history here at St. Mary's of social reform and social justice and et cetera, et cetera. And we're just got to make sure that, whatever. I'm like, no, yada, yada. But yeah, so they actually actively actively seek out in some of these softer sciences, like to get rid of people like this. It's not the same as what kind of Corey is talking about, in which it's like a hard science. We're going to present the world as flat, as opposed to like say law or like something which is like there's not necessarily a moral right or wrong. There might be a constitutional right or wrong, but you can take a stance on an issue, and then these people, if they don't like it, they come after you as a conservative, and it's really scary.
Okay. Very interesting. Thank you so much. I liked it.
I guess just to further the trauma dumping. I mean, I've had this experience as well. I mean, I had a particularly interesting experience because I went from like super left wing and being involved in those kind of organizations on campus, and seeing how professors treated me, et cetera, and then how everything shifted over time as I moved further to the right. And so I think one of the most ubiquitous things that anybody who's to the right wing in a college course, everyone knows really is whenever you're writing a paper, don't give your actual opinion. Give the opinion that you think the professor would like. I made this mistake of like actually trying to argue my opinions, and maybe I'm wrong. I like to think that I'm relatively eloquent sometimes in being able to describe a right wing position, but pretty consistently this would be unsuccessful in obtaining a good grade. Now, when I changed this philosophy and just look into the background of the professor and then write to whatever the professor's political persuasion is, immensely successful, right? So that's what I would recommend to anybody who's conservative going to college. Just don't say what you actually think. Just do whatever you think the professor actually wants to hear. And I'm not the only person who feels this way, right? Like I referenced a survey that was done of the school system in my state, and I mean, you see this among the population of students, the same kind of trend reflected among students. So there's 5 categories: very lib, somewhat lib, moderate, somewhat conservative, very conservative. And again, it's just linear, right? So only 12% of very lib students did not express their opinion because they felt the instructor would give them a lower grade. Among conservatives, very conservatives, it's 73%, right? So you're going from 12 to 73%. That doesn't necessarily prove that conservative opinions are discriminated against. It could just be that conservatives perceive themselves as being discriminated against more when it comes to submitting papers. I can't disprove that. But I do think, it's fascinating how this is a very ubiquitous understanding amongst everybody who's right-wing going on campus, where we all have to lie, otherwise we're going to get bad grades. And this isn't really a belief or understanding held by left-wing people who hold left-wing positions.
Probably because of the fact that there's a tremendous number of right-wing beliefs that are just blatant denial of objective fact. Like you take a look at the rate of climate denial among right-wingers, you see huge amounts of that. So I don't understand why we wouldn't expect that if you're in any climate science class or something. Why if you expressed your conservative view, you wouldn't be more likely to be discriminated against. You should, because the conservative view is sometimes objectively false.
So the survey...
Actually,
Can I
Sorry, go
can I
ahead.
just add something on really quickly? Because I didn't
wanna respond
realize
to that,
this would count as yeah, of course. I didn't realize this was count as like a trauma dumping, right? A conservative trauma dumping. But I did go to college for like a community college for like I think like 3 months, right? And of course, I spent the entire time, most of the time in class, in like the 4 or 5 classes I was in, arguing with my professors about politics, like, except for my anthropology class, which I really enjoyed. I really liked that one. But I remember, like I was speaking about that, maybe remember an assignment that we were given by an English teacher, actually, but my English professor. And it was about, I think it was around the time that New York had like, there was like some order to give illegals a driver's license, right, in New York. And it was a topic of in California too. And it eventually ended up passing in California like years later. But the professor wanted us to write a paper, like an essay, in support of the idea that illegal immigrants in California should get driver's licenses. And at the time, I was very, very early on in my political awakening, right? So I was just a Republican, right? I was like a I think like a bordering on like leaning libertarian Republican at the time. Because very early on, only really knew what my father listened to, and he listened to a lot of Rush Limbaugh and shit. So like that's what I listened to, right? And I remember at the time I took it as like a challenge. Okay, well, I don't agree with this, but I'm going to make arguments for it anyway, and then I'll just have a second paper where I debunk all those arguments I just made, right? All the most common arguments from my perspective, right? And so that's what I did. I get extra credit or something. I challenged myself to really try to put myself in the position of someone that might support this, and I did my best to debunk their arguments, right? And what I got in response was a note on the extra credit thing that I did. Was hoping to get extra credit for, saying that it was offensive, and going forward, just stick to stick to the assignment, right? Like, so it was like there wasn't even the option to try to present a conservative perspective. And this is like illegal driver's license for illegal immigrants, which at the time wasn't even popular in California with like most Democrats. So Lactoid speaking about that made me remember that experience, and yeah, I think there's definitely like pressure, right, in a certain ideological direction from a lot of the, at least from my experience, from a lot of these campuses.
Like to respond to that thing, and then we'll go to counterpoints.
Yeah, so when it comes to the specific topic of climate change, Synth, I'm guessing you're going to be correct in terms of the difference in beliefs, accuracy of beliefs. But I'm always skeptical when people say things like, especially in the kind of context we're talking about here, like DEI stuff, when people just assume like, well, left wingers are, they don't, they're just more factual. They just believe more fact-based things, and so that's why they're more comfortable expressing their ideas. That's not necessarily true, especially when it comes to like race statistics, for example. One of the things that's constantly talked about and in my sociology courses were things like disproportionate racial, like racial differences in incarceration, police brutality, police killings. All those are emphasized and in some cases exaggerated. I got some data on that for the next topic, and there really was no discussion or really even an allowed discussion as to perhaps what are some of the reasons, right? I didn't learn about disproportionate black crime in the United States until I had to learn that on my own time during law school. I went through an entire undergrad degree without learning that. But I could tell you everything about how, black people and white people smoke weed at the same rates, yet black people get arrested more. That one stat, was picked out and,
Which is bullshit,
and given.
yeah.
Right. And so yet race relations and race politics is one of the things that I like. For me, for example, I felt most I guess censored or pressured to not talk about in that kind of in law school environment, right? Because it just wasn't accepted, and even things that are not necessarily like legal theories, arguments for legal theories that aren't like based in a hardcore scientific basis. That stuff I felt concerned about talking about, and the surveys seem to indicate that like the vast majority of conservative students agree. I really don't know what the breakdown is because unfortunately it doesn't have that by a political party. What the breakdown is in terms of like what specific beliefs did you feel that were censored? So if it's true that like the massive gap between 12 and 74 is made up primarily of things like climate change or vaccines or whatever, then I guess then I would concede, but I'm skeptical as to that, especially because like they do have it broken down by field of study, not politically, but by field of study, and even in the humanities or business sector, for example, people are very afraid of giving what they actually think, and that has nothing to do with like climate change or those specific topics.
Can I throw out one super quick
Counterpoints?
one sentence response? I'll wait until counterpoints.
Okay.
No, go ahead because
Yeah, sure.
I'm a rant for like 4 minutes probably.
Yeah, sure. So the short response is just that the idea is not that there are no anti-science beliefs on the left. The idea is just there's a broad correlation with being those anti-science beliefs. And this is like a weird buzzword or whatever, but those anti-science beliefs and being conservative. The counter examples end up being things like left wingers are more likely to support rent control as being economically effective or benefiting renters. But if you take a look at if you submit a paper in your econ class arguing in favor of rent control, you will probably get a bad grade. There are some exceptions because there's a left-wing bias and in colleges. There's like, you take a look at the professors. They're about as likely to be left-wing as the students, sometimes a little bit less, depending on where you're looking, but it's about the same rate. So we have to keep in mind, what is the cause of the bias there? Is the bias there because there's already a bias? It should be circular, right? The bias has to come from something that predates that, which is, what is it that pushed conservatives away from going to college? Might be because they told everyone not to go to college.
Can I ask one follow-up real quick? Synth, when you say that, that's interesting, and I personally would not be in favor of this, but the argument when it came to the kind of the circular bias of self-reinforcing system was one of the primary arguments for affirmative action when it came to universities. Would you be in favor of like an affirmative action program for conservatives?
No, I'm not in favor of an affirmative action program across the board. The only thing I think you should have affirmative action on is your economic status.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Nice.
So we're gonna counterpoints and then bam.
A class reductionist. I love it. Okay, so I'll try to knock these out as quickly as I can. So I do think that there was an important distinction made early on in the conversation where different degree programs have different political biases. So, for instance, I started in the business program. The business program was not conservative, but it was fiscally conservative. It was all about capitalism, free market, et cetera, et cetera. There was a nod to in the HR, the human resources kind of stuff, to like a vaguely progressive corporate stick up the ass politeness, but there wasn't this like uber lefty, let's burn the system down kind of shit, right? Then I did a multidisciplinary degree. So the second program was the history stuff, which you would presume would lean
Just like me.
it would lean conservative, which it kind of does because a lot of the teachers who are history, they like war, they like politics, they like all that kind of stuff. So they lean a little bit more conservative, but also history is typically skeptical of the subject matter. So oftentimes they're deconstructing a lot of your presumptions about history. So there's a cool little mix of conservatism, but also skeptical about the ideas that we've told ourselves throughout the centuries. At least that was my experience. Finally, was the art program, which was giga progressive, giga left. And the only example or the main example that I can come up with is they made me write out why is equity important. They didn't ask me about equality of opportunity, what are the different virtues that you think are good for human life. They asked me specifically, why is equity a good virtue? And I wrote, it's not. Go fuck yourself. And I literally wrote like a whole fucking paper, like libertarian, conservative, whatever. And I didn't get a bad grade, but let's face it, it's an art program. Nobody really cares about the grades you get. So Fairy Queen asked an important question earlier, which is like, I would like to boil down the definition of conservatism. Well, for me, I think it all goes back to Edmund Burke. He's the philosophical founder of conservatism. He was like, the main guy who kind of came up with the idea, the progress of time, et cetera, et cetera. And what it is a mentality. It's not a vague collection of policy ideas. It's a mentality about you start with the status quo, new ideas come along, you needle those ideas and you're skeptical about those ideas. The ones that survive your scrutiny, you incorporate into society because they're good ideas and it's worth implementing into society. The ones that don't survive your scrutiny should die. Now the problem is that modern conservatives have totally forgotten this as a mentality. All it is a collection of random ideas, kind of like Synth was saying, where if a conservative is not against climate change, then he's not a real conservative because he doesn't believe the conservative tagline, which is a retarded way to do politics. But anyways, the problem with the presumptive ideology at the college level is because we're talking about kids. We're talking about people who are 18 to 22 largely when they're going through their undergraduate programs. So if you presume that you are correct in a academic setting, the kids are going to assume you're correct because you're speaking with a level of authority. Where I do think that a good college program teaches the kids to be skeptical of even the ideas that they themselves are teaching, to be critical thinkers, to rip apart the ideas, to be skeptical, et cetera, et cetera. But I think that most kids are going to go with the flow. And so it's going to be a self reinforcing mechanism. Final thing is that Cynthia brought this up twice, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. This is a self inflicted gunshot wound. During the 1980s, American fiscal conservatism was huge. Reagan conservatism was huge. Rip apart the social safety net, skill issue if you can't survive, go into business, make tons of money, do cocaine, bang whores, have a side chick, whatever, drive a Maserati because making money is what's important and let all those nerd academics go do nerd academic shit over there. That was the mentality that we're still living through now, where fiscal conservatives don't think that academics is sexy or cool or fun or interesting or going to generate wealth. Final point. Social conservatives, because the fiscal conservatives kind of poison the pill right there, that if you're going to be an academic, you're never going to make money and you're not worthy of respect because you weren't good enough to make it in the real world, which is the private sector, according to them. I don't agree with that. But social conservatives, once the academic institutions were gutted, they said that they are so left, so liberal, and so degenerate because it's a bunch of young kids doing drugs and banging each other that these institutions are no longer worth going to. Go to a trade school, start making $100,000 a year being a plumber or a drywaller or whatever. So it's a final point. It's a self-inflicted gunshot wound that needs to change.
Okay.
Mhm.
Let's go to Bam and then FQ.
Yeah, I was about to say, since everybody was trauma dumping, I wanted to throw my own dump in the pile.
Trauma,
Everyone
please.
take a dump.
No other. Please.
Yeah.
Just the trauma.
But no, so this was in, I want to say it may have been one of my macro decon classes, or maybe my micro. I don't know. It was one of my base level classes. Like this is when you're young. I know I wanted to do something related to econ, but I knew nothing um, at that point. So I remember I had this like this was the first time I met a libertarian in real life, like to know what it was, like to be able to name it. There was this person talking about like the government should pay for nothing, like or none of these things exist outside of. He was always big on. He was like the military. Um, oh crap! There was like three things that basically should pay for. So and this wasn't like his perspective in the class, kind of to Connor's perspective. This was just what it was. He spoke with an authority on it. On this is the reality of it. So he kind of gave us assignments based on. I remember there was a time he gave us an assignment to come up with a better business model for a sector of the economy. And like we all drew from hats. And I got the postal service. And I mean, like, I remember we got to go sit down and he was like, yours is easy. He's already made out for you. He was like, UPS and FedEx are so much better than the U.S. Postal Service. So I started doing some research, looking into it. And then I was like, wait a minute, the Postal Service pays for itself. I was like, this is kind of neat. I think like this is when I learned about the post office. And there's places the post office will go that the UPS won't go to because it's like not fiscally like it doesn't make sense
Not
financially
profitable.
for them. Yeah, not profitable to do so. So I decided to kind of put a tweak on his assignment and do my own thing. I started advocating for the post office, and he didn't fail me, like I said. But he at one day after class he like wanted to have a meeting with me. So I went and sat with him before a practice one day, and he was telling me like, oh yeah, there was some fair reality that like technically the assignment was create another business model. I didn't do that. So he was like, this isn't really what I assigned you. He said also this isn't correct. He like pushed all these arguments on why like the post office just sucks. And he was like, I was like, what about people who live in places where the FedEx won't go? He was like, the market will solve for these things. Those people shouldn't live there anyway. They don't like they like legit. He's like, those people need to move. Like the market will solve for that. I promise. If they can't get mail, they'll figure it out. And then I had to go back and rewrite my paper, basically with his presumed political perspective. Now, like I said, I didn't lose any points for it, but it was just my own perspective. I'm like, no, like I think that there's some reality to uh, all professors and students are gonna apply some level of pushback to things that seem come off as controversial. Like to Fairy Queen's point, I mean, her argument wasn't necessarily the professor, but it was about like students fighting back on her. I assume if you give any public opinion, like in the education in the school or not, like if it comes off like really controversial and the space allows for some level of pushback, I imagine you're gonna get it. But yeah.
Yeah, if you'll indulge me for a second. So I think what we all want, or at least what I want anyways, is we live in like a capital liberal society, capital with an L, is that if you had done the assignment where you had come up with like a better business model or whatever, but
Mhm.
then you had done a paper about like why the postal service actually solved some market failures and why the professor was wrong for A, B, and C, we would
Mhm.
want you to be evaluated for the quality of your ideas and your argumentation, not whether or not the professor agreed with you. And I
Right.
think the reason why a lot of people are expressing frustration with this is because we know that, or at least I know, that there are talented and intelligent people from almost every single ideology. That's actually what's scary is there's intelligent and talented fascists and intelligent and talented communists. So if we can recognize that there's talented and intelligent people from every single political ideology, then you shouldn't be destroying their academic body of work just because you
Mhm.
don't align with them politically. And I think that's the frustration that we're all expressing.
Let's go to FQ, Vincent.
So I wanted to respond to something that Bam made and something that Corey said, and then I want to respond to something that Lactoid said, and then I want to make just a broad statement about conservatives and specifically with art. I can't really speak as much to sociology and to business or to any of the fields that you've mentioned, but I can speak to the English department. I can speak to writing poetry and just writing literature. So number one, okay, you would be right, Bam, if it were the case that the way that the professor taught the course was to be apolitical, was to be neutral, was to try to have a balanced display of like how they were teaching the material and what material they were displaying. And it would also be different if the professor, when this controversy arose, decided to host it and just decided to host it fairly and treat it as a sort of even playing field of a debate, to not allow a dog pile. Okay, you go first, then you go first. If they, for instance, acted like Prime does, for instance, on this panel, right? And limiting responses. But that's not what happened, okay? What happened was that a ton of people, including the professor, disliked what I had to say. And the problem with that is not just the fact that a ton of people in the classroom disliked it, it was that the professor reinforced that. That was the specific problem with it. The second thing that I would say to both Corey and to Bam, this isn't as true in your bachelor's degree, okay? And it's not as true if you're in a STEM field. It's not as true if you're in other fields. But when you're in an art program specifically, when you want to be a poet, when you want to be a novelist, one of the ways that you make money, that you expand your career is by networking. It's one of the reasons you go to graduate school. It's a big reason why you go to your doctorate program. So, what happens if you go to your class, you give a controversial opinion that your professor, who, by the way, everyone else is trying to vie for as well because they all want someone to sponsor them for their dissertations too. They also want to have someone write their letters of recommendation. What is the natural response to that? Well, what happens is you become a pariah in your program. What happens is you aren't invited out for drinks later. You're not asked to go to the poetry reading. People don't think of you when they're trying to find someone to be the new editor for the literary magazine. They just happen to forget that you're there, which means a lot of the opportunities and a lot of the ways that you can try to make a difference, like at your university, you could be potentially excised out of. So the community, it's not just about, it's sad to say this, but like at the graduate level and at the postdoc level, okay, it's a lot more about ingratiating yourself with your professor and with the other people around you, with an art program specifically. I don't think that might not be as true with business or STEM, but with, like, at least in my program, it's very much about making connections with other people in the community as well as your own ability.
But this is my frustration with conservatives, though. So in every other field, when we're talking about the private sector, we talk about bootstraps, we talk about being tough, we talk about, hanging in there, being persistent, asserting your authority, all that kind of stuff. We always talk about like being aggressive in almost every other field except for academia. And then when it comes to academia, we're like, pull your kids out of the public school system, put them into private school, don't even send them to college, send them to blue collar education, and then just have them be totally separate from the society. I would so much rather have like a conservative or a Republican party or conservative or Republican pundits saying, fuck you, stay in academia, tell those, fellow peer college students to eat a dick, find other people who line up with your perspectives, and then use each other as a networking system in order to succeed, because that's what we believe in. And the truth is that our ideas are stronger. That's what I want to hear, not this fucking pussyfooting shit that we have right now.
If I can just respond to that, that's there was something that Lactoid mentioned, which is that the advice to give is that if you're a conservative person going into university, and I'll just use English specifically, you're going into English 101, you have to write your rhetorical analysis paper by the end of the semester. Your best bet is to just try to figure out what it is that your instructor thinks and then to write that paper and to submit it. You can do that. I would strongly recommend that you don't do that, and this is why, okay? So think about who I'm one of these people, okay? Think about who your teacher is going to be. It's probably not going to be your actual professor. It's probably going to be somebody like me, somebody who's in graduate school, somebody who is there on a scholarship, somebody who is there, and they're not just grading your paper, they're grading like a pile of papers this high, okay? They are reading through dozens of papers, paper after paper after paper after paper, okay? And it's boring, okay? It's beyond boring to read. It's boring to read the exact same thing over and over and over and over again. Your job when you are at a university, this is true if you're a bachelor student, okay, is to try to find as many people who can write you a letter of recommendation as possible. And the way that you do that is to try to make yourself stand out and to be exceptional as a student. And one of the ways that you can do that is if you are somebody who has a conservative position and you know that the person grading you is going to be somebody who leans left or is a bit more liberal, your job is to become better at rhetoric. It is to discern and to figure out, how can I write my paper? How can I argue my position in a way that will get you, somebody who does not agree with me, to at least say, this has a fair point and it was interesting to read, and therefore I'm going to give you a grade. Because that's what I did. It's what I had to do when I was in my master's program. It's what I've had to do like in my postdoctorate program. It's what not as much, nearly as much in my bachelor's program. Okay. What you have to do is you have to be creative with how you attack problems. And that will make you a more interesting candidate to go to graduate school. It will make you more well liked and respected by your professors. And it will help you and become more developed as an individual at the university. And
That's
finally, sorry, and I'll stop now. I have another
no,
point.
no, no. Finish your point.
The last one, okay. And counterpoints might disagree with me, but this is something that I've noticed at least. And this is the strike against conservatives in liberal arts departments, at least like for English specifically. I've read a lot of work. Most work that's written is bad, including mine. Okay, everybody writes bad work. That's just a part of it. But I this is going to be a pill that's hard to swallow. You're going to have to read books that you don't agree with. And you're going to be graded in a way that you may not agree with, okay? That doesn't mean that you shouldn't read the books, okay? I think it's like pretty easy like when you sign up like for a liberal arts program, oh, I have this big pile of leftist ideology that I have to read and I hate it. Read your books, read them and highlight them, okay? That's part of what it is to be an educated person. It's part of what it means is to read work that you don't necessarily agree with, especially if you don't agree with it, so that you can discuss it in greater terms and in greater depth later. So it's a lazy thing to say, I have all of this leftist garbage that I have to read. Read it and rip it to shreds. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what it means to be at a university. And I'll stop there for now.
I love the message. Love the message. Let's go to Synth, Corey, and then Gibbs.
All right, yeah. I wanted to build off something that Counterpoints mentioned earlier. He mentioned Edmund Burke, right? Where I think it's like that is a foundation of trying to figure out what conservatism is I think it's crucial because it highlights the issue, right? It highlights the fact that conservatism will be an ever-changing ideology based on whatever the current social norm is. Burke's idea, right, like the guy that Counterpoints mentioned earlier, his idea was supposed to be, well, there's humans have a natural bias towards the status quo, right? The status quo clearly works well enough to not fall apart. So whatever the new things are, more likely to be bad. But humans already have that natural bias. So holding on to your pre-existing bias and reinforcing that as making it part of your philosophy ends up being the exact same issue that the CRT people have. The same issue in Edmund Burke's philosophy. It's like a direct quote is that he said that conservatism rejects and is skeptical of a priori reasoning, which just basically means logical reasoning, right? Instead, it's about the experience, about the a posteriori reasoning from your personal experiences. And this is like a cornerstone of CRT. Their standpoint epistemology is basically the exact same idea. And so defining conservatism this way gets kind of complicated because by that definition, the pro CRT liberal arts professors out there in those colleges, among their social group, they are holding on to the status quo. They are the conservatives. So it seems like using that as the definition for conservatism instead of some kind of broader or more amorphous like family resemblance relation, something like that, right? Using that as the definition for conservatism seems like it just hinges on it hinges on something wildly culturally relative. It seems like if you want to include things like the rejection of a priori and going towards that experiential reasoning, then you're also going to have to include people like CRT as the CRT believers as conservative.
Yeah, so no, that's like the interesting thing about reading Burke, I guess, is the fact that, a lot of people are like, "Oh, well, conservatism is just liberalism doing the speed limit." And in a lot of ways, that's true. And actually, that's the way that Burke kind of advocated for it. But I think that what I would argue is that, the rejection of bad ideas. So for instance, when it comes to CRT in particular, I have no problems with people being skeptical of the institutions as they presently exist. However, I think that arguing for colorblind legislation is ultimately good because the whole point of it is to not create laws that fuck over people specifically because of their skin color. You're trying to create a standard of behavior. So ideally, what the conservative thing, through like almost like the dialectic, right, is that you would have the conservative status quo. You would have the CRT people presenting new ideas. You would incorporate what was actually valid about their ideas and criticism, and then you would create the new synthesis of something that was actually good and stable and healthy for society. Whereas right now, what I think we have is conservatism has been boiled down to, like I said, a collection of like random policy points. It doesn't have like a coherent philosophical narrative or structure. And then as a result, we don't have a strong, firm argument for the worst parts of CRT because basically when they say like, oh, it's white supremacist, we're like, No, it's not. But don't call me racist because that'll offend me. And then that's like the sum total of the fucking defense. So I think we need this philosophical depth, and we don't just accept the new thing as the next thing. Some of these ideas are bad.
I totally agree with you that if conservatives want to make their want to have any kind of like social impact that's coherent and isn't just like pushing society in like the random direction of traditionalism or something, the you need some kind of consistent basis for that. The issue is that
Well,
this
sorry, what
particular.
you
Oh yeah,
just
go
said
ahead.
is
Yeah.
one. No. I'm sorry for interrupting, but what you just said is one of the things that I think is the most important in the right wing right now. We have people. So I got blocked by Sargon of Akkad because I talked shit to his face once on Twitter. Sargon of Akkad is like a neo-monarchist. He thinks that we need to like return to kings in order to solve society. What person who isn't permanently on fucking line thinks that returning to
Gotcha.
authoritarian monarchy
But
is going to
that's not
solve
real.
America's modern societal problems? Like that's fucking patently goddamn insane. So the point being that like obviously reactionary return to tradition bullshit is probably one of conservatism's biggest problems right now.
Yeah, but the issue that I don't want to like I'm not like where me and counterpoints are bouncing off each other a while here, and I'll throw it back over to you afterwards. So, but the what I'm the issue I'm seeing is that it seems like there's at this point it's so distant from that previous philosophical trend, from the philosophical tradition that founded it with Burke, right? It's so distinct from that that it seems strange to even like invoke that as like a relation, or that it has anything to do with it. It seems like now it's more a collection of biases and motivations, as opposed to some consistent philosophical framework or a method for approaching the world. And it seems like it's if we're trying to understand conservatism as it exists today, I'm not sure how much we can do with the older ideas of conservatism
Well,
when it comes to understanding that.
well, in Gibbs, sorry, I'll let you in a
You're
second.
good. You're
In
just.
in
It's fine.
in Burke's one of Burke's problems is that he was an esoteric rhetorician, meaning that he was a fucking nerd who liked to use 14-letter words when he could have
Yeah.
used 3-letter words, right? So he was never communicated to the fucking masses, and he thought that it needed to be like the aristocrats in society who understood this higher language, who were able to guide society. But the truth is that in American liberal democracy, that doesn't work because we actually rely on the average person to understand these ideas. So, however, failingly, I agree with you. It's a failing perspective. I mean, Gibbs is probably about to call me a fucking asshole and an idiot in a second. But I think, however failingly I want to articulate this philosophy to as many people as possible because I actually think it makes a shitload of sense. And when you look at the problems that we have today, when it comes to like the people running to the fringes of society and not seeing each other's humanity, and basically, let's face it, wanting to kill each other over political differences because we just don't see eye to eye anymore, I think it's because we don't even understand each other's social role and don't even see the value in the other political tribe. We think they're a cancer that needs to be eliminated.
Uh,
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I totally agree with you there.
Corey, can I let Gibbs go first?
Yeah, by all means.
Thank you, Corey. I appreciate it. So, I mean, I agree with that last part about not people not seeing eye to eye, but I want to say a lot of what just was said is cope or just like disingenuous is not true. Like, I want to say first of all, like I get the. So you mentioned Connor mentioned this guy that's talking about he's a monarchist, whatever. I mean, I could say that's a problem for both sides. Like, if the other day I was arguing with some dude and he was a utopian socialist and just believed that by becoming a socialist we move into a
Black-white?
post-security society. It was like, no, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that was a good one. And but yeah, so like obviously that you have some wild outlandish ones that just like they're not even real. Like these people don't count, and then to lump them in and say, oh, conservatives don't have a like unified like viewpoint as a whole as a party, right? I would say that's unequivocally not true, right? The Republicans especially, there's an identity now, right? The identity is you're either and you have basically three factions. You got religious conservatives, we got some old school neocons that are we have the Bush Cheney neocons, and we have a few holdouts that are regular ones, and then we got the Trumpers, right? That's the basic gist of the Republican Party. We can probably break it down further, but basically at this point, anybody that's not voting for Trump, like in this, is basically voting for a Democratic plant, right? That's kind of how it's working, right? There is a unified viewpoint within the Conservative Party, within the Republicans. Hey, there are things that are inherently oppositional to us, right? Another point here I got: conservatives do network, right? And I do agree we don't do as much in academia. However, the old boys club club's a thing. That's been a thing that the liberals have been fighting against forever. They don't like nepotism. They don't like this idea that people network outside. Like, I mean, for example, Texas A&M is the Association of Former Students. I could go join the club here in San Antonio right now and get business opportunities. In fact, I do go to some of them sometimes just to like meet people and network. That's a very big networking thing. They just don't do it in college, right? So, another issue is the biggest issue Republicans in general have is branding. Because anytime you want to sit here and say, "Oh, I'm an actual conservative," and say these viewpoints, we have like fake like Republicans come in, or we have liberals come in, and they try to vilify your beliefs and try to paint you in the light that you're a constitutional monarchist, or you're a Richard Spencer, or you're Nick Fuentes, and immediately just go to the furthest extreme and say that's the status quo for republicanism, which is bullshit. But moving on, I do want to cover something that Fairy Queen said, which, surprise, surprise, the South Carolina person is suddenly championing conservative libertarian values again. Letters of recommendation are good. You should get them from as many people. And reading the opposite point of view is good. In fact, I mean, some of the biggest, most influential works, I would say are considered conservative works. I mean, how often do Republicans point to things like 1984 and say, look, this is what the left is becoming. This is what you're getting.
Okay, so hold on. This I know that we're sidetracking off of academia, but I think this is actually something that needs to be resolved. So I think you're right in saying that 55% of the Republican Party as it presently exists is coherent around Trump, MAGA, etc.
Sure.
However,
I
if
don't know
you
what's
go
percentage.
back to the concept of republicanism, balance of power, all that kind of stuff, the truth is that a lot of the people who founded this country, a lot of people who considered themselves Republicans in the 19th century, they would fucking hate Trump. They
Yeah,
would see him as like a populist buffoon who was co-opting and skinning their fucking ideology and then wearing it like a mask like Hannibal fucking Lecter and fucking, walking out of the building parading around. So the fact that you're like, oh, well, this is the real Republican Party, the same level of
no.
vitriol that you have for my level of like criticisms of the MAGA movement is the same level of disgust and vitriol that I return back. Because when I look at like Nixon, or if I look at Teddy Roosevelt, or if I look at Abraham Lincoln, or if I look at, the founders of this nation, I don't see anything to fucking do with Trump. So as a result, this is alien to
Well,
me. I don't like it. And on top of that, I think it's a random collection of policy positions. I don't see Trump as like a coherent narrative. It's secure the border, like geopolitical isolationism. If you don't kick in your fair share, we're going to buddy fuck you on the world stage. Also, you have to pretend that I'm the greatest person since Julius Caesar, or else you're my fucking political
I mean,
enemy.
you just
That's
described
the
Teddy Roosevelt,
coherence of
though.
fucking. Oh, and by the way, hold on. One more point. No, I
That is
did
Teddy.
not
That is
describe Teddy
Teddy Roosevelt.
Roosevelt at
Those are
all. Get the
all of those
fuck out of
things.
here.
All of those things are
Teddy
Teddy Roosevelt.
Roosevelt, get the fuck out of
All,
here.
all of them. He was
Anyways,
an isolationist. He wanted a stronger border. He
he
wanted people to
wasn't an
get. Yes, he
isolationist. He came up
absolutely
with the
was.
fucking.
And he was a
Came up with
populist. What do you mean?
No,
He's
he
literally every
wasn't.
one of those.
He
Absolutely.
oversaw the Boxer Rebellion in China, and on
I
top of
mean,
that, he had the
sure, he
Pan
was still
American
trying not to get.
policy.
That
No,
man was a
fake
soldier.
That's fucking cope like a motherfucker.
it's fake
Anyways,
news.
Yeah.
finally, that was cope like a motherfucker. But
Mm.
also, the point being that like you're saying that these fucking schizos like don't have that big of an impact, and we shouldn't care about the Sargons of the world because they just have like a few 100,000 subs on YouTube. Tim Pool is probably one of the second or third largest alternative media pundits on the fucking planet, and he's fucking jerking his dick raw for the past half decade about how Americans are going to be in the street murdering each other over modern American politics. And you're supposed to tell me, and by the way, he doesn't even say that he's a Republican. I'm not a Republican, guys. I'm a liberal. I like marijuana and I like abortion. Please trust me. But turns out that everything Trump says is absolutely correct, and Republicans are going to have to murder all the Democrats in order to restore this country to its fantastic fucking foundations. Wow, what an amazing fucking Republican. I'm sure the founding fathers and Abraham Lincoln and Richard Nixon and Teddy Roosevelt would be on their fucking knees blowing Tim Pool. Get the fuck out of here saying that these people aren't
Let's
schizo and they're not relevant.
let's go to Corey, FQ, then Lectoid. And I do want to hear from Doobie again at some point. Hopefully I can get another one out of him. Cynthia, did you raise your hand? Okay.
I'm curious if the second topic is the more spicy one. I'm looking
Yeah, I'm
forward to it.
wondering now. I'm not sure.
Watch it be like the most tame conversation. We're all consensus. But yeah.
Doubt it.
So there's a couple of points. I'll try to be brief. There's a couple of points I want to address. I try to bring it back to academia, and sort of so I try to go by, empirical evidence as best as possible where it's available. I'm going to post it in the Discord chat. But like, essentially, there doesn't appear to be, and this research article was written, or the research was carried out by a pretty staunch conservative, as in like as of now they're affiliated with a PragerU. And like yeah, there appears to be like really at university. So as Connor mentioned, this is like a demographic between like whatever 18 to 22, 24, whatever, and typically their political positions are pretty solidified, not fully, but they're pretty crystallized at that point. There's very little effect, or at least there's no, at least they can't find any real measurable effect of like yeah, the faculty is sort of like pushing these people more liberal or left leaning. And to what Lactoid alluded to earlier, when citing survey stats. It is super interesting. So I'm going to try to relate this to an actual psychological concept of like there are thinking styles, and on the whole, conservatives, and I'm talking about religious conservatives, not classically liberal Republican conservatives. They have a more intuitive thinking style, and liberals have a more analytical thinking style on average. Obviously, there are exceptions. And so, Lactoid brought up this interesting survey data like if you poll liberals and conservatives about free speech on I think it was Lactoid's university or state university, it's like yeah, there's like this huge discrepancy of like conservatives they believe in free speech, but then interestingly enough, Lactoid also brought up sort of survey data of like conservatives will censor themselves so as not to rock the boat, which is they believe in free speech, but they're not actually going to stand up for their principles. And I can even actually, and I would be great if like conservatives pretty much took Connor's advice of like actually stand up for what you believe in. You're gonna believe in free speech or profess to do that, and then not actually stand up to your beliefs. Better not rock the boat. But even then, I can explain that survey data in terms of thinking styles of like okay, conservatives believes in free speech, as in if I pose the question of like yeah to a conservative, do you believe in free speech? I have no doubt that they'll just automatically answer like yes. But then if I actually press them on it in terms of like bring up death threats, they will backtrack because actually an analytical thinking style, you will actually second guess yourself and put in more thought into your positions. Where yeah, I'd be very curious to see how that question is posed because I'm pretty sure I can guarantee you if you ask the question of like, are you a free speech absolutist, you'll probably get different answers.
So,
Uh,
well, no, so I sent you the survey. The specific question is the degree to which students think university administrators should ban expression of views they feel cause harm by political leaning. Um, and again, that you see massive, almost a linear difference between far left wingers and far right wingers. In terms of conservatives tend to be super in favor of not banning speech, and liberals tend to be much more comfortable banning speech. I think this is, I mean, not to, I guess, expose an intuitive thinking style, but this is, I think, pretty clearly intuitive if you've ever been on a college campus in terms of who's trying to like actually stop speakers, who's trying to ban speakers from coming onto campus, who's trying to stop people from being expressing themselves, what kind of pressures there are in social groups, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I mean I think that's what I've noticed. And then you made a point earlier. I forget your initial when you said analytical. I missed the point. I apologize. You made a point
That's
earlier
okay.
though.
I made a point about largely speaking, talking about psychological data in terms of like analytical thinking styles versus intuitive thinking styles. Yes. I made a point in terms of like on average, liberals, classically liberals, not religious conservatives, have a more analytical thinking style as opposed to religious conservatives that have a more intuitive thinking style.
This generally
yeah.
might be the case, but I don't necessarily I don't see how this necessarily comes through. And again, the data of like, okay, we see some like concurrent trends that I think kind of paint a picture where conservative students are in favor of not banning speech, liberal students are in favor of banning speech. Conservative students don't want to put down what their actual opinion is because they're going to get a low grade. Liberals don't give a fuck. And I think the reality here is this is the point I wanted to make. I've heard it a couple times now. I think I've heard it, and if I'm wrong, correct me. But we're sitting on a panel where all of us here are very comfortably saying, yeah, like you should stand up for your beliefs. You should stick it to the system if you're truly a conservative. But then, Connor, I think pretty accurately talked about, yeah, these are kids, right? You're talking about like an 18 to 22-year-old who's in a position where there's somebody with extreme authority who has control over their entire life. And if they get a poor grade, like this is going to cause disruption at home. This is going to cause disruption for the future career. This is going to cause disruption for everything. It's very easy to say to somebody, yeah, like regardless of the consequences, just stand up and talk. But when you're actually in that position, it's really fucking difficult. Like if I see a cop doing something terrible, like it might be like inside of me, like I'm going to tell him to stop, right? But like I'm going to be limited on what I'm going to do because I don't want to get killed.
Yeah, I think the what we need to do as a culture, or at least I hope we do as a culture, is we need to pressure the academic institutions to change the way that they're pressuring these people. Because the truth is that like the quality of your work should determine your grade. You should be able to have a totally incorrect position, but if you're able to defend it coherently with supporting arguments and supporting evidence, you should still get a good grade. And I think it should be a black mark. I think somebody brought up the fact that as an administrator, if you're caught politically taking out your opposition, you will get fucked. Good. We need to reinforce that mechanism because the truth is we need to have critical thinkers as kids. And then when it comes to like the kids, I agree with you, but I want to back you up on this point almost. So the truth is, as an 18-year-old, you only know what your church said, what your family said, and now you're in a brand new institution. And when you hear something interesting and new, like for instance, you said marijuana consumption between the races is equal, but black Americans get arrested disproportionately, that could shatter your foundational perspective and then lead you to inquire what else you're wrong on. So that's good in a way, but we have to make sure that we don't in turn just propagandize them to an opposite political side instead of teaching them don't be captured by a series of talking points. That's the way that you end up just as a fucking sheep.
Okay, so we're going to FQ, Synth. I want to hear Doobie. I want to try him again, and then we'll go to Gibbs afterwards.
Yeah, I'm ready whenever you go to me. It's fine.
Okay. And I actually wanted to, and now toss this to FQ because she's like she in it, right? Like going off of what Counterpoint said. Actually, I just want to push back slightly on the idea that we want to double down on this thing that like if you give a person a bad grade because they're conservative, like then there'll be consequences, right? Now, I think in principle that's right. You know that should be the case. Like I like being able to I think it's like this is what I do. Like I like to be able to judge people on their strength of their arguments rather than just like their ideological stance. So I'm for that. But I think how that actually works in real life is that like a conservative could just say, "Hey, I'm just." You can have like what's her face? Who was at the New York Times? Was it that one? You remember that one author? She started off in college like complaining about Palestinian professors, right? Trying to get them fired. Like that was her thing. She was a conservative, and then she wound up in the New York Times, and then she's horrible, right? She's a horrible individual, and she just like made a name by doing that, and then playing like because she was Jewish, right? And pretending that she was being oppressed when she was tossing these people out. So I feel like that's how it actually plays out. But FQ, if you want to respond to that or not, it's fine.
I wanted to respond to something that Gibbs and the Gibbs and counterpoints were arguing about earlier, and that's about like the difference between academic conservatism and between political conservatism. So there are scholars and there are professors who have academically conservative beliefs who probably wouldn't vote right wing. So I'll give you an example. An example of this would be Harold Bloom. So Harold Bloom was known as he was known for developing a theory which was called the anxiety of influence, which was the idea that all pieces of literature, all works of literature, all works of poetry are essentially mistaken interpretations of a previous work that came prior to that. So essentially, like every work that comes forward, Shakespeare was Christopher Marlowe was influenced by Shakespeare, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he pretty openly criticized postmodernism. He criticized the Chicano movement. He criticized diversity in academia. But despite seeming to have staunchly conservative beliefs when it came to academics and when it came to evaluating literature, he was a socialist. He was a socialist throughout his life. He was a well-known socialist. And so the challenge that I would put to those of you watching is just because somebody votes left, just because somebody like says that they are a socialist or says that they vote left wing, that doesn't mean that the manner in which they're interpreting a text or which they're attacking the subject matter is necessarily from a far left leaning position. It's probably more left leaning on average than like a staunch political conservative, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's incredibly leftist or incredibly left leaning. So that was something that I wanted to just toss out there as something to consider. As far as there being a left leaning agenda, I won't pretend that there aren't professors who, I won't pretend that there aren't people, let's say that have an agenda or that like are very excited about the material that they are producing. But this is the sad news for both liberals and conservatives. Like most professors and most people, and especially graduate students who are just trying to scrape by, care way more about keeping their scholarship, care way more about keeping their stipend, and care way more about keeping their tenured position at their university than they do about convincing you into becoming a socialist by the end of the term. They care about that staunchly more. And so the reason I think why, left-leaning positions are often brought up in class and are offered to students, I don't think that's necessarily because the professor or because the TA is trying to push an idea onto you and is going to force you to accept this. It's more that these are the people who are selected to be in these positions. And this is the stuff that they know. This is the paradigm by which they attack these problems. And that's the reason, like, why this is repeated and why this happens over and over again. It's not because there are tons of individuals who are sitting together cackling about how they're going to crack the conservative student's mind. It's just these are the people. It's just the people who tend to be TAs, who tend to be doctoral students, who tend to be professors in the liberal arts, specifically with English. And with the arts programs, they typically tend to be more left leaning individuals. And so, of course, they're going to present you information from a more left leaning position. So,
Okay, so let's go to Synth, Doobie, Gibbs, Corey, if we have time. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, what I have is kind of a question for Gibbs. So Gibbs, you seem to be under the impression that the more schizo-y aspects of the Conservative Party are just kind of like they're rare and they're not going to be that big of a deal. And the one that comes to mind for me is like the Nick Fuentes, the anti-Semites, right? Like that's the kind of schizo-y ideology that I think is just the first thing that comes to mind as a big issue in the Conservative Party. And I think one good way we can approach controlling for our biases here is by seeing if we'll get seeing how accurate our guesses are, right? When it comes to data. If I was to ask you, and I'm asking this because I have the survey on hand, of 18 to 30-year-old people who say that they are very conservative, what percentage of those individuals do you think are anti-Semitic? What would your expectation be?
18, I don't know, like 15%, somewhere around there.
Just to make it more clear so you can understand what I'm calling the line of anti-Semitism, say they're asked the question, should Jewish Americans be held to account for Israel's actions? What percentage do you have of young, very conservative people do you think would say yes to that?
Well, I don't know. That's kind of an interesting question. I don't know because I don't know that is necessarily a conservative per se position or like a far right position because I see a lot of like leftists are kind of
I'm not
advocating that.
asking that. I'm just asking
Oh,
of
so I mean,
people
I would
who are
say like
18 to
if I
30,
had
very
to guess,
conservative, how many would say yes?
if I had to guess, like between 7 to 15%.
All right, would you be surprised at all to hear that of 18 to 30-year-old very conservative people, it's 53%, the majority say that Jews should be held to account for Israel?
I
If
would
you
be
want to compare to the
surprised.
left, it's 9% among the far left.
Sure, I would be surprised to hear that.
All right,
I don't
I'm
know.
going to
I
go
never
ahead and
seen
post
the
it to you
data.
so you can see with your own eyes.
Sure.
But you can't trust that data, Synth. It's corrupt by academia.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't believe those numbers, but I mean, I'll look at the data.
Yeah, but this isn't just one source, right? If you take a look at any source which asks similar types of questions, you see that among young conservatives, this is the future of your party. The Nick Fuenteses are not obscure figures. Most young people are spending most of their time on social media, right? Most of their free time, at least. The
Yeah.
ways that we have access to that, if the conservative outlets are people like
Yeah.
the Sargon of Akkads, the Nick Fuenteses, any figures like this, then yeah, the people who are conservatives are going to adopt those beliefs,
Well, okay.
especially the young ones.
Yeah,
So,
Young conservatives are
Well, hold
probably
on.
all red
Back
pillars.
Hold
before
on.
you respond to that. All
Okay.
right, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Well,
I'll
okay,
wait.
so the way that I want to back him up before you respond to that. So the thing about it is, we I think like TV shows, local news channels, they're like happy if they like break tens of thousands of viewers, right? And then they're happy if a segment is watched by a few 100,000 people. As a matter of fact, I think that like national cable news programs like CBS and CNN and all that kind of stuff, they're happy if they have 200,000 people watching them live, if I remember correct. And we have people who are, I think Tim Pool regularly breaks like 30,000 to 50,000. So you have like one pundit who is carrying the weight, like 25% of the weight of a mainstream news source. That's fucking crazy. And that's not even to mention the fact that his videos probably get hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views. So, like, I can understand, like, 5, 10 years ago, I'm okay with the small bean argument, just saying, like, oh, these are all small beans. They got a schizo audience of, 10,000 viewers. They got a few 100,000 views. Who gives a shit? But I'm telling you, that this kind of punditry is probably the future of American civic discourse. And not only that, the more inflammatory and algorithmically attractive it is, the more likely these people are to have power. So while I'm here streaming to 60 people and 95% of my channel views are fucking Warhammer 40K, I'm hoping that somebody like me will exist that will make an argument for the 45% of Republicans who aren't total fucking schizos, who actually have like an articulable position on what republicanism and conservatism is. Because the truth is, if we don't start making these arguments in public, we're fucked. The fucking 55% that I view as schizo that supports Trump, they're just going to fucking sweep. And you're going to have all of those people, like those schizos, basically saying it's good that we're sweeping. It's good that we're questioning Israel's power in the United States of America. It's good that we're questioning AIPAC's influence through their nefarious dollars. It's good that we're potentially holding Jews accountable for the actions of Israel. Have you seen what they've done in Gaza? Like, this is going to be the kind of rhetoric that's normal because it's inflammatory and it gets attention, but they're not realizing that they're actually shooting themselves in the foot by being fucking inflammatory dickheads who make the world a worse place. Fuck these people.
Gibbs, you can respond, and then we'll
Uh,
go.
yeah. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm going to agree with one part of that, and I also actually sent. I will give you credit. I don't know the study yet. I don't know where you posted it, but I'll look at it.
In the
Uh,
StreamYard chat.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll get that in a second. Then I'll go through it. So I mean, I obviously I haven't looked at the numbers yet. So anything I say, take that with a grain of salt. But I mean, I'm gonna agree with one point. I think obviously both one thing Connor points and said is true is that fringe cases are gonna have loud voices. I think a big problem is that the moderate conservatives or true conservatives that are not these like far outrageous figures also get forced out. And the reason I say that is I'm gonna go against right here is liberals are totally fine with you using revisionist history when it fits their narrative, right? Well, I'll use an example that just happened here tonight. To make statements like Teddy Roosevelt, who was a progressive his whole life, and he even created a progressive party, the Bull Moose
A
Party, at
progressive
one
what?
point. Hold on, I'm gonna finish. And championed other
Okay.
issues like conservatism, not conservatism, as conservationism and trust funds. None of those match with modern conservative beliefs. Like for more splitting, he split the Republican Party when he created this new Bull Moose Party. All right. So then all this ignores the talking point, which I hear on this channel all the time when I come to stream, is that there was a big flip of what the Republicans and Democrats they shifted after Lyndon B. Johnson. So clearly, this ignores what the modern Republican Party is and modern definitions of conservatism. We have strong takes on policy. How when you stand up for these takes, people try to force you out, or much like Fairy Queen said, they try to re-educate you or worse, suppress you. They'll call you things like what's happened here, schizos or retards. If you have anything that's a center take, more than center left. Like anytime we also like, for example, we just caught just today by having like a conservative viewpoints. I heard that we're inflammatory dicks. Fuck these people from Connor here. So no offense, that's but like that's bullshit. Like we have our own takes. Like for example, I'm not a religious conservative, but religious conservative very consistent on the abortion issue. In fact, they're so consistent that I think it's a problem for Republicans, right? I think it's getting like enable the left, right? There's other things. The border. We have a very strong stance on the border. Now, there's a kind of a different take between the neocons and some of the Trump people who are isolationists versus, hey, we want to use our military to kind of an intervention on foreign policy. But most conservatives, but even me, for example, who does want to like interventionist foreign policy, think that we should be maybe spending our money here at home first. Like these are all standard conservative current Republican talking points, and to act like that there's not a unified doctrine is bullshit. And to act like that doctrine is not actively being hunted down and stopped in academia is just untrue.
Yeah, okay? Do you know? So here's the thing. I'm going to articulate this specifically. The reason why I got frustrated with that, or the reason why I am frustrated with that rant, is because you basically did exactly what I think is the problem with the party and the right wing in general right now. Is rather than articulating to me the mindset that allowed you to lead to certain policy prescriptions, you just gave me a half dozen policy prescriptions that 55% of the party agrees with, and agrees with to different degrees, by the way.
I mean, that's
And
how
then
every
you
group
just
is.
said,
There's
if you don't agree with
factualism,
these things, you're not a part of our tribe. And this is what's so
which is
fucking
true
stupid
because
about
that's
it.
how
You're
tribalism
saying,
works.
okay, yeah. And then here's what's so fucking stupid about it, okay? You're saying we should be less interventionist overseas, or at least the MAGA wing does that. Guess what? I want to be less interventionist overseas. That doesn't mean that I want to threaten to withdraw from NATO or buddy fuck
Sometimes you gotta.
Ukraine.
Sometimes you
That's
gotta be
just if
Something
they
hard
don't
line.
pay their
which
fair
is
share, Connor.
something
That's just if they
which
don't pay
is
their fair share.
something that fucking Trump talks about all the goddamn time. So I don't feel like betting tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of young lives fucking thousands of miles away because you want to have a fucking shitpost on the international stage and say, ha ha, Europeans, carry your own fucking weight. We're out of the alliance. Eat a dick, Ukraine. That's not funny to me.
Yeah, but
That's
I
not
think
cool
there is
to
a
me.
valid question that you had though about subjects like that, and that we have that
Yeah, there's
question.
a
Like,
valid
hey, why are
question,
we
but there's
spending this
also
money
a
there
dog
before
shit
spending it here?
policy.
No, Connor, that comes back to find like fiscal responsibility, which is kind of a conservative talking point, which is
Exactly.
like what like surely Connor, there's a point in which you would agree. Like, let's say instead of like because they pledged to do 2%. Very few of the countries in NATO are actually hitting 2%. They do exist, but not most of them.
They also substantively increased since the invasion of Ukraine, but yes.
Right, and still not like there's a lot of them that haven't hit 2%, despite increasing since the invasion of Ukraine. Like, what if you had a country just spend zero? Let's say, or like some hire like 10 soldiers. Sure. So like there is a point in which it's like, well, you guys gotta fucking pay for the shit. You agreed. You agreed to 2%.
Trump saying that to the NATO leaders' faces was one of the funniest and best moments of his fucking presidency. When he was in Europe in like 2017 or whatever, and he was like, hey guys, you need to fucking cough it up. You need to get up to 2% or else fuck you. Like that was one of the best fucking things in order to leverage people into that position. The reason why, okay, that's not a problem. I have no problem encouraging our partners to be responsible for their own security and to take matters of security serious. What I do have a problem with is yanking the fucking rug out on somebody who's actively fighting a war aggressively. That's what I have a fucking problem with. And by the way, here's the thing. Y'all probably don't even disagree with me on what I want to happen. I was just typing this shit into chat. I want fucking the United States to use our defense spending in order to leverage Ukraine to sue for peace by giving up Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea and getting back Kherson in negotiations, like the Zaporozhye fucking district. So I don't think that you guys would necessarily.
I don't see that happening.
I don't think you disagree with leveraging American defense budgets in order to bring about peace with Russia. I don't think you disagree with that, do you?
So I have no disagreement with that, but one of the concerns here, so when you look into some of the politics of Ukraine, for example, like if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Ukraine passed a law saying they will not negotiate with Putin. How much is this actually going to be like coming to force is questionable. Yeah, because it's absolutely ridiculous, right? Because if you of course have to negotiate with the president of the country that's invading you if you want the invasion to stop. And leveraging American defense is going to be not only as important when it comes to negotiating with Russia, it's going to be as important when it comes to negotiating with Ukraine to get them into a reasonable peace position, as opposed to what their current position is, which is just completely unworkable. Which is we're not stopping until we get back Crimea. That's not happening, right? And but leaving that aside, right? I when people were talking shit to Trump about his comments on NATO, specifically NATO, but like I fail to understand like why those were really as controversial as people are making it out to be. Like if you pledge 2% to be part of a military alliance and then you consistently for years fail to hit 2%, even when you're a rich country like Germany, right? You have dirt poor countries like Greece that are exceeding the 2%, but then you got these incredibly wealthy countries like Germany that aren't. Like how are you going to get them to pay their fair share unless you threaten to take away the benefit?
There's something really strange about saying that the fair share of these other countries is at all be close to 2%. The fair share, the people who get the most out of the existence of NATO throughout its history, at least if you look at any NATO action, has been the U.S. It's our brainchild and it's to our benefit. If you take, we can go for. Here are some examples. Just a second. Whoa, just a second. It definitely is, right? So take a look at the only invocation of Article 5 NATO's ever invoked has been in favor of the U.S. It's been September 11th. Take a look at Kosovo. It's once again something that was beneficial to the U.S. The U.S. actively supported and the U.S. pushed for. Take a look at any random NATO action, and you'll see that it began with U.S. push for that action.
Yeah, okay, so the reason I'm not saying that we have to have a big tangent on this. I'm just gonna tell you why I disagree with it. Is that in the quote unquote only invocation of Article 5, in history, which was like the invasion of Afghanistan, right? Often what happened with the European forces was the ground forces, had such strict rules of engagement that they couldn't effectively operate. They sat on bases as a token measure of support for American forces. And this was written about like extensively multiple fucking times, to the point where the United States got like giga fucking frustrated with them, to the point, but they couldn't really call them out because you can't call out your allies for basically being pussies during a war. So that, like, they needed the symbolic support of the troops on the ground, but those troops ultimately weren't doing much. And so here, the reason why that falls a little fucking flat is because even during, like, I would say probably the main justified invocation of Article 5 in order to invade Afghanistan and take out Al Qaeda, even then the Europeans weren't carrying their fucking weight. So
Well, this is the only invocation of Article 5. There's never been an
Yeah, so it
invocation
falls
by
flat for me
European
because they
nation.
weren't
Well, hold
carrying their
on just a
fucking
second.
weight.
The issue is that bringing up they didn't carry their weight there is once again just
No.
running. Listen, it's just once again just running back to the initial claim. I'm telling you, they have no weight to carry. NATO's not for them. NATO's for us.
It's not just it's not just invocation, because you can find one time it was invoked. It's
I
also about like who benefits from the protection. You really think Estonia doesn't get more out of NATO than we do?
Get more out of NATO?
Yeah,
Of
for
course,
that.
Estonia gets more out of NATO
Estonia
than we
having
do.
anything out of NATO is to our benefit. What matters is the U.S. actually getting a net positive on this? Are we returning a profit? Saying it
No,
benefits
we
somebody else
are
wouldn't
okay.
matter.
We are the reason why I don't
um
necessarily argue this is because the answer is
I
obvious if you have
I
extended
I love this
our borders.
conversation.
Yeah.
I do love this conversation. It's like super interesting, and it pains me to interrupt it. But like we've already run out of time.
Perfect.
I
In
do
that
want
case,
to. I did want to hear from so far away from that. But Doobie, you had something to say, right? So I just wanted to make sure to get that in.
Yeah, a couple things. So I think that this is like going way back. When Latwood was talking about leftists or people on the left being more willing to censor than Republicans or conservatives. I think that seems to go both ways, right? It seems to be the case that whoever's in power at any particular time has tried to do some form of censorship. You can look at going back to the 80s and 70s and even earlier, I'm sure. These massive like movements within the conservative movement, within the Republican Party, to censor media, to censor education, to censor things in television, music. I guess it's all media. But like the Satanic Panic, the fucking the congressional hearings on rock and roll, and all like indecency and shit like this. Like this was all like primarily came from like the Republicans, right, conservatives.
yeah, we need to bring
And
some
this
of that
is
shit back.
right. And yeah, it's true that there are cases of people on the left also doing similar things, right? Disinviting speakers, banning certain topics. As somebody who is on Discord, I definitely deal with this on this platform, right? There's certain topics where you just cannot argue the conservative position, or it's like a TOS risk, and you might get like banned, your server might get banned. Which is really unfortunate. But I don't think it's fair to say that this is something that the left does and the right doesn't. The right obviously does it too.
Well,
I mean, right now, like earlier, you mentioned that you like Florida, right? Where Florida's been doing starting this topic. Florida is currently, so far as I understand, teaching communism to kindergartners as evil, is like an evil ideology. That isn't neutral. That isn't unbiased. This is obviously pushing an ideological perspective that these conservatives have. Right. So I think you just got to own that. Yeah, whoever's in power is going to try to further their ideology, and that might require the censorship of other ideologies. Most people on the left and the right in the United States would not be okay with a school, any school, teaching fascism in a neutral way, right? Getting deep into the ideology of fascism and giving it like a giving it any kind of treatment that doesn't frame it as some kind of like evil authoritarian Nazi like ideology, right? If you were to approach this topic or this ideology in a way that presented it like any other ideology, you'd have a ton of outrage on both sides.
Yeah, Doobie, I am 100% sympathetic to this argument, because I do think that, like, people pretend that American public education is value neutral, and it's obviously not.
Yeah.
It's
Probably shouldn't
liberal,
be.
it's anti-racist, largely. It's mixed economy capitalistic. It's going to vilify socialism and communism. It's going to vilify some violent social agitators, and it's going to lionize some other violent social agitators who achieved a good result, like the Tea Party versus Malcolm X. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm trying to point at. So
Right.
obviously, like it's not a value neutral thing. But the truth is, like for me, that's not really a problem because I do think we need a shared history, shared narrative, shared perspectives, et cetera, et cetera. And we also need to identify the ideologies that we think it's too far. I think the reason why a lot of conservatives object to the college education vilification of conservatives is because we're talking about perspectives that one weren't controversial 5, 10, 20 years ago, and then
Right.
two, they're things that are relatively still up for debate. So I'm not trying to like litigate like the whole fucking trans thing or like trans women in sports or whatever, but like that is the kind of shit that'll catch you a fucking TOS ban on Twitch is talking about trans women in sports or talking about misgendering or whatever the fuck. And that's also the kind of shit that will get you called in from human resources. If you're a fucking asshole to somebody about their gender identity or some shit, you're going to get called in for it. And 70 fucking years ago, the HR person would probably have been a fucking like nowadays a Christian nationalist, and they would have been like, yeah, fuck yeah, God King, or excuse me, God country flag, They would have fucking hated the fucking trans employee, whereas you've inversed this morality. You can make an argument that it's good, but you also can't be like surprised that a shitload of people feel like you basically took away a very normie perspective 5 to 10 years ago.
Nowadays, you just don't hire
Right.
those people, so you don't have to
I
deal with the complexities
just
You
want
of
to
know
say
the
what's
something.
funny?
conversation.
That cuts both ways. You don't hire the trans person, so
No,
you
that's what
don't
I'm
have the
saying. Yeah.
drama, and you
hmm
don't hire the conservative if you already have progressive people. That way, they don't cause the drama. So we're
hmm
siloing even more.
I just want to say something quick. I'm pretty sure I could be delusional, but I believe on like the very panels like this, we discuss trans individuals in sports, and like I don't think anyone. I think it matters how you have that conversation, and it turns out some people don't know how to have a mature conversation about it and being respectful. And I think that's the issue. That will definitely
Well,
get you
but
TOS.
I
but
agree.
That's
I agree
Hang
with that. I
Respect
agree
is
with
kind
that,
of what
Corey.
we're
hang
talking
on.
about, isn't it?
If I
that's
can,
Well,
if I
actually
can,
even that's
if I can
honest.
just
Yeah, you go ahead.
if
Go
I
ahead.
can
Go
just,
guys.
if I can just respond to that, uh, Prime, is it okay if I don't know if it's okay for me to say this, Prime. You can scold me afterwards.
You better
I
throw
was
the N word out there.
invited onto that panel like last week, and I explicitly said that I did not want to come onto that panel because of what happened with my server a couple of months ago. And I didn't want to continue to engage in that discourse because of the amount of flack that I got specifically for like engaging in the first place. So I don't know that I agree with you, Corey, that it's just about the way, it's just about being respectful. I think that a lot of it boils down to I'll be honest, I don't even think it's just about being like having a conservative position. I also think it's about who you are as an individual. I'll just be very blunt, okay? You're a man, okay? As far as I know,
I
you've
never
never called
claimed such
yourself
a
a
thing.
feminist. Okay? Well, guess
I'm a
what?
feminist,
If you
absolutely.
are both of those, if you're a woman and if you say that you're a feminist and you say anything critically about trans issues, you get dogpiled in a way that you just don't if you are a conservative man. And if that's just true. And
I
anybody that
believe it.
denies that is denying reality. And
No,
it
no.
is a barrier. And I'll tell you something else specifically regarding like campus culture. It's not just like specifically like regarding like with when discussing like gender identity. Like I know for me, like what was difficult for me on campus, it wasn't the classroom. It wasn't even just the classmates. It was that when I had a problem that happened while I was in my graduate program and I went to go to my therapist because I have health insurance that's covered by my university. So the practitioners that I go to is covered by it. The people there to talk about it, to discuss it honestly with the person, with the doctor that I could afford at the time, I couldn't even do that. I couldn't even have that conversation with my doctor in the privacy of the office where a confidentiality agreement was already there because of the influence, the fact that it was located on a campus and because it was located on a university. So that's the other aspect of this too. When we're thinking about the graduate program, when we're thinking about people that are in graduate degrees and who are in postdocs specifically, it's that you use a lot of resources on campus. Your doctor is at the university health center. Your therapist is at the counseling center. If you want to get a shot or a vaccine, it's probably somebody at the local university. If you need an extra computer or an extra book, you go to the local library that's there. You use the resources there. So what happens when all of the practitioners and all of the people that you could get these resources from have a tendency to be really bent towards the left? It means that you're more likely to lie about your positions in order to get those resources, and you're more likely to lie about your positions even when you're in the therapist office, just so that you can get the help that you need.
Oh,
So,
can I talk about how I was gaslit real quick for like 2 years? I'm not going to say the slur right now, but I love the ableist
Say
R
it.
slur. It's my favorite. No, I wait. Isn't it still TOS
Retard?
on Twitch?
I don't think
No,
so.
it's not.
Is it TOS on Twitch? Oh, okay.
let's
I
all
was
test it
totally
out
correct.
together.
All right, no, so this is fantastic. So no, I just want to point out that I was like gaslit for 2 years.
Hands all
not
around.
to say the word retard because it was so offensive to fucking autistic people and shit. And the truth is that I got surrounded by fucking Twitch poll for so fucking long. And I was like, damn, I really don't want to offend my my able
Retard
or
brethren.
my able challenged brethren. And then like I touched grass for like fucking 2 weeks and people are like, no, we don't give a fuck about retard and I'm autistic as shit. And I was like, oh shit, I'm going back to saying retard immediately. Like the thing about it is like this social pressure, we act like when you swim in it for so long it doesn't affect your decision making, and the truth is it absolutely does. If you're a conservative who's in a largely liberal or progressive space and there's professional pressures, yeah, absolutely, like it's you should stand up for what you believe in, but just by virtue of being, I'm a naturally contrarian person. I think Prime can attest to that. I fought everybody on his fucking thing forever, and yet I would not take a principled stance on the word retard. And I'm mildly ashamed of myself. It's one of my favorite words.
So it sound. I'll wrap it up. I understand limited time, but it sounds like there's a really strong argument that I'm hearing about safe spaces. Seems to staunchly argue against safe spaces on campus. I would say it's largely the conservatives. Where it's like, yeah, you want to freely express yourself, or like, you want a certain space to express views, but you're not persecuted. And yeah, on the issue of, I would say dogpiling is not necessarily a sign of anything like, I would say not persecution. It's a little bit like my first panel here on Prime was pretty much me defending communism, and there's literally everyone against me, and I had a good time. But I understand that there is social pressure built in on campus. But I would be surprised if not impossible, but I'd be surprised if a doctor withheld the vaccination from you if you, for
No,
whatever
it's
reason,
not
were
about the
expressing your.
doctor withholding a vaccination. It's about you're less likely to describe a personal problem that you're having in your personal life regarding the issue of gender identity because of your therapist has expressed views beforehand. And you're worried that you won't be able to find care anywhere else if you express this to the person that's there because you can't afford to go anywhere else.
I feel
I
like
would
a
agree
personal
with
problem
you.
with your therapist though.
Yeah,
Like
I would
that
agree
just
with
feels
you.
like, oh, I don't trust this therapist. This therapist is probably gonna attack me or something. Like I feel like that's a created narrative.
I would
No,
agree
that's
with
not
you
true.
that
It's not about being okay.
university resources are not enough, and yeah, you should have access to a wider variety of mental health resources. I'm not against that.
So
Yeah, but the point is, like, whether or not, like, there's a particular, like, political bent to the person that you are going to go to ask help for. That's the point. And the point is that you're far more likely to see that on a liberal arts college campus as opposed to if you were trying to find a practitioner off campus.
But I wanna say
Uh,
though, like in addition to that,
I
with
feel like
Corey,
this does not need to happen.
affirmative action for conservatives.
I just was like, so I feel like Corey's you're basing a lot of this kind of through the lens of like the hard sciences, and to a degree, I would argue that dogpiling is a good thing in those sciences because you want to see like these theories worked out. However, whenever we're talking about softer science like poli sci or like psychology or whatnot, a lot of this is a lot more amorphous. And so whenever someone presents a theory that's like counter to what the mainstream idea is, it really is aggressively assaulted to the point where they like will force it out even if you have data to support it. Like, and it's a problem. It's a real problem.
Okay.
Also, quick question, Corey. Did Prime throw you under the bus? Did he yell at you as everyone else was dogpiling? Just quick question.
Probably at some
Prime
point. I mean,
led
Prime
it.
is
Prime
yelled
was
at me. Like,
Prime, you're here. Did
he
that
put his
happen?
flag
if
down.
you want to yell at you,
Prime?
I'd encourage
The
you
VOD is
to yell at me more.
Find it. We can find the VOD if we need to look over it.
No, I have the VOD. I will send it to you. It's pretty much me against
Really?
everybody.
Prime
Boo this man.
dogpiled you too?
Boo!
It was a small council.
Hold on. I don't. Okay, wait. Okay, so I vaguely remember your first time here. And this sounds familiar that like you were brought on specifically because like you had like a communist take, but I don't remember dogpiling you. I don't
No,
know.
I don't think you were
That's
specifically, but like
odd.
pretty much everyone, because you were the moderator, But
Yeah.
like, yeah, but I mean,
Yeah,
it was pretty much everyone against me.
and I'm like left leaning. I don't know. Like I don't know why I would
There's something-
dogpile you.
I think
Yeah.
There's something that's really weird about the.
really problem when the
There's something that's
person
really weird. Oh,
being
you go.
dogpiled is
Go ahead,
person.
Doobie. You go
I don't think that's
first.
the case with. Yeah, I'm sorry. I love you, but
It's all good.
Since you've been dogpiled on here before, I've been dogpiled on here before. I think
I've been
only really have a
dogpiled.
problem with it. No, like you don't count. You're not really a person.
Wow.
Yeah, but
I don't really have a problem.
But you
when
advocate for
people are
dogs,
sad about it.
Lactoid.
When I feel like the person being dogpiled doesn't really have like the chops to like withstand the dogpile, right? They don't really know what they're talking about. They're not really that confident, but they're still trying to argue, and they're just not very good at it. So it just becomes embarrassing for them. That's when I have a problem with it. But I think with everybody here, you're all very intelligent people.
You
So
also volunteered to be in this.
I
Well,
don't
apparently I'm
think
not a
it should be
person,
dogpiled
so
on
I'm
you. Yeah, sorry, I misspoke.
You're a socialite.
somewhat
That's
intelligent
because
entity.
your property, your mother owns you.
Can I respond to something that Doobie said a while ago?
No, you cannot.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I guess only people can talk.
I'm just playing.
So, Doobie, you brought up before. Kind of, I've heard this before. Of like, well, when the right wing's in power, they're also censorious. Look in the '90s. Look in the '80s. Moral Panic, Marilyn Manson, et cetera, et
We need to
cetera.
bring back, by the way.
Okay.
Listen,
So
hold on, Lactoid. Before you continue, there was a song recently released called "You're Not Even the Shit, You Are the Fart," and that was by a serious artist.
based.
We need to bring back censorship.
No.
Fuck that.
I'm
I'm gonna go
that's
to a Ice Spice concert and throw a fucking brick at that lady.
that's
That is
no. That's a genuinely brilliant title.
Yeah,
I think it's really good. I've never even heard.
Counterpoint's just hate SARS. It's like a modern day Hitler.
I haven't heard the song, but what I wanted to say, Doobie, is again based on the self-reported stats that I'm seeing, based on the behavior that I'm seeing expressed, based on when we're talking about how people are affected in colleges, right? Like this seems to be a problem with the left right now, at the very least. Could there be a universe? Was there a universe in which this was opposed? This was different. Well, maybe there's different fields in which the right wing is more censorious. It's possible. I think generally they're going to be less so. But there are certain circumstances in which the right wing is more censorious. When it comes to bans on burning the flag, for example, that's something that right wingers consistently are worse on than left wingers. And so I guess
all mid-century anti-communism is like wild.
Well, we can talk about that. That's a different question, right? Because what is it? The contradiction of ultimate tolerance, or whatever, when it comes to communists, right? Anyway, but Doobie, I wanted to just say, like, yeah, in the areas in which right wingers are a problem, we should criticize them too. But in this field, we can't just give like the left wing a pass and say, well, when you do it, you're just doing what people do. You're just doing what the right wing would do if they were in your position anyway. No, like if you are in a position of power and then you exert that power unjustly, you get the criticism. Just like if you're in a position of power and you do something good, you get the praise, right? Oh, look, you completed all this, accomplished all this shit.
I'm not saying they should get a pass because they're doing what the right wing would do. I'm saying it's bad when either party does it, right? And either side.
And the left wing's doing it now.
We should come up with unbiased, some kind of like rule, right? Maybe like the fairness doctrine, or some version of this for academia, maybe even for television again, right? Something that prohibits censorship of this kind, right? But from either party or either side. Because I think if you were to do the thing that Connor was suggesting, which is really encouraging conservatives to re-engage and really stick to academia and say, hey, fuck you guys, I'm a conservative, I'm going to be a professor too, I'm going to influence these young minds like the communists were like 10 years ago. I think that's one way to start dealing with this issue. But I think long term, if you don't deal with the problem of censor, of their ability to censor in the first place, or their ability to exert this kind of influence over the people, both working in the field and going into this institutions as students, you're just going to, in 50 years, we might have a problem on the other side. You might have the issue of conservatives over censoring.
Yeah, Doobie, this is fair.
To focus less on the left is doing this right now, and just say, hey, this is a problem. When a certain ideology is dominant, people tend to be censored. So let's come up with
but there's other concerns at play though, Doobie, right? Because like you're talking now about legislation, perhaps there's people on the panel, I don't know who, but let's say they're kind of opposed to the idea of government intervention when it comes to like certain social spaces, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe some people are against the government passing these laws in the first place due to like other kind of principled reasons, right? So I'm not. I don't know if I'm with you in terms of what policy you would have in mind. But at the very least, like I'm with you on the kind of cultural criticism aspect where I feel very comfortable criticizing people who are going to be like censorious in their kind of personal lives. But like, let's not pretend here that again, it's not just college campuses. It's the social media that we're on right now, right? Twitch is overwhelmingly censorious on like in a left-oriented way. It's going to be that way on Facebook. It was that way on Twitter. Arguably, I don't, it's kind of become a little bit more of a wash now. It's going to be that way on Discord now, right? You can't even make fun of somebody if they're too big. You can't make fun of somebody if they're too poor. Like the level of fucking, going far is getting pretty wild. And on Twitch, I want to point this out. Corey, you talked about how, we're allowed to have the trans discussion, but you have to admit we are allowed to have the trans discussion. We're allowed to like raise the points that Twitch allows us to raise. And there's certain arguments that we are not allowed to raise. And there's certain arguments that I have been allowed to raise with other topics that I am not allowed to raise when it comes to the trans issue. I've been able to argue about transracialism with greater freedom than I have been able to argue about transgenderism.
Okay, so obviously I'm not going to entrap you. I'm not going to ask about that, but off stream, I'm curious of what arguments you're not allowed to make on Twitch, because
well, yeah, we'll have to go off stream because I can't say them on Twitch. I'll get in trouble.
I know. I'm not.
Are we getting into like just business and marketing meetings in general?
What I will say is in the Discord.
Guys, we do need to move on. Guys, we got to move on.
Need to get to the spicy topic. Fine, but I just want to say.
Don't we all also know that conservatives kind of have like a weird brain issue where you guys think you're the victims no matter what? Like you guys thought you were the victims of social media, but every single source you ever looked at said that you guys weren't. That it was always in favor of you. Anything short of Twitter moderation, conservatives are like
if I can actually like cut in on like something that's said.
I knew this would be the spicy topic.
Because this is
never gonna happen, Prime.
This is something that I'm actually curious to hear what Counterpoint said, since he said that he went to, I think you said you went to art school for a while. I don't know like what your medium was.
I just did like 15 credits to complete my bachelor's.
Okay, gotcha. I really want to talk about this like in regards, I'm going to circle it back to the question of academia and specifically the question of art. So I know like in my creative writing workshops, I've read a lot of short stories. I've read a lot of badly written drafts of friends' novels, read a lot of poems, and there is something to the idea that like people who like I've met people who are staunch conservatives who come and join these programs and who write. And there is a consistent problem I've noticed that does tend to align with how you align politically. People who tend to be conservative tend to like to write stories that mimic other stories that they've listened to or that they've read in the past. So like one person that like wanted to write a novel that was heavily inspired by Star Wars. What is it? There's only 7 stories in the entire world. That tends to be an idea that fits more with a conservative line of thought. And I think there is something to the idea of being open to new ideas, trying out new things, being willing to be wacky and to breaking out of your shell that frankly, from people that I've seen that want to be writers who are conservatives are less likely to do. At the same time, I think that like being conservative lends you a certain discipline in being able to achieve as an artist that I think like being politically liberal doesn't always allow for. So so that's something, and I just wanted to throw that out there as a possible critique to anybody that is an aspiring artist or an aspiring poet or an aspiring writer, and you join a program and people aren't liking or people are being heavily critical of your work. It's probably a good idea to accept the critique first before believing that the person is simply writing you off because you're a conservative, like trying to make it in an MFA program.
So I just want to say I put a link to the VOD for my very first Prime panel, and I also put a screenshot of the very first comment. It literally says, "I felt bad for Corey for all the interruptions."
Was it written by Prime? That's my question, Corey.
You brought sources.
Well, one of his bot accounts, I'm sure.
Moderator dogpiled you. That's the question.
Very analytical of you, Corey.
I'm glad conservatives got to like get this off y'all's chest, because the idea is always like, oh, liberals do it so and then cry and complain, and like conservatives are having it. Give you an open space. Like, hey, do you feel like things were unfair at university? And here it comes, boys. Like,
yeah, I think you don't get that chance.
But I think it's valid though. Let you have it. You know what I'm saying? It's not even.
No,
like,
it was very emotionally cathartic to get this off my chest. I've had it in the back of my mind for a decade.
Okay.
Maybe
I'm
your
a
hair will
little.
come back.
You guys don't know what it's like to go through life like us.
Socialist?
Corey's he's on point with this. But okay. One, I like now I'm a bit nervous about this VOD. Like I don't know what's on it now. I'm like, what happened? So I was a little nervous about that. Hopefully I acquitted myself pretty well. I imagine what happened is I allowed you to get dogpiled. Like that was like the point. It was like, oh, we got like a factual communist, and everyone else is gonna yell at you. I imagine that's what happened.
I loved it.
Okay, great. I mean, I don't
Like
imagine. I don't
being
know why I would
gang
fight
banged.
against you.
As
I'm a
Corey's gossip.
leftist, so I don't know why I would do that. But
Gotta
okay.
yell
But now I'm nervous. I don't know anymore. Okay. But beyond that, this conversation was like really interesting, like extremely interesting here. You know, I came up with this topic, but like, I mean, I was struggling last night. I was fucking struggling so hard. Some of the topics, it was really bad. And I put this together, and I wasn't sure if this mix of people would take to it, but you guys really did. And I really appreciate our conservative leaning individuals or people who just have a few conservative takes sharing their experiences, because I actually didn't know it was like that bad, right? I've heard conservatives talk about this. Again, like the whole question, right? I've heard conservatives talk about this, but it's been more abstract and it's been more from people who just like to complain, you know. But from these, you're a group of people who I trust. I trust your opinions. I trust your perspective. And you to say that you've had these experiences, it's really unfortunate, and I'm sorry that it happened to you. But it was really enlightening. So I thank every single one of you for that. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, the strongest steel is forged in the hottest fire, so it's all right. We're not asking for this safe space. We're just telling you the facts so y'all know that we were right. We're fighting for it despite being outnumbered.
Strongest fires of the professors giving you a seal your on your paper. Okay, all right. Thanks so much. And everyone, if you've been liking this conversation so far, this was a really great conversation and a few interesting tangents that like I hated interrupting because they were so good. They could have been topics of themselves. In fact, I'm going to reach out to you on see like lactoid counterpoints and synth. Like if you guys want to have a conversation on NATO, like that would be really interesting. But yeah, if you guys found that useful there at home, hit the follow button. Haven't done so yet. Consider supporting the channel, guys. It's March. We're just started with our the March leaderboards, and they have Admiral Gibbs gifting one. MOC Gaming Bot gifting one sub, and my man Bam also gifting one sub. Thank you for support. But we do need your help, guys. It takes a lot to do all this, right? So like help us out so that we can keep providing you with this. So you got an Amazon Prime, says Prime Gaming. Consider using that on this channel at one free sub per month. Here, that's a big help. Bam, thank you for gifting another sub. It's really kind of
First,
you. Now you're number one.
you are all beneath me. You belong.
I mean, it says so on the leaderboards. I mean, leaderboards don't lie there, so I don't know. But yeah, consider supporting us so we can keep providing that. You've got a Prime Gaming, use your Prime sub here, or gift bits. Resubs are also helpful. Also, consider hype chats or super chats here or on YouTube. Someone just gave someone. Okay, look, someone just gave a super chat on YouTube. Corey, all right, no need to criticize me. Sean, $10 Canadian fun bucks, so much appreciated. And they just put like a smiley emoji. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Mama, there goes
Sean.
that man. I see you, Majin. What up, bro?
Majin B Mac, who get the oh no, they didn't get previously, but get the just now the 5 subs. Hey, we're almost to a hype train, so consider helping us out to make that happen. Oh, I think we are doing a hype trip. Okay, Savan, thank you for the 777 bits. Help us get to we're at level 2 hype train because of the Con 5 social margin. Help us get to level 3 hype train. Guys, help support this community so I can do more for you. MOC Gaming Bot. Again, thank you for that sub previously and gifting a sub now to Spaniard. Hey, shout out to Spaniard. We miss Spaniard. 4 minutes left on the clock. Help us make it there. I won't like spend the whole time doing the sub train thing, but yeah, subs to channel, give fits, give subs or hype chats. Also, help out, it'd be really, really appreciated. We could really use the help. I was going to say something else, but I forget what it was. But we'll leave it there. Again, so we have 3 minutes on the clock. Help us get to a level 3 hype train. Okay. Thank you, Nicodemus, for the 200 bits, helping us out. Now we're at 36%. Okay, we have another topic on hand, and we're gonna do that. I thought this was gonna. That was this topic really conservatives in college a lot more spicy than I thought. But yeah, let's see how this will go. Topic 2. March 3rd, yesterday, marked the 33rd anniversary of the police beating of Rodney King. The attack was infamously caught on footage, and the resulting trial of those officers ended in an acquittal, which sparked the LA riots. More than 3 decades later, and in the aftermath of yet another anti police brutality movement, are we in a better place in terms of law enforcement behavior? Have all the protests done anything tangible? Do people still have the same complaints as they did before? Are there any alternatives to modern day policing that are actually viable? And have attempts at reforms made the situation worse in some ways? So yeah, so I saw an article. Well, that wasn't even an article; it's just like a notice. It was like, oh, today in history, of Rodney King, beating, and I mean, uh, I think actually I don't know the age of my audience. I don't know, right? But I think a lot of people who are on the younger side, like didn't experience that. Um, and this was a big fucking deal. It was a big deal, right? Those riots were huge. And that was like a global story. Watching this meltdown happen, and it wasn't the first time. Like riots based on this type of situation. But LA riots, man, that's stuck in a lot of people's minds, and the racial politics around that, and the response, and all that, right? But it stemmed from the Rodney King beating, right? And Rodney King is a interesting person. Oh, thank you. Oh my God, I'll get to the
all this.
we're, we're gonna get to the hype train in a second. But yeah, this was huge. This was huge. And so I want to talk about that in terms of, and not only like that moment in time, because I'm not sure again how many of you guys remember this or like looked into it afterwards at the very least, right? But policing, have we moved on? And have we like gotten in a better place, or is it literally just static since then? So before I go to Lactoid, hey, thank you, Change Box. Thank you for the 10 subs, really kind of you. 17 in total, really, really kind of you. Thank you so much for that support. Change Box, Razor Sharp Gaming coming in with a hot 10 subs. Hey, really, really kind of you. We're at level 4. We blew past level 3 while I was talking. We're at level 4. Hype train 32% done. 68% left. Can we get to a level 5 hype train? We haven't done one in a very long time, so consider helping us out. Subs to channel, give bits or give subs. Thanks so much. Okay. Let's go to Lactoid to get us started. And guys, let's keep it quick so we can actually get to the topic now.
All right, I'll try to keep it quick. So generally speaking, I don't think anybody here is going to take the position of like, yeah, police brutality. I think everybody dislikes the idea of unjustified cop killings or unjustified beating up of people, et cetera, et cetera. But I also think that it's important that we recognize that there's a lot of misconceptions. This is my analytical brain coming out. There's a lot of misconceptions about how people see police violence, right? So there's one study that looked at these perceptions. It's from 2019. And the question is, how many unarmed black men are killed by the police in 2019? And more than half of people who rate themselves as very liberal believe that it's about 1,000 or more. About 20% of people who identify as very liberal put it as 10,000 or more. Every single political persuasion overestimates it by an order of magnitude. The actual number is between 13 and 27. So every single political persuasion, whether it be very liberal, liberals, moderates, conservatives, very conservatives, everybody dramatically overrepresents or has in their head has a misunderstanding about how many unarmed black men are actually killed. And also, every single political persuasion believes that a higher percent of people who are killed by police are black, when in reality, it's the percentage is actually much lower. So the political persuasion that believes that has the lowest percentage of people killed by the police being black is conservatives. They believe 37.8% of people who are killed by police are black. The real number is 26.7. For among people who are very liberal, 60%. They believe 60% of people who are killed by police are black. So, I mean, obviously, people are under a dramatic misunderstanding and have been really, I think, lied to by mass media about the scale of this problem, when in reality the problem is much smaller. So it's like, yeah, is it always a bad thing when people die? For sure, but police brutality against black people just statistically is not nearly as big of a deal as people think it is.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I just gotta stop for a second. Thank you to my very, very kind friend Doobie. Real hero. 20 subs to the channel. Really kind. 741 lifetime subs to this community. Doobie's been a real one, as always, and I really appreciate him. He's a really kind friend. Changebox. I don't remember you from before, but I'd like to get to know you. Thank you for the another 10 subs. Really kind of you as well. 27 subs. Then you gave another one after that because you wanted to fuck over Doobie. And then Bam gave 10 subs. Really, really kind of you. Thank you so much. And then Changebox gave a sub to Crystal, clearly Crystal Clear. It was another person we miss having her around. Razor Sharp Gaming. Razor. Oh my God, Razor's like a big roller all of a sudden today. Razor, Razor, what are you doing? Thank you, Razor. Really, really kind of you for the support. 20 subs. That's awfully, awfully kind. And we're about to beat our last record, so keep up support. We're almost there. So I don't know what level we are now. But
level 8, I think.
Or level 8. Level 8. Then help us get to level 9, because apparently that will beat our all-time high. That's really, really kind.
Didn't you get like some Kappa ones one time? You like had a number of super level Kappa hype trains that I'd never seen one time, and I thought that was way higher.
That was one time. Yeah. That was one time.
Oh, so you know.
It's not a regular thing. But yeah, guys, if you can keep up support. I'll tell you a little story about this later on, about like what I was feeling before today. Before the stream. Thank you for the change box for 1,000 bits. Like I actually was feeling pretty bad before the stream. Like for the first time, like I've been doing this for 4 years, or going on 4 years. And the first time in 3 years, like my subs dipped below 100, right? For the very first time, I managed to keep it above for 3 years, but like the very first time it dipped below. And it was, I mean, it just kind of just sucked, like it is what it is. But this was kind of like I obviously didn't mention to you all, but like you guys came through and helped me out. That's really, really kind of you. Changebox for 1,000 bits. I don't know, Gibbs, thank you for another sub. I was just kind of like bummed and just taking that in earlier today.
That's God, boy. It's religion.
Yes, it is. Thank you,
He's looking out for you, man.
For the kindness of 10 subs. Respect. Hey, thank you for respect, a long time member of this community, right? I think one of the founders badges. Thank you for
we're so close.
10
At this
subs.
point, somebody's got to do it.
Yeah. Fairy Queen, thank you for continuing your sub that you got from Respect. Hey, that's really kind of you. Thank you for support. And Changebox, you're not even subbed yourself, and you're helping out. Thank you so much. Counterpoints for the 5 subs. Oh, awfully kind. Thank you, everyone.
I don't know how close you were to 100, but I hope we push you over.
Yeah.
Oh, don't play with me.
I went down to 0, so I'll need 100.
Okay.
Actually.
now you beat your record, right?
I don't think you're that lucky, unfortunately.
Yeah. Corey Campbell, thank you for getting a sub. Chloe Crystal Clear says, sorry, Prime. Hurt to unsub after so long, but really needed to cut expenses. Biden, yes, but it's clearly Biden's fault. I have no problem blaming him for that. About to beat your last record. So I'm not.
What?
We haven't beat it yet.
Wait a minute. Okay, now you just
That's what it's.
teasing me.
I didn't make that up. I don't control
yeah,
this.
I made a mistake. That was my bad misinformation. I think you're at level 7 now, but no one take my word for it.
Okay.
No, I think I just saw
Anyway,
level 7. Yep.
yeah. Um, I appreciate it. We're at 1%. This is really kind of you guys. It was a really huge help. If anyone else wants to support, I'd appreciate it. Helping us out to keep all this going.
You know, if you didn't do anything during Black History Month, this is your time to make up for it. You're so close.
It works. I'll take white guilt. White guilt. I don't know. It can touch a monetary value. I'll give. I'll take white
prefer
guilt.
it. This is my favorite. It's got extra zest.
Okay, so I will keep going. 3 minutes left on the clock. Let's see if we can get to the next wherever that is, wherever the next thing is. Thank you for the 69 bits, Starlight. And we'll see how far we go. But thank you so far. Change box for another 1,000 bits. Oh man, you're super kind. Okay. Counterpoints. Give your opening while we're doing all this.
Absolutely. So, one of my very first Reverie Roundtable screaming matches was with Doobie about police brutality, in which I told him to shove a broom up his ass repeatedly, and I got so fucking pissed off at him and Demon Mama that Destiny actually jumped in order to calm us down. So that was like we're reliving Reverie history at this point. But that little bit of nostalgia aside, police brutality is substantively better than it was. I would say that body worn cameras and cell phone videos partially account for this because every police interaction now has the capability of being recorded. As a result, the public is on its best behavior and law enforcement is on its best behavior, which likely reduced, I would say, bad incidents. People who previously denied police brutality get to see it with their own eyes, and as a result, be more passionate about training and high quality training and decent pay and hiring qualified candidates. Whereas, probably 40 years ago, if you didn't see a video or a news story of it, you literally didn't give a shit because it was happening to the poors and the blacks and the Hispanics. So who gives a fuck, right? Then, with I do feel like all of that being said, though, the BLM riots and the politics surrounding that was a squandered opportunity where we had real chance at reform that wasn't capitalized on. And I think that it's going to be back in the next 5 to 10 years as a result. The alternatives that are obvious are building up the communities that are most affected by law enforcement, most affected by the drug war, most affected by poverty, most affected by all of those variables, and trying to minimize the amount of people who choose crime as a vocation through all efforts possible. Community service officers paired with field social workers is an excellent opportunity that I want to see explored more. And then the real opportunity here is not necessarily police brutality. It's rebuilding communities that have been fucked over for a long time, both by changing the culture, but also making sure that people have what they need in order to succeed.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the other 3,000 bits that came in from Changebox. Really, really kind of you. We had less than a minute left on the on the hype train. Yeah, help us. I guess like where that line is where the the record is. So help us break the record if you can. But if not, I do appreciate everyone. Like this was really, really kind. I did not expect it. But I, again, I didn't ask for it, but I really, 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 really appreciate it. Thank you so much, for the support. Let's go to our friend, Corey. 40 seconds left on the clock.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think you deserve 10,000 subs, and if it was in my power to actually give that, I would do that. But unfortunately, maybe one day, I hope to. But yeah, no surprise. I pretty much agree with what Connor just went through. No surprise, like they actually have experience from what I understand in law enforcement, and so I'll just defer to them in terms of the expert. But to give, let's say, my own unique perspective, hopefully, it's like, yeah, the with body cams and all that stuff, and essentially sort of increase, sort of surveillance or scrutiny on police, I think has largely been, let's say, having an effect. And I think that's reflected from what I can tell from like the polling data in terms of surveying public opinion in regards to police. And like from what I can tell from the data, that public opinion is pretty much almost at an all-time low. I think it was actually kind of truly all-time low. No surprise around George Floyd, but it still seems to hover around there. Where about like half from numbers that I see have essentially like an unfavorable opinion, or it's like split down the middle, basically half in favor, other half have an unfavorable opinion. And like, yeah, I think that is largely driven by pretty much people seeing how some of these police encounters actually occur. Not only seeing, but also them being exposed, or how willing police are to lie on their own police reports, where they'll say one thing, this is how the encounter occurred, and this I think played out in Rodney King. Like, yeah, it was largely a non-violent altercation. Then we can actually see the police footage, and I hope that that happens more. Where I think there's a growing movement where, at least I don't know for sure, but I don't know if it's like, let's say, official police policy across the United States where every police officer needs to wear a body cam. But I hope it like moves in that direction. Same thing with Canada, and to have data also, as in like I want to be data driven, where pretty much seeing how pretty much police body cams have an effect on policing. Not only policing effect on the public, but also policing behavior themselves. Because like, yeah, we should ask the question in terms of, like, there is a question to be asked in terms of whether actually having police body cams are an actual good thing that is backed in empirical evidence. And I want to see that at some point. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Hype train is over. But like, this was amazing. Thank you so much. Change box, like, I don't remember your name. You were previously subbed. But I'll remember it now. Thank you for 52 subs out of nowhere, for just being super kind. Oh, also, was it 4,000 bits? Thank you, thank you. I don't, you were really super kind to me, and it meant a lot. So for the yeah. Razor Sharp Gaming, a real one who's been in support of the channel for quite a while. 30 subs. Doobie, he's been here forever, literally forever. 700 over 700 plus subs. Over the lifetime. So thank you for the 20 subs today. Bam, also been given a lot, over 100. Bam, thank you for the 12 subs.
Don't say it like that. Like over
Oh, I mean
100.
after Doobie?
Yeah, he was like, so he's like over 100. Like,
Oh,
it's
no,
fine.
over
It's cool.
no, I mean over
Yeah.
100. I
Yeah,
mean, like,
I'm just playing.
fanfare.
You
Like,
good.
it's
I'm
just
brilliant, bro.
respect. One of the people got a founder's badge for, I believe, right, for 10 subs. Thank you so much. Maji B Mac, real one, also supporting us from Abe, 5 subs. Counterpoints, long time supporter here for 5 subs. MLC Gaming Bot, thank you, 3 subs. Admiral Gibbs, 2 subs. Craig Campbell, 1 sub. Fairy Queen, for resubbing. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you all, anyone who contributed. That was awfully, awfully, awfully kind of you. And we got another super chat from Sean. No, that's not from Sean. From Chase. Oh, excuse me, Chase. Thank you, Chase, for the $10 10 American dollars, real dollars. Thank you so much. So I really appreciate
None of that
that.
maple crap.
None of that maple crap. All right, covered in eagle shit. All right, so let's go. Continue on to our friends.
Are we not going to be through openings by 10 o'clock? I don't think there's a
I
chance.
might. It's just like, yeah, there's no way. I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah, with the I mean, if the question is has BLM been effective, the answer should be inarguably yes. There's just like objectively, there's been a 20% decrease in places with since the start of BLM back in 2013. There's been a 20% decrease in places where you saw those protests, where you saw protests that were done either in relation to BLM or done by BLM. You see that 20% overall decrease, and this is because of the fact that in those locations you also see higher rates of adopting things like body cams. So you did see that. You saw that it was effective. It did drive down police killings. It did have a direct causal relationship to solving violent crime in those areas as well, because those individuals you didn't have to go for the under policing strategy, because as we all understand that the more police you have in an area, the lower the crime is, at least both in correlation and in terms of the causation there. The approach to an alternative to modern day policing that ends up working isn't going to be to pull out some kind of the supervising force in that area. You have to have something that can come in to replace that. And the alternatives that end up making sense and working are not community policing, but instead so having a more robust funding of social services in those areas, so you can reduce overall violent crime rate, and also one massive issue. in the US, we're very special in one regard, right? Which is that we spend a whole lot of money on prisons. We're one of the few countries in the first world who spends more on prison than on policing. If you want to have some method of solving these issues, it's better to target specifically the level of crime caused as opposed to going over and trying to abolish police. But if you want to reduce policing in areas, you just need to have some kind of thing that you're replacing it with. And then it works fine. You can reduce policing. You just have to have an alternative that's in place instead. And it can't be random militiamen walking around as like neighborhood watch or something. You have to have individuals who are professionals. Those end up being people who work in the social services.
Thank you so much. Let's go to FQ.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to agree with mostly everything that Synth has said. So a couple of points to make regarding, I know like Synth mentioned BLM. I don't know if any of Corey or Counterpoints or Lactoid mentioned it, but I feel it bears mentioning considering the example was Rodney King. So this is a data point that might be interesting to get into. This is published, this is Pew Research, June 14th, 2023. So this is almost brand new. This was last year, last summer. And what we know is that support for the Black Lives Matter movement is down. It's down from the year previously. So if you look at August of 2017, the support for it was at 55% and opposition was at 34%. Now in June of 2020, that raised to 67% for those who supported it, and there were 31% of people who opposed it. And that number has dropped down to 51% of people support it and 46% of people oppose it. That means that more people oppose or are critical of BLM today than they would have been like in August 2017. This was prior to George Floyd. So I think that's significant. We can get into and we can discuss why that is. The study does show that there does appear to be a racial divide on perceptions of BLM. So we can go over and it's specific, but basically it says what it shows is that white Americans are more likely to view it as divisive, and Black Americans and Asian Americans are more likely to view it as a net positive. So that's a data point that I'm curious to ask about and to get into. But a couple of things. Number one, what Synth has said before regarding police reform and regarding use of social services, it seems to be true. There's an article in Forbes magazine that specifically talks about Eugene, Oregon. And there's an example there. There's a program that's called Cahoots. And they specifically use, according to this, with an annual budget of $2 million, the program saves Eugene $14 million annually in ambulance trips and emergency room costs, plus an estimated $8.5 million in public safety costs, and has successfully diverted thousands from the criminal legal system. And this is the piece of it that convinced me, because what I have been critical of before is, okay, you have a service, you have a system where a social worker goes to your front door as opposed to a police officer. And the question then becomes, well, is the social worker more likely to going to have to pick up the phone and call the police officer anyway when they go to the front door? And according to what I'm reading here, it says here of the estimated 17,700 calls Cahoots responded in 2019, teams requested police backup only 311 times. That means, at least according to this example anyway, that when a system was put into place where a social worker walked to the front door, that in fact it didn't seem, they were less likely, they didn't call the police to back them up nearly as much as I would have thought. So I do think that police reform seems to have worked, and this does seem to be an appropriate measure. Then there's a third question, which is a genuine question, which is, has the rate of overall police brutality, and by that I mean police killings, has it risen over time or has it dropped over time? Because I've seen inconsistent reports. Some statistics that I've seen show that like the rates of cops killing people has actually risen since 1996 all the way up to 2019. And then I've seen some stats that have actually shown that it has like a mediocre drop. This was an article in Fox that showed that there was a drop from about 2016 to about 2019. It was mediocre, but it did show us a slight drop. So I'm curious to see if like anybody else has seen anything similarly in their research for tonight. But generally speaking, what Synth said also regarding like police brutality lowering specifically for Black Americans in areas where protests against police violence has happened, that also seems to bear out. That also seems to be backed up by evidence. I found like numerous reports that showed that I didn't find the 20% figure, but I did see a 10 to 15% figure of reduction in violent and police brutality against Black Americans in cities in which these protests were carried out. So all in all, I agree with Synth, but I also have some questions.
Okay, Gibbs, please. Friend, we can't hear you.
Mike.
My bad. I'm sorry about that. I was over coughing up. All right. Anyway, so have all protests done anything tangible? I'm going to start there. Yes, they absolutely have. They definitely had a drastic impact on policing nationwide. Um, we've had everything from defund the police, et cetera, which leads into my do they still have the same complaints as they did before? I believe yes, to some extent. The people that think the police were too aggressive before are still complaining they're still aggressive before. However, that's also led to new complaints as crime has risen higher and higher in some areas, especially in some of these areas that have had the defunding police. Um, that also brings me to like the other question, which is, are we in a better place as far as law enforcement? No, I mean I don't know if we could say better. I know we definitely seem to be in a different place than we were before. Police seem to be more on edge than ever before. Every incident is now recorded from every small angle. For example, just a couple weeks ago or a week ago, we had the guy shooting at the car because the acorns falling on it. And yeah, now that's real dumb. That's real bad. Everybody wants to make fun and meme of that. But is that like an incident? Is that like an outlier incident, or is this a like tangible statistical thing that we can track? I don't know. I don't have the stats to back that up. But I do know that now every decision a cop makes seems to be on the edge, right? Seems to be like and under a microscope. Um, as far as the last two parts of this, are there any alternatives to monitoring police that are actually viable? And are there any forms that situation have these reforms made it worse? I think that I don't know about alternatives. I think there are definitely reforms that can be made. I think modern policing, for the most part, has been somewhat effective, especially with some of the changes we've implemented, like the body cams and requiring more mental health checkups as well as screenings. Sure, so I do think some reforms are possible. I think the current reforms that society has made seem to have made it much worse, as evidenced, like I said earlier, by some of these areas that have had the defund the police movement having rampant crime to the point that it's become a national talking point, and it's actually affected things so much so economically that major stores are having to leave areas. Which, of course, when a storefront leaves an area, actually generates more crime. So, yeah, overall, I think the reforms that have currently been made have been wrong and have been bad, and they've had a negative impact on society and policing as a whole. However, are there reforms that I think that can be done as far as policing? Sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sean, for the $5 Canadian. Says this money is covered in maple shit. Okay, agreed. As long as we're on the same page. Thank you so much. Okay, let's go to our friend DB.
So first off, Rodney King deserved it, actually. And I think that whole case is bullshit. I think he shouldn't have been beaten for what he did, and he was obviously resisting, so fuck him. Now that aside, yeah, I mean, obviously, I think that the BLM had a. I'm gonna regurgitate what everybody else said. I agree with Connor the most. Okay, unfortunately.
Fuck me.
Actually, Connor, I have something for you. Okay, to mark this moment in history.
And here you go, Doobie. This is why you can go fuck yourself with a broom.
Do you recognize that beautiful man?
I recognize that young man's voice. He had so much less white hair in his beard.
Beautiful.
I hope that's a part of my blackmail folder. I hope you've just been like getting audio clips for like a half decade, and you're like, when Connor fucks up, I'm gonna destroy his life. That's great.
Let's go to our friend Bam, please.
Yeah. I literally thought I was gonna get through everyone without having to even bring up like the Rodney King thing. But then I should have knew I could rely on Doobie. Yeah, I was about to say Rodney King was pulled over for speeding. Absolutely thing, sure. Actually, it was after there was speeding, and then it ended up turning into a car chase. I'll be honest about the circumstances that led to it. Absolutely a thing. He was told to get out the car. The two friends got out the car. He was combative, sure. He eventually did get out the car. He got on his knees, and they were like, on your belly. Didn't get on his belly, so they tased him 3 times and hit him in the back of the head with a baton 56 times. Um, they he had a number of contusions. There was like 25 police officers on scene that would absolutely have been able to contain him and put him in handcuffs, but they didn't decide to. They decided to beat him in the head with batons for 89 seconds straight. That I don't understand how that was a justified beating. He never put his hands on anyone involved in the situation, but cool. Something else that gets lost in the LA riots is also Oh crap. Latasha Hollins. A lot in the. I mean, yeah, Latasha Harlins in her case involving the storefront where she was just 13 days later shot in the back of the head for trying to purchase orange juice. Um, and then the cases actually the court cases involving the LA riots were actually really close. I think her court case was like the April 21st or 22nd of 1992, and then the Rodney King case was like April 29th. So this was like Rodney King case gets the big name for the responsibility of starting off the LA riots, but it was definitely a bubbling underbelly of a number of problems, and I just wanted to mature in the case too. As far as changes that police has made throughout the years, I think one of the big things, like that everyone else has spoken to, is the reality of body cams. I think that's I think that while not perfect, it's massively beneficial to have information on what's actually happening and not having to take someone's word for it. Something else that's not a federal, well, not a thing. Well, I mean, none of this would be federal, but not a thing across the board. But something that seems to be increasing is actually whenever a police officer uses violence, having to report to a third party in the state. A lot of cases for decades were and still in a lot of states are handled in house. Like, oh, okay, you use violence. How did you justify it? Explain to me other cop, and that becomes the end of the situation on whether I think it was an okay situation or not. Now, a lot of states have required that whenever violence was necessary, you have to fill out a legitimate report and send it off to a third party to examine. And I think that that's beneficial in holding people accountable. Again, we still have a ways to go, but they're policing. I think policing has improved. The last thing I'll say is um, because I think there's an issue of police officers not I guess, well, I wouldn't call it an issue maybe, but police officers aren't exposed to violence to often in the field maybe just because we have less overall violence and less overall crime in our society, violent crime in our society. So police who do run into these situations seem to not know how to manage or de-escalate that violence. Like um everyone knows that crime peaked in the 90s, but the amount of crime leading to shootings, leading to police homicides, justified or unjustified, just police homicides, was actually lower than it is now. That um, violent crime is hitting, like is historically low. And like I said, there's a number of things you could equate that to, like according to the specific situation. But one of the things that people seem to believe is a factor is the idea that, like, oh, okay, like police officers aren't dealing with violent crime on a regular. So when it does happen, the one time in their career from buddy cop, the answer is just put the guy down. Um, and yeah.
So everything DM said about the Rodney King case was bullshit. By the way, it's all a lie.
Oh,
He wasn't
everything I
hit
said
behind
was
50
statistically
He
accurate.
was not hit behind. Okay, Google it. He was not hit behind that 56 times. If that happened, he'd be dead. Right? He wasn't even hit 56 times. It was
He
33
wasn't.
times total. Most of that was the back of his legs. You can Google it.
Obviously, you can Google this.
He did. You can Google it. You can. He actually did charge one of the officers, which is why they started beating on him. Right?
No,
when the video starts, he's on the floor because he's been tased, and then he gets up and he charges one of the officers, and that's when they start beating on him. And this is after him drunk driving on the freeway, getting up into a residential area and speeding up to 80 miles an hour in a residential area. Fuck this guy. I don't know why you're defending this. Like obviously.
What? Look, dude, I don't think any of the things that you just claimed about what Rodney King did would any of those would justify a death sentence.
If he's resisting officers, and he was resisting officers, he deserves to get his ass
At
kicked.
time 56, he was still resisting.
There was 25 officers.
Oh my god. Okay, listen.
When he was beaten from the 25th time, he was still resisting it.
Yeah, he was still resisting. Watch the video. He's trying to get up.
I'm a dual fanatic.
Genuinely
If y'all
trying to get up. Jesus.
What the cops got to say?
We want to get spicy.
Okay, all right. So,
we want
all right, we're gonna get counterpoints. Counterpoints is a former cop. Keep that in mind. Lactoid. And we'll go afterwards. Yeah.
Listen, all right. If y'all want to debate whether or not Rodney King individually deserved to get his fucking ass kicked for the next 20 minutes, we can do that. However, what I would urge you, if we were focusing on productivity, which I'm not saying that we're doing, this is a Reverie Roundtable after all, it's going to get a little blood sportsy, right? However, what I would say is that somebody said this in my comments before we even started the conversation. Cops need to know how to grapple. Punching someone in the face 33 times or 50 times does not get them into handcuffs. Hitting them in the back of the legs with a baton 33 times or 56 times does not put them in handcuffs. What you can do is use joint manipulation in order to get somebody in handcuffs. I wrestled somebody who was high on methamphetamine and acid at the same time. It is possible to overcome people who are high as fuck if you know how to do it right. Beating someone like that is not the right way to do it, even if you deserve the ass whooping.
You were
I'll
able
let
to
you go
overcome a guy who was high on meth and also his third eye was open?
Yes, it was
That's
one of
crazy.
the most horrifying experiences of my life. And on top of that, when we were driving to the jail, my adrenaline was through the fucking roof. While we were driving to the
I
jail,
fucking imagine
he was
now.
handcuffed in my car behind me, and he was in the cage, and he was like 6 inches behind my ear, and he was going while I'm driving him to jail. It was
Jesus.
the most terrifying shit of my fucking life. And on top of that,
Sounds
when we
fun.
got to the jail, he was still handcuffed. He fought 4 corrections officers, and he was fucking winning. They pinned him up against the cinder block wall. He put his legs up against the wall, and he did a fucking leg press against 4 corrections officers, and he was winning with his leg press against 4 corrections officers. It's the most insane shit of my fucking life. I'll tell you all the whole story another time.
But no, I agree
I
with Counterpoint's
mean,
proposal. Yeah,
that's
teaching cops BJJ would definitely reduce the rate at which like
Grappling
people
Sure,
are killed.
wildly important.
Yeah.
I mean, I would argue
Uh,
in that situation they should just shoot him, but that's just me personally.
Oh, is your answer
He didn't have a
everything?
gun.
Well, if
Drone
they had
bomb
drone
them.
strikes back then, you would have.
Yeah,
You
just
would have
that's when you plant it.
asked for
Come on.
that. We'll go to Lactoid, and then we'll go to Corey.
Okay, so I know you all want to jump on Doobie about the Rodney King thing. And is it a good idea for cops to be, ninjas? Sure. I think that'd be kind of cool, right?
Ninjas?
But
There's 25 cops on scene.
no. I'm talking about what Counterpoint said, like where
Oh, okay.
we teach them like the skills, martial arts. They're all badasses. That'd be dope as well.
A particular set of
But
skills.
a particular
High
set of
school
skills.
wrestling would be better than what we're doing right now.
Sure.
Sorry.
I sometimes I see cops in the shape that cops are in, and I don't disagree. Right. I would like cops to be a little bit more physically capable sometimes, but to me, there's only really 2 questions that matter, which is this problem really as big of a problem as we think it is, and are the solutions to this problem effective? And I presented some evidence that I would argue, and I've got more on this as well. I think the problem is absolutely overstated, right? In terms of, I think by definition, it's overstated. Everybody in America thinks that police brutality, especially against Black people, is way bigger of a problem than it actually is, based on just what I've been able to find. Now, the data is difficult to get a hold of when you start like going down the ladder of like no longer fatal shit, and they like just like minor violence. But in terms of fatal shit, the most important thing, from what I've been able to find, it seems to be dramatically overstated. The other question is what we're doing effective? Now, Synth, I want to ask you about the data that you're talking about, because the data that data I've been able to find, and I'm empirically minded about this. So if you have something that I haven't seen, I will change my mind on this because I got no loyalty to the cops. But the data I've been able to find would indicate that in the areas that had BLM protests, you did see a 10 to 15% drop in police killings. But you also saw in those areas a corresponding rise in crime, violent crime, and property crime. And in fact, the rise in homicides alone like more than made up for any lives saved from the police killings by like a significant margin. Like I think like 11% increase in homicide roughly in those areas compared to areas that did not have BLM protests. So I'm skeptical as to the efficacy here of the BLM movement, and I'm also skeptical as to their message of this even being a big problem to begin with.
Yeah, I think there's this issue here of like, do people do people overestimate the issue, and is it an issue? The answer is yes to both, right? It's both an issue and also people wildly overestimate it. And if you're doing effective advocacy, one of the unfortunate downsides is every single time if you've done a good job at the advocacy, people will overestimate the issue. Same is true for any area that you go to. If you've like convinced people to change their mind, this is a big problem, they'll overestimate it. But it's really what is actually really, really important about this is that it isn't along racial lines. That's a crucial data point that I think we're kind of ignoring. The Black Lives Matter movement, even though there's ways in which they've been effective, pushing the idea that this is a specifically Black issue has certainly been like a shot in the foot. Because not only is it not specifically a Black issue, it's also the kind of thing which is very clearly going to be correlated primarily in the lines of poverty, right? If you're worried about being shot by the police, the one reason that would be rational is if you grew up poor. There are a lot of Black people who grew up poor, but if you control for that factors, if you control for the factor that like there's going to be more police encounters among Black people than white people, you see controlling for that, yes, you have a much, much higher rate of a police killing towards a white person, towards a black person, but that's controlling for that factor. What's important to keep in mind is, yeah, there is a specific subset of the population who's more likely to be poor. The reasons for that is because of historical racism, right? It's kind of clear as day. If your great-great-grandparent didn't own any property and they were owned as property, then it's going to be really hard for you to be wealthy.
So two things.
But no, even if you control for all of those things, you still black people are still shot more.
Well,
now again, that doesn't mean the size of the problem. Though.
Well, I want to actually
not more black people are shot. I'm saying at a higher rate.
Well, hold on. I want to agree partially with what Bam said. So first of all, I mean, the fact you're talking about, kind of complimenting how effective this advocacy has been because people overestimate the problem. And I don't necessarily disagree that they're not doing their jobs. Clearly, they're doing their jobs because they've convinced most of America. But in terms of like looking at solutions, if the problem is overstated, that should, as rational people here, that should probably affect our position on what kind of solutions we want to implement and whether those solutions are going to be overkill if the problem is not nearly as big as we think it is. I mean, the second thing when you're talking about poverty, this is a whole fucking rabbit hole. But there's a number of studies that I've seen where even controlling for economic status, black people come into contact with the police far more often than white people, and so. Is it going to be a poverty issue? Well, yes, of course, because poverty is independently going to be an indicator of like an increased risk of crime, right? But race is too, and that's like in America, in the American context, race is always going to be relevant when it comes to police interaction, as long as there is a difference in crime.
You have to keep in mind that those if you're controlling for poverty and still seeing the higher rate of police encounter among black people, what is the reason for that? Well, the reason for that ends up being because of historic poverty. It ends up being because they're in neighborhoods that are more oftentimes poor. Even rich people can oftentimes be in a poor neighborhood if all of their family members are also in that poor neighborhood. If all of their family members and all the friends they grew up with are in that poor neighborhood. So you're more likely to be in those poor neighborhoods, even if you're a rich black person, than if you're an equally rich white person. You're more likely to be in a richer, wealthier neighborhood.
I've heard this argument. The problem is the difference is pretty fucking stark. So there was, it's off the top of my head. I will find the stat and post it. But I think it was like it was the policy, the prison policy project, or some one of these projects, and a son of two black parents who's in the top 1% of income earners has the same chance of being arrested as the white son of parents making $36,000 a year. But
to see the starkness, you want to see what are those rates. Not just is the rate, like the distribution could be skewed enough so that those rates are almost no difference at all. What matters is what's the actual rate.
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
I mean, what is the rate at which that person's going to have a police encounter? Like, what's the per 100,000 people in that group? How many of them have had police encounters?
No.
And does that go?
Well, that speaks to Lactoid's point of like how big of an issue is it? I don't know if that.
Oh no, I agree with Lactoid's point that it's not as big of an issue as people make it out to be. That's not a point that we're disputing, right? I totally agree. Yeah, people make it into a very big issue. It's actually relatively small. They do it with most things, though, right? Like if you take a look at people's estimations on how many homicides there are, they'll overestimate that. It's only about 26,000 a year.
Or trans people there are, right?
Or I mean, with trans people, usually people's estimations is too low.
Well, no, I'm referencing. I think it was Matt Walsh who estimated like 20% of
millions. Of
the trans kids.
Yeah.
Millions
of them. Yeah. I was making fun of that. But I guess Bam's point is, I think that it's being overestimated. But like, I'll post it. Maybe this can, again, add clarity. But I mean, when you see such a dramatic difference, where I mean. Race is a better predictor of if you're going to be arrested than socioeconomic status. In terms, again, in America, right? And I can send this to you. In terms of
hold on, not then socioeconomic status, just then economic status. Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, it's economic status, but also a number of other measurements as well, like years of education, access to healthcare, access to facilities, et cetera, et cetera. Like there's studies that go into all that.
Yeah, I agree. If you just look at each independent one of these, then yes, you'll see that the individuals are going to be. It's going to be a correlation between crime and race, regardless, right? But the point being, if you control out not just for the economic factors they're currently in, but also historical economic factors, well, now it does go away. Now you do actually see it going away.
Well, how do you control? I haven't seen any study that control. How do you control for like that kind of economic factors?
It ends up getting really, really difficult. But some of the methods you have to identify basically whatever variables that's going to be. That's going to be dependent on those factors. So things like which neighborhood you're living in and so on. Those are going to be huge aspects there. It's a really, really complicated way of. It's a really, really complicated thing to do if you want to actually figure out do historical economic factors also play in here? But there are studies that control for it. There are studies that use synthetic controls to control for it, and
If
they're doing a really good job and show that there's not the same kind of disparity you expect. Turns out the disparity is very, very, very small at that point.
out of genuine interest, if you have those studies, and
I
can send to
got
me.
you. I got you. Let me go find it.
So we'll go to Corey, Doobie, and Gibbs. I'll say
I'll go
Bam
10.
also. Okay. I'll say another thing might be an interesting factor, and I someone else to look into it because I don't know. But like we can see voting patterns, like are altered by like when we're talking about the Deep South, like how many slaves were in that district, right? Like if you go back and look at the concentration of African slaves that were there, like the higher it is, like the more conservative, right, and the more like racially segregated. So I'm curious if we like overlap that with arrest rates currently, like will we see spikes in there, if like accounting for that historical discrepancy that Seth was saying. I'm wondering that might be something there as well. But anyway, Corey, Doobie, Gibbs, Bam.
Yeah, I think just a couple of questions. Mostly actually just to maybe understand the issue better. Connor, do you think, in your opinion, because I defer to your expertise, do you think it should essentially, like, at this point, like, be mandatory that pretty much like all cops like wear body cams?
Oh, should have been mandatory probably 5 or 10 years ago, and it should be federally subsidized. Yes.
And I'm curious, again, just to understand better, like, so I understand there are physical requirements to like get into whatever policing. I'm curious, how are those standards upheld? As in, is it mandatory that like every year, like it's pretty much like you have to go through the same test to ensure that you're pretty much sort of to Lactoid's point? Because like whatever, even in Canada, I see cops that it's like you're passing these physical requirements and you're consistently passing them. I'm curious, like how often do you have to
No,
like pass those tests?
you're done after. I would say 90% of the time you're done after your little like boot camp or whatever. So it's like at least in the state of Florida, it was like 13 or 20 weeks or something like that. I forget specifically. Then you have like FTO, which can be up to like 6 months, where you're doing field training, but they're not doing defensive tactics, and they're not doing physical training after boot camp. The only thing that you're doing after that is you're doing ongoing training, which is pretty much like PowerPoints and CPR. And when they say, like, oh, yeah, we talk about deadly force all the time, that is literally like five cops sitting in a room reading the deadly force policy manual together and then hypothetically going through scenarios in which they might have to use deadly force. So no, there's not really ongoing. There's not ongoing training, and partially it's because cops have so much demand on their time, and then two, it's a liability issue. Police departments don't want to injure their cops during training because that takes them off of the road.
Yeah, I can understand that. I would hope that there could be some sort of design of a program where that you're like upholding, like I assume like the
Good,
army
but you got
does
to
it
pay
or the
for it,
yeah,
and nobody wants to
understandable.
pay for it.
And I ask about the body cams because like are you? I sent this story to Lactoid. The story about pretty much like these cops, pretty much a person answered the door. I'm going to post a story in the Discord chat. But like, yeah, basically, this person in their home, they answered the door like with a gun because they didn't know it was the police at the
Oh,
door,
and
and
they
the police
light them
just
up immediately.
yeah, it was in like New Mexico, and it's like
Yeah,
and
there was
I
another
believe
one. They just did that to a black female last week or 2 weeks ago.
and it seems like there was like no charges, and like as far as I can tell, there's like no footage, and it's even just assuming the description is accurate, it's even wild to me to think that like yeah, this like this occurs, and like you can. It seems like just business as usual. That's why like I agree with you that like body cams should probably
Oh,
be like
I
mandatory.
think there needs to be a The Philando Castile is one of the most horrific things that I've ever seen in my entire life. That was a concealed weapons carrier who was basically the cop asked him if he had a gun. He says, "Yeah, I have a concealed weapons permit." He was following the cop's commands, and he still got shot. It was one of the and he died. It was one of the most fucked up things that I've ever heard or seen in my entire life. So yeah, so like cops, bear in mind they're human beings. They get jumpy, they get scared of guns, et cetera, et cetera. However, like I think that there needs to be a massive cultural change when it comes to law enforcement and firearms. Right now, I swear to God, there were some cops that I worked with where even if they were around a legal firearm, you might as well have been like handling a fucking like a viper. Like you might as well have just been like waving a fucking poisonous snake in their face. Whereas I feel like if you like educated cops on basic firearm safety, what's legal, what's not legal, et cetera, you could probably reduce these shootings. And one of the most fucked up things is gun owners getting killed in their own homes when they're answering the door at 2 in the morning. Absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm curious. if this can even be implemented, assuming the research is there, do you think there should maybe potentially some personality profiling or personality filtering of like if you're like jumpy, if we can assess for that, like would you maybe want to see that implemented? I think I know I posed the same question to Lactoid, but I think you probably just want IQ tests as well. So I think that's built in.
They do like psych screenings or whatever, where if you like come through and you're like, yeah, I used to skin bunny rabbits as a kid, like you're not going to be a cop, right? Like they're gonna screen out the psychos. But the problem with the psychos is they can lie. Also, the problem with law enforcement is I know that Bam was talking about how like most cops don't see like wild shit. That's true. I would even say that's like statistically true, like of a healthy chunk of like rural law enforcement. They're only going to see like one crazy thing during a 20-year career. But I would say for like major metro police, they see wild shit all the time. Like all my friends who worked Orange County Sheriff's Office, they would tell me that they were getting into like a foot chase or a vehicle chase once a night. They were pulling their guns on people once a night.
Come on,
And I
you're in
would have to
Florida,
do.
right?
Yeah, I'm in Florida.
Yeah, well then
Um,
okay.
yeah, and then no, but I worked in a quote unquote sleepy town of 15,000, and I was doing one wild thing per week, you know. So and here's the thing: anybody who goes through this is the main point. Anybody who goes through that amount of fucked up shit back to back to back to back to back. I'm just sorry. I don't give a fuck how tough you are mentally. You're gonna have some level of PTSD. Like maybe not PTSD, but like you're gonna have PTS. You're going to be an alcoholic, or you're going to be abrasive, or you're going to be rude, or you're going to be shitty to your family, you're going to be shitty to your friends. Yeah, it's a brutal job. So if you were trying to psych disqualify everybody, you would disqualify the entire profession.
Fair enough. I guess so. A brief follow up. Do you think there should be
Well,
maybe more limits on the hours work? Because I can understand like burnout. I understand that probably would result in like you're limiting how many. You'd have to probably increase just the overall police force to accommodate that. But do you think maybe there should be like more built-in limits of like how much policing you
Corey,
actually do?
all your solutions are great. They all
But you got
cost
to pay.
money.
Yeah, I understand.
Nobody wants to pay for it. I, I,
Yeah.
I think 12-hour shifts are way too long. It should be 8-hour shifts, and it should be 3 8-hour shifts. But the problem is, you literally add more bodies to the road. It costs more. Nobody wants to pay for the retirement, the medical. They don't want to pay for any of that shit.
So instead, they end up paying out the ass
Yeah.
they end up paying out the ass for the prison system, right? Which causes more crime, which ends up being more of an issue. And it
This is
sucks,
where
right? It's like,
defund is actually interesting, because if you did make social investments
yeah,
in
you could
different
you'd have
areas that was then able to
exactly.
reduce law enforcement costs, then it could be a really good thing for society.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we'll go to Doobie, I believe so Doobie, Gibbs, Bam, and then I guess Synth. I will say quickly, well, my first official debate on YouTube, well, like debate panel on YouTube was on this, and I talked about what counterpoints just mentioned about the PTSD that cops are having. Right, I was trying to brainstorm like how can we actually deal with this, like and like be able to cycle people out, like kind of like tours for cops because like it's kind of endless with them, and we don't really recognize that trauma, and now we have a bunch of like really damaged people out there with guns and authority, and not even trying to like blame them as awful people. It's just that when you're damaged, we've seen so much. It's like hard to deal with the next situation, right? Like, and it's easy to get jumpy and trigger happy.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
fine. Sorry, real quick, you're hitting on something really important. The problem is that here's another problem. I think that like instituting like a 4 year on, 1 year off kind of system would be cool, right? You do 4 years on the road, 1 year you're going to do administrative work so you can kind of take like a mental break. But the truth is, different people are different. And so some people, if you take them off the road, that's when they're going to psychologically break,
yeah,
because
I
they're
hate that
actually going
life.
to think about all the fucked up shit that they did for the past 4 years, and they're not going to be able to go back out on the road. And then some people, like once you take them off the road or whatever, they're never going to be able to go back, because again, you took them out of that fucked up environment. So for some people, it would be really good because it would help them like mentally reset. And honestly, I think you're going to emotionally break a lot of motherfuckers that wouldn't have quit as quick as if you take them off the road.
We should probably screen out people who need to. Yeah, but I don't. There's a whole problem. I get it
I'm
because
telling you
it's
that's
recruitment
human
and all those
beings,
things.
though.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
telling you that's human beings. They
I
what
know.
what I would say. I know I'm talking a lot, but out of 20 people that I know, I trust that two of them can be in that environment in perpetuity without having any major efficiency fuck ups because they're psychologically fucked up. I think the remaining 18 of them, they all manifest some level of fucked upness, whether or not it's alcoholism, bad relationships, cheating on their partner, et cetera, et cetera.
Doopy, please.
I think so. The reason I pointed out correctly that Rodney King absolutely deserved the beating is because I think one of the issues that we see with the BLM thing, and I think this is probably one of the reasons it's lost support, in addition to the riots and things like this, is there's like an issue with them latching onto narratives that we saw a lot during that whole movement thing, and a lot of these narratives ended up being false, right? Like BM just did. He presented a false narrative of what happened with Rodney King. Like you saw the same
A
thing
single
with
fact was false.
Mike Brown.
Google it, Mike Brown, with that dude that was shot in the back for no reason apparently. Like there are like we saw many cases throughout that entire period, right, where these people were lifted up. Oh God, here's an example of the police just being evil and wanting to murder a black guy. Then people dig into it a little more, and suddenly it's bullshit. But there's still people out marching on the streets over it, right, pushing the false narrative. So they end up looking like people who don't actually give a fuck about what the reality on the ground, and they're just like ethno centric people who want to protect black people no matter what the fuck they do. And I think that this aspect of the problem, and I think this is one of the issues within the police brutality narrative, within the narrative of like a criminality in the black community, is you need to deal with the normalization of the behavior, the normalization, for example, that we've seen a lot recently of people going out in fucking large groups and robbing stores all over the fucking country. It's just a thing that happens now. Um, I think that one of the failures of BLM was a failure to confront that, right? Confront this part of the culture that drives the increased police presence, that leads to the higher rates of interactions with police. And I think it seems like the BLM and the leaders of whatever movement or organization that was, kind of left that on the table and ran away from it, right? And for a long time, if you were to bring that up or to criticize them on those grounds, the cultural issues, you'd be called a racist. And today, you'd still be called a racist in many circles for saying things like that. Um,
Which is
I
why,
think
Lactoid, we need to bring back conservative censorship so we can get rid of the song. You're not the shit. You're a fart. That's part of what's ailing
God.
the American community.
Yeah,
Ice
Lactoid.
Spice for the
True.
win.
I'm surprised that no one has brought up what happened at Atlanta over the weekend. That was crazy.
What
Um,
happened in Atlanta? Was it more aliens? What was it?
it was. Sorry, I had to. I'm dealing with something in my room, so I had to turn on the camera. But oh, two things before I say that.
You
Hey,
talking
it's
about Six Flags?
11:30. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, we're gonna talk about that. It's 11:30 p.m. Eastern. So we like reached our limit. So, we're in bonus time now. Like you guys were. Oh, let me turn on my camera for a second. Um, you were all extremely supportive. So thank you so much. So I'm gonna stay here, right? So I'll be here. And if anyone else, for as long you guys want to continue this conversation, I think it's super interesting. So I'm still here, but if anyone else needs to leave as part of this group, just let us know and head out.
Can I hit
Um,
outro in 10 minutes?
in 10 minutes, sure, no problem. But okay, yeah, I'm gonna turn my camera off because it's weird with my light on. But anyway, in yeah, in Atlanta, in Six Flags, it was their opening day for the season, and a bunch of teenagers, like hundreds of teenagers, were there. They're saying 500, 600. I'm not sure how reliable those numbers are, but they were there, and it was like a running riot within Six Flags. The cops came and they're like attacking the kids, and no one was safe. And then like they eventually like moved at least a big portion of the crowd outside, and then someone got shot, right? Like because like people were exchanging fire with the cops. It was insane. There were like people getting like stomped, and it was crazy. And it was black teenagers, right? And it was interesting looking at the coverage and like how like they were going to deal with that, and looking at different news sources. And so like, we were talking about this crime and like how do we deal with this? Like I feel like this is like an interesting moment in time. Like um how do we respond to moments like this? Or should it matter? Maybe it shouldn't. Maybe it doesn't matter at all.
Well, I was about to say I
I
don't know
I
about
was going to go
y'all,
after
but
Gibbs.
I have exhaustion on that.
Oh. Okay, Gibbs.
Oh, sorry, my mute. So okay, yeah, I was gonna have a. I want to move to a slightly different part of the prompt if we could, just because I thought I'm surprised it kind of went where it didn't kind of go to this, but so I'm gonna be that guy that points out some issues that we all hate and then have no solutions, just for funsies here. But I want to say that we can look at like kind of some of the reforms that have been done in a lot of these areas, and it's just unequivocally bad, right? We see like San Diego, there are millions and millions of dollars that are being lost. Businesses are pulling up. This isn't even really factoring in some stuff from the BLM riots, like the long-term economic damage to those communities and businesses moving and never coming back and whatnot. And yeah, so I mean, when we want to talk about it, I do think that those movements were very successful with getting an agenda pushed. Right, there was a lot of cities that tried out this defund the police thing, and I want to give them the credit in regards to that. Like they definitely got their message out there, and they definitely, pushed it. It was very like good at getting that accomplished. Right, and this comes back to one of those things like where it's at least we tried something. Right, and I think sometimes it's good whenever even if I don't necessarily agree with the policy, we can see that someone has tried something. And I think this is one of those times where they tried something, they were very successful, and it's just been bad overall. I mean, it's these flaccid stances on policing have enabled the crime. It's become such a big issue that people across the political spectrum have strong opinions on it, and it's one that conservatives talk about a lot. And I think that people across the spectrum are sympathetic to it. And I think
Well,
that's something
what do you think about the
that maybe
idea
is more
that
in the background.
Talking about
because I think that there have
anti-conspiracy.
been a lot of like positive changes, right? That came from the BLM movement. But like I said earlier, I think that they left out part of the equation, and I'm not saying it's the only other part of the equation, but definitely part of the equation is the kind of cultural aspects that lead to the behavior, lead to criminality, right? So, how would you suggest, Admiral Gibbs, that they even approach that topic in a way that doesn't just seem overtly racist?
If I can interrupt,
Yeah, go
thank
for
you
it.
all. It's been a wonderful night. I really loved the conversation, had a lot of fun. You can find me at Fairy Queen's Cottage. Thank you guys. Okay, don't be brutal to each other when I leave. Police brutality only happens in public. Okay, not on stream. Okay, no beating each other up. All right, have a good day, guys.
Have a
Bye.
good one.
Be
Thanks for
well.
joining us. We really appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, continue.
Yeah, sorry, dude. What was your question again? If you don't mind re-asking it.
Okay, how would you, Mr. Admiral Gibbs,
Okay.
suggest that anybody, from the conservative side or the liberal side or whatever,
Okay.
how would you suggest that they approach the issue of the cultural problems that lead to the criminality that continue that have fueled the rise in crime rates, despite the pullback that we've seen within the police forces across the country? Um, how do you address that? How do you even approach that
When you
problem
when
without
you
just being
just one,
overtly
let me ask
racist?
one more clarifying. Okay, so you're saying with the like when you say the cultural problem, what
Yeah.
specifically are you talking about? Like, I mean, I know this is like you said without sounding racist. Is there like an aspect of that you want me to
It's like
kind of
well,
address?
it's like what counterpoints point out, like the
Terrorization
rap
of
music,
gang
right?
I'll give you
culture.
It's what
something
counterpoints
very
say.
specific, right? So
Okay,
something
yeah, give me some just an
extremely
example.
specific. So New York City, right? They keep track of crime rates very well, right? Violent crime and not violent crime, and they break it down by ethnicity and by race. Um, and if I remember correctly, like going back to I think at least 2 decades, right when I was going through this, every year, black and brown people in New York City make up to 90% of the violent crime, anywhere from 75 to 90% in any given year, going back decades, right? And this is despite them having similar levels of poverty to Asians within New York City, right? And within the Asian community, you don't see the very high crime rates within the impoverished Asian community in New York City. So obviously, it's coming from somewhere else. I think it's probably a cultural problem. How do you address that aspect, right? Because I don't
That
think it's
shouldn't
the
get you
case that
there.
But it's not even the thing that's happening. That's the thing on top of it. Like
what,
it's
what, do you mean,
it's.
what do you mean is that happening?
I'm saying that like if you look at like any statistics related to this, like it's a talking point that crime is up, but like crime is like the lowest it's been. Violent crime, property
You're not
crime
listening to
is
me.
at the lowest point it's
Bro,
been since like 1961.
There was a
I mean, but
spike
is
after
it,
2020.
We're at all time lows. Yeah, we
yeah,
had a
and
spike at
but
2020 in the
we're
middle
also
of the
like
pandemic, but
redefining
we're also
violence.
back down as of
hold up.
2023.
I want to make a real point. So, if you take like Hispanic and white Americans and you do their per capita homicide rate per 100,000, it's less than 5, okay? The homicides in the black community are and have been 40. That is like war zone levels of fucking violence. Iraq during 2007 had a violence rate less than what is common in the black community. So saying that it's not happening is just factually not true.
No, I'm
No,
saying
no, there's not
statistically.
an uptrend, right? So
Yeah.
there's like,
You can
just
say
because
it's
there's
not
been a
okay,
consistent,
sure.
well, listen, hold on. If it's not an uptrend, then it'd be really wild to say that there's some like new thing in the culture or something. That's the modern hip hop music. That's the issue.
We don't.
It's
I
nothing
don't
to do
think
with the
Deb-
last
I
20
don't
years.
think Doobie ever said new.
Yes,
No,
he's talking about
he
new.
said
He's
that,
saying
yeah, he
literally
did.
related to BLM
Listen,
is causing
he
this.
said.
No, that's
Yeah,
not what I
sorry,
said.
I'm sorry for
That was
interrupting you,
going
Ben.
back decades.
He said
BLM
absolutely
wasn't
he did.
decades
He
ago.
said nowadays people are robbing stores. He said now they're robbing stores. They've always been robbing stores, dog. This
Yeah,
isn't
but it's
new.
at like a high. It's like at a higher
Yeah,
rate
it's
though.
still
No, it's
bad.
not. That's
People
what
have
I'm
been
saying.
robbing
That's not
stores
true.
for
If
fucking
Doobie-
ever.
wait,
It's not,
hold on,
it's not an
you know
It is
uptrend.
true.
If
It is
Doobie-
true.
Mob
It is.
style like store
If
robberies have been
Doobie
common for
amends his
decades.
statement to say that it goes back decades, let's just take that for granted.
Decades is
will
an
you
understatement.
address what he is asking?
Yeah,
The
I mean,
question he asked
He's
was based on a
saying
false premise. It's a
he's
loaded
saying
question.
that if you look, all right. So hold up. Let me just
it's not.
articulate
It's
it.
not. It's not.
If you can, what he is saying is that there are certain demographics within the United States that have the same economic levels as the Black and Hispanic community. However, the homicide rates, as a correlative indicator of crime, are substantively higher within these communities. You cannot criticize the culture as a white person in Twitch and YouTube politics without being accused of being racist. So, how would you, Admiral Gibbs, I think he asked, address the cultural issues through criticism or feedback or propaganda or whatever to try to reduce the homicides within these communities?
Saying
Or
that there
would you
is an
just
increase.
fuck it,
Listen,
perpetually?
saying that there's a problem. Saying there's a problem because of the fact that you think there's like an uptick or something. That would be
Because of the
nonsense.
bad
And saying
BLM
that you
Listen,
think.
policies.
listen to what
Saying
I'm
that you
saying.
listen to what I'm saying. Listen, you talk a lot, right?
I heard what you
Listen to
said.
anyone else once, right? So I'm telling you that
I listen to you
what
all
we
the time.
actually see is that the groups that you're saying end up like you're saying that poor Asian people commit crimes at lower rates than black people do. Yeah, there are cultural issues. You can identify that. We all do. Every leftist does. Every time somebody mentions that stat, they say, look. Yeah, it's not just the case that you're going to be committing crimes based on your current level of income. You'll also do it based on your history, your family history level of income, based on whether or not your great great grandpa was a slave or not, or whether or not your dad came here. Your dad came here as an immigrant with like disproportionately high levels of income just recently. Those individuals, yeah, I agree. The individuals can have on a individual by individual basis. You can see individuals with very high crime rates very high rates of income committing crimes. But just saying that something like well, there's poor Asian people and they commit crimes less than people who are equally poor and black, right? It's missing the point, which is that the cultural issues are the economic issues. They're the same thing. They're like this.
You just told us how we got here. Okay. How do we get where we want to go?
What we're doing is working. I'm saying crime continues.
Figuring out how we get here are the cultural issues you're talking about. How we get here, you asked, identify the cultural problems. To explain how you can talk about that. The cultural problems are the how we got here.
Okay, hold up. Let me wipe everything clean. Let's just assume, and bam, I heard what you said. Okay, you said that violence has dropped by half since 1990. I appreciate what you said. I understand what you
Even
said.
the 1960s, everything's down.
Well,
Like
no,
we're at
no.
all-time lows.
1960 was less violent than 1990.
Well, I'm just saying all of them. Like I'm saying we're just at all-time lows.
1960 peaked into 1990. 1990 dropped down to 1960. Okay, that's the trend. So I appreciate that we've done good work. Okay, however, what I'm saying right now is I want you to wipe everything out. I want you to listen to this one question. Right now, there's one community that has 8 times the violence of other communities within the United States of America. How do we reduce that violence by a factor of 8 in the next century?
Seems like it's working.
Yeah, like
in the
what
next
you
100
do
years,
is
we can just do what we're doing right now,
It-
and
th-
the black
that's what
homicide
trends will
rate
show us.
Drop down. Will drop down to 5 per 100,000.
That's what trends are showing us.
It'll at least have it'll at least continue to have a reduction in crime because it has been working. So saying like, oh, there's nothing we can do about it. No, clearly it's been working over time. Bam's correct. But the
Like it's
issue
not a
is,
dramatic
if you
shift. Like
want-
there's major community. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, you go. I'm sorry.
Okay, I was gonna say, if you want to address the issue, target it at the root, at the base, the thing that you think causes the cultural issues you're talking about. Those are going to be the economic issues. Make sure that people aren't growing up in poverty or getting pushed off into communities where they're red line. You're slightly racist. I don't know why that's. I don't know why you're slightly racist in the middle of my sentence. Just wait until it's yours. You've talked a lot. I've talked very little. The entire panel. Just let me finish. So I'm telling you. Okay. So I'm telling you that if you want to target these issues and you don't want to, you're worried about like Doobie's saying like looking racist doing it. It's very easy to not look racist doing it. You just have to be correct on what you're targeting. Be correct on what you're targeting, which is the economic issues. Target those.
Okay. But so I'm just going to be slightly racist then, right? What I would say is that if we
You'll get my
solve
Mexican
the
poncho real
economics,
quick.
if we solve the economics and there's still a fucking problem, like where you're double or triple the homicides, then you would have to address another variable. So what I would say is, yeah, sure, let's address the economics. That's the part that we agree on, okay? Make sure that people have good access to education, they have good access to job opportunities, blah 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 blah, right? All the lefty material analysis. Conceded. Now, let's say that the homicide is still triple. How do you criticize the culture? And so what I'm saying is there are parts of hip hop culture, there are parts of quote unquote inner city black culture that I think are toxic and bad.
The hip hop culture,
Can I
nothing
jump
about
in on
hip hop
this?
has
So,
anything to
yeah.
do with this. It's about
so-
it's about the flow
How
of
does
money.
it not
It's
have
not
anything to
about
do with
fucking
it?
hip hop. Hip hop
The
isn't in
glorification
the
of
same way that
criminality
I'm
is
not
a
I'm not
problem.
the shit. Listen, I'm not the shit. I'm the fart. Those individuals, they might be making stupid music now. The being the fart might be stupid music, but so is AC/DC where they're making big balls. Every fucking generation has stupid music.
Well, I
It's all
actually-
gonna be
wait, wait,
stupid. It's all
I-
gonna glorify bad things.
I got
I have a stat on
this.
this.
You
Yeah.
white men have been talking over him. We'll go to Bam and then Electric Sense. Anything?
I got a stat on this.
Wait, so do I get to answer the question I was asked, or no? Is that what we're doing?
Anthony, you go.
And
You
if
go.
you're aggressive,
Yeah,
you can.
because I feel like haven't given it a chance. I just try to be polite, But sure, I'll be aggressive. And first, I'll say the rap music argument is fake news. If you ever listen to country music, that shit's wild, bro, wild. I know that y'all are coping and lying. Every music genre's got some bullshit. Like there's wild stuff. Now, as for the stats, I'm not gonna really sit here. I don't know have all the stats in front of me. What I do know is the economic stats. Right? There's a clear reason why Walmart's pulling out of Chicago. There's a clear reason why all these major department stores are pulling out of like San Diego. There's like certain areas that have been disproportionately affected by crime that has become a national economic issue, right? So to sit here and tell me that crime is not a thing and it's going down overall, it may be going down overall, but it still seems like some of the trends indicate, as somebody pointed out earlier, that there's an 8-to-1 ratio for one of the groups compared to others. As for how not to be racist, I mean that's a really good question. I like it's clearly not an economic issue because economic groups between different groups, like these different groups, show that one group over here, like they'll be like economic groups between one group over here, like like Asians, for example. They have the similar poverty levels, et cetera, and they seem to succeed more in certain demographics, right? So it's clearly not that. Is it religion? Well, no, it's not religion. A lot of these minority groups that have these issues are very religious. So as far as what it is, I don't know, but there needs to be some kind of change at some level culturally within like the community level or the governmental level or something on how they handle these groups, because it seems like there is certain groups, demographics that are committing crime disproportionately more than others.
Wait, Gibbs, why do black people and white people have different cultures?
I mean, why
'cause
does
of
every
the
person
history
have a
of the
different
United
culture?
Any historical cause for those two groups to have wildly different cultures? Any historical cause there?
I mean, why? I mean,
I don't
everybody's
think it's really
historically
that
got
historical.
cultures.
Probably
Yeah.
probably the fact that one of these groups wasn't able to own property and was owned as property. It's that fucking. It's clearly the fucking economics. It's always the goddamn economics.
Yeah. So why then?
You know
Why are
when-
other economic groups not
Sorry,
getting
Bam,
part of
it's
the
your
same
turn to
rate?
speak.
Bam, go ahead.
Yeah. I think that when a lot of things we love talking about Chicago and like the seriousness of the problems that go on there. There are issues with violence and murder. It's got to be like one of the worst places in the country, right? Actually, statistically, it's not.
Weirdly, it's New Haven, Connecticut, and it's mostly Puerto Ricans. But sorry, continue.
Yeah, I was about to say. That's what I'm saying. Chicago's like number 20 in the list of like the cities with the most violent crime. Yet it always becomes a go-to because a lot of the things that we frame these conversations around is perspectives. Like we're not necessarily appealing to some statistic. We're appealing to what we hear. So when we hear things like, "Oh man, violent crime is bad. It's just getting bad in these areas." Like we're not relating it to anything that anybody's actually experiencing, and we're not appealing to any data that's actually going on. We're
Like New
appealing to-
York is
Bullshit.
bad. Yeah.
because you're saying that
I
like,
just told you that the black community has a higher homicide rate than Iraq during the worst parts of the
but
war.
you're talking. But again, you have to compare that to something. You have to
I'm
like
comparing it to
you're-
Iraq.
So
during
but
the
you're
worst
saying
parts
that,
of the war.
but you're arguing that what we're doing now isn't working. You're right. and statistically would be
Yeah,
incorrect.
I'm saying a 40 per 100,000
Doesn't matter.
homicide rate.
It doesn't matter. You can't just say,
terrible.
"Oh, this is bad." It has to be bad in comparison.
I just
What?
did,
But
and I
you're
compared
arguing.
it to something else.
But you're arguing that you're saying we should do something because what we're
Yeah.
doing isn't working, and that's incorrect.
I mean,
I'm saying
it's work.
statistically.
It might be
Listen, if
working,
you
but it's
just wanna
working at a
let black
slow
people
rate.
kill the fuck out of each other for the next century,
No,
then
counterpoints. The
you
entire
do
point is
none of
you can't do
None of
stats
you
like
care.
that.
None of you give a f about black
Sure.
people.
You have to compare the fucking
it's-
I don't
differences
care
between
about
the
black
two.
people.
Look, you can't
I don't
compare
care about
black
black
people in Chicago to the Iraq. You have to compare
Wait a minute,
black
that-
people in
okay.
Chicago with the
That-
solution to
no.
black people without the solution. Compare those two
That's
groups.
that's
Yeah,
fake
that's actually a
news.
good idea,
He
Sid.
just
I agree with
he
you.
just subbed to my channel. That's fake news.
Yeah.
He clears about black people. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I just don't. I just
I
hate.
care about at least one black person.
Yeah, I just hate I hate the framing of these conversations. I just always hate the way the framing of these conversations go. Again,
Why?
because it's making this fake appeal to issues that no one wants to deal with. Like, we gotta save Chicago. We gotta deal with Chicago. Chicago's the problem.
Are
Like,
you
this
saying
is
that?
I don't care
Are you
about
saying
black
that Chad is wrong? Are you saying
Well,
that
can I
Chad
just
is wrong?
can I just have a point? I'm just getting frustrated because I can't make a point because people are making stupid points. I'm sorry. So like just appealing to this the statistics over time. Again, we're reaching all-time lows in violent crime based on the policies we're implementing right now. Like, I'm sorry that it's not happening in this moment as fast as you would like it to. But like, it's mostly used as like some appeal to like why black people don't deserve things. That's the only reason like we talk about these. We talk about these statistics when we talk about like, oh, it must be the hip hop music. Hip hop music is the most consumed music on planet Earth. White kids everywhere are listening to. You ever been to a hip hop festival? There's nothing but white kids. They're not shooting each other. So let's talk about something.
Violence.
Well, that's not true.
No, it's not.
I was at 50 Cent and like 3 black dudes got shot and they were all shooting each other. So
See?
So again, listening to hip hop, isn't it? It's not just listening to music. It seems like we're appealing to something else.
It's not
We're talking
listening to hip
No,
hop.
but-
I was
because-
literally on
oh my God, I'm not talking at all.
Criminality.
I must not be
Okay.
talking.
Bam,
I'm
please
listening.
I'm almost done.
Let
Just
Bam
say-
finish, please. Go ahead.
Yes, it seems that instead of doing, I have this conversation every time. Instead of saying that hip hop music is causing any of these problems, this music is being made by people who are responding to the environments that they come up in. Like, hip hop music isn't the problem; it's a symptom. It's an outlet. Outlet for people who are discussing these types of problems. Now, again, I'm not going to be the person that argues it's like everything is perfect in the way that culture is displayed in my community. I'm a big advocate for stopping violence. And the thing is, there are a number of movements doing that. But what we shouldn't do is lay all of these problems at the feet of BLM and saying that BLM can't exist if they don't solve every problem in the black community. There's plenty of put the gun down movements going on. Black Lives Matter just happened to be a specific movement that decided to deal with the concept of police brutality, and it's not necessarily about the scale of the problem. Going back to lactose problem, I know that like that's how people engage what they think is happening everywhere, and there's like 1 million black people getting shot a day. That's not necessarily the issue. The issue is when it's happening. People aren't facing consequences, or at least in large part they were. The response to the LA riots wasn't just Rodney King getting beat up, and it wasn't just Latasha Harlan getting shot in the back of the head. It was when it was time for the system to come in and solve for these problems. The police officers got let off, and the lady who shot Latasha Harlan in the back of the head got like community service. Like for killing a person. So that's when people are going to outrage. If the system actually was holding people accountable for the actions when they happen, you actually don't have nearly as bad of an outlet. You know who we didn't have a big outlet after? Crap. Who was it? Somebody who. What's the name of the officer that was charged? He got like.
Derek Chauvin?
Yeah, Derek Chauvin. You know who? There wasn't a big massive riot after Derek Chauvin. You know why it is? Because he actually faced consequences. And I'm not even a person who's big on punishment.
There was massive riots after George Floyd.
Yeah, I want to.
Not after George Floyd.
No, Derek Chauvin.
Not after the shooting. After the like they were like boarding up cities, thinking there was going to be a thing related to his sentencing. But once he was like found guilty, there weren't like massive riots in the city because it quelled the unrest. People felt like to some degree some justice was served. And I'm not even one of those people.
I would like to make a point, and then I would like to do an outro, and then I would like to leave you fine folk, although I parasocially love all of you. especially the black ones, especially the young black men. Okay, I want young black men to do well.
I
They
listened
are
to hip hop
American.
today. I might be
They
violent.
are American citizens. They deserve all the opportunities that my beautiful white, blue-eyed children have. They should get decent education. They should have good job opportunities.
Just
They should
decent,
not be
not
gunned
high
down in the
quality.
start. Yeah, no, I mean my kids are gonna be fucking middle class. You think I want black people to be richer than my kids? No, I just want them to be middle class. I want them to be average, just like my kids. Anyways, so my fucking point. I appreciate Synth in your sense of pragmatism. I am happy that violence has been cut in half since 1996, partially because of mass incarceration. So, interesting to see that you guys support that. Then, I am looking forward to the socioeconomic reforms that we will bring in order to continue to build on the progress that we have made. However, I reject the fact that there isn't a fucking problem. Reason being is because in 2007, which was the worst year on record in Iraq, this was considered a global catastrophe that Iraq was doing so poorly. 66 per 100,000 people were being murdered. Okay? 66. After that, it was 15. Following year, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 9, 10. Okay? Right now, the black homicide rate in half a dozen American cities is in Missouri, these are states, 51. In Wisconsin, it's 45. Indiana, it's 42. Tennessee, it's 40. Illinois, it's 40. Arkansas, it's 38. Michigan, it's 36. I appreciate that Syntha said this is because of the historical issues that have occurred in the black community economically, and we can expect this to progress as economic justice increases. I appreciate that. I just think that what Doobie was poking at is that if people of similar economic opportunities are doing worse and better together, it is worth analyzing the variables that are different. And to me, the variables are the culture. I know that there are young black men who choose a vocation of crime because they think it's sexy, they think they can make a lot of money, they think they can bang a lot of hoes, they think they can be a badass, they think they can be a man in their community. And I think that's a toxic part of the black community as it stands right now, and it's worth criticizing and lambasting and not simping for. That's it. That's all I got to say.
Hey,
My
Connor,
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying before you leave, I was paid to say this to you, and that is one of my people said that they want Najenbach. You know him. I think he's a friend of this channel too. He wants to give you the hands in 40K, and y'all need to have a battle.
I mean, I'm down. If he's in Central Florida, then I'm down for a battle. Also, I'm playing Helldivers right now, so if he wants to jump on a team, do that. And also, Space Marine 2 is dropping later this year, so if you want to do that, let's do that. So,
I was supposed to say that too. Let's pretend, Majin, that I said that as well. Go ahead.
excellent. My name is Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints 40K. 95% of my channel views are Warhammer 40K breakdowns. I'm going to expand that to general science fiction universes. So if you like science fiction and science fantasy violence and you like explanations of in-depth lore, then go ahead and check out my channel. I have built a real bolter up here. I took a 12-gauge semi-automatic shotgun that's magazine fed. I covered it in a 3D printed casing that is able to stand up to the chamber pressure of slugs. I will be posting that to my YouTube shorts. So if you want to see a Warhammer 40,000 bolter in real life being fired without being destroyed, go ahead and check out my channel. I'll also be doing a bolt pistol and a chainsaw sword. These will all be functional, so they'll be able to kill people and or destroy targets. Not that I will kill people with it, just they will have the capacity.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to ask for the evidence behind that claim because I want to see it.
Listen, I'm gonna do some cold steel. Have you ever seen the fat guy swinging sharpened swords into like pig meat?
I've seen every single one, all of them.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm gonna do cold steel episodes, but I'm gonna take the pig meat and I'm gonna spray paint it green so it looks like orc flesh, and then I'm just gonna hit it with like chainsaw swords and bolters and stuff. So there's some piping hot content coming down the pipe. But Twitch poll and YouTube poll is my first love, so I love being here. Thank you, Prime. Sincerely appreciated.
Thank you.
Parasocial love to you and yours. You
Connor.
guys have a beautiful night.
Take
Good
care.
luck,
Be
peace.
well.
If you're
Always
going
a
to get
Before I
into
go.
science fiction generally, I would highly recommend the Sun Eater series by Christopher Rocchio. Amazing series. If you haven't read it already, you need to get on it. It's so fucking good.
DM it to me, and if I can combine it into my combined timeline universe, then I will. Also, Doobie, you spent $1,500 on fucking Call of Duty Vanguard stuff. If you want to subsidize like a Halo sniper rifle or something like that I build in real life, I'll literally you give me the money for the gun, I'll build it for you, and I'll send it to you.
Oh yeah.
That sounds really cool, actually.
I might be
That's
talking to you
actually
about
cool.
that
Actually
soon
sounds
too.
really cool. Okay, I might take you up on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll 3D print and build a science fiction weapon. I'll
I mean,
test it for a YouTube video, and then I'll send it to you guys.
can you do armor and stuff too?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Not me specifically, but I have a guy who does armor.
Okay. All
All right,
right.
cool.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
god.
All right.
Yeah.
Parasocial love. I'm out.
Yeah.
Bye.
See ya, friend. Yeah, that's fantastic. And also, Bam, just another Twitch Lord. I wanted to thank you for gifting them a sub earlier. So, shout out to you.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
I thanked him.
yeah. So, anyway, back to this because I really want to hear more from you guys. So, Bam, in case you have anything else to say, go ahead and do it. Lagtoad, I know wants to jump in.
No, yeah, I just think that like and it may have been just is pointless because he's gone now, but I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong. Doobie was responding to the idea because Gibbs had made the point that like, oh, okay, the policies we did related to defunding police have made crime so much worse. Like we ruined cities, and then Doobie was like, how do we talk about that without it being racist? And that's when I pushed back on. I was like, I didn't say that there's no problem. I said that I'm saying that like crime being up, like that's not a thing related to BLM policies. I'm saying that like that,
Can I
like
ask
there
you a
was a
question?
spike during COVID, like in the middle of COVID, but like statistically we're still on the exact same downtrend. I feel like that's and not just a conservative. Well, it is kind of a conservative, but I feel like they feed on this idea of crime based on the fact that like data doesn't work in a straight line. Like in a year over year, there might be like we're up 3% this year, and now we're like you go back down because that's
I
how
feel like
all
you're not
chartings
responding to
work.
what I actually said though.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
my
Oh, that's
claim
not what
can I
you
ask you a
said?
question?
my
Can I
claim
ask you
was
a question,
yeah, my
man?
claim wasn't that. Oh, sure, go for it.
Yeah, I just want to say before Doobie goes off, like right here, I just have one quick question. So I know that maybe crime's down overall nationwide over this, right? But what I think I'm kind of saying is that specifically we can look to certain places where they have the done defeat of police, and they have much crime or higher crime rates overall to the fact that it's having large economic impacts. Do you not think that's true?
I saw stuff related. Again, this is going back to like 2022. I remember some stuff related to Minneapolis, but I went again. I haven't looked at it as of like Q4 2023 or Q1 24 to see if like where it
Yeah,
currently
I'm not.
is. I
I'm not
think
gonna
any
got you
change
on
you do in the
something like that.
system,
I
yeah.
just was curious what you
hmm
think.
But yeah,
Doobie,
it was a thing at one point.
was it Doobie you were saying responding to
Yeah.
something
So
or?
yeah. So my claim wasn't that the BLM policies have like driven the high rate of criminality within the Black community. I think that existed before. I think that it's a good thing, right? That there are policies that were passed to try to deal with police brutality. I think it's obviously a good thing. But I think that the other side of that equation is you need to deal with the reason there are more interactions with police, the reason police tend to have stereotypical views of people within this community. And I think a lot of that comes from the culture and the high rates of criminality that have been happening for decades.
Yeah, where does the culture come from?
I mean, we can go back and say, oh, well, this is like I can't say
I'm asking
the
you,
word.
what do you think the
A
culture comes
southern
from?
a southern seaward culture that has like evolved and morphed and like been like twisted. So it's very similar to like to what you define like trailer parks across the country in the South, especially. But yeah, I think the core of it is going to be yeah slavery, oppression, etc. Right, the inability to preserve the culture from Africa, wherever the fuck they came from, and the long history of oppression that led us to today. I understand that, but I don't think that really matters at this point. I
Well,
think you
it
need to deal
does.
with
So
okay,
here's
well this is
why.
how we got here. Wait,
If what
one second. I
caused
don't think
the
I don't
yeah,
think
go
I
ahead,
don't
go
think
ahead.
talking about that fixes the problem. I don't think getting people to recognize that fixes the problem.
No,
Right?
of
The
course it
problem
does.
is
Step one,
the problem
step
is
one of fixing the
self-perpetuating that.
problem is figuring out what caused the problem initially, right? And if you see that what causes the problem initially is the fact that you have one group of individuals with no income that weren't able to have money, and then you see that those individuals still today end up being poorer than average, then yeah, it makes it really clear what the cause
Yeah, but
was.
this is
Now, if we think that, listen, if we think the cause of that was historical inequality, then the solution should be fixing current inequality. And then historical inequality won't exist then in 50 years down the line. It won't be historical inequality anymore. It'll be maybe ultra distant historical inequality. But people won't remember, oh, my great grandfather had to drink at a different fucking water fountain.
okay. I understand that, but I don't think so far as I know, there are no policies in place currently that oppress the Black community in the way that they did in the 60s or 70s or 80s, right? There are disproportionate impacts from different policies, right? But I think a lot of the issue is going to be that because the culture currently exists, policies that are passed to deal with the effects of the poverty aren't going to be effective because you're not dealing with the underlying issue of the culture. It's like a self-perpetuating issue. So
Absolutely not.
if
No,
there's
look.
if there's a cultural
Mhm.
strain within this community that glorifies criminality, that disincentivizes people who want to think outside the box, who want to get out of these communities, who want to try to get into academia or strive for a good job, or strive to just stop speaking the way that they tend to in these communities. If you don't deal with that, right, I don't think you can actually deal with the issue of the poverty, because the poverty is perpetuated by the problems in the culture.
You grouped in like a bunch of different things together. Look, with the issue of like speaking in the wrong type of way is clearly not the thing we should be fixing by like telling black people to talk different. The way we fix that issue is by making sure people are less bigoted about the way the way
No,
the
that's
individuals
ridiculous.
talk. Now, you can say something like you think it's ridiculous or whatever, but if you actually care about real solutions, not LARP solutions, then you have to come outside of we have to change every single person in the black community speaking patterns, and instead focus on the individuals who are going to be biased and discriminatory against the individuals because of their speaking patterns. Make sure you deal with that issue. If you want something that actually fixes inequality, don't look at what are the effects of inequality and then fix those. Fix the inequality. You said, but look, it's so difficult because the effects of inequality, when we target the effects of the inequality, nothing happens. Yeah, no fucking shit, because you still left the inequality on the table. Fix that.
I don't disagree with any
This
of the things
implies
you're
that you
saying
think
on that individual level. I just don't think I don't think they're useful tools to apply like to the like such a large group. I don't think that you're going to be able to make such a major shift on like speaking patterns for 14 million people within a generation. Like I don't find it. I don't
Well,
think
I
that's
think you
a
obviously can.
useful. I don't think that's a useful venture
No,
because
I
because
think you
you I mean
obviously can, and I think that that one of the ways that this happens, right, is you make it okay to talk about this. So you make it okay for people to criticize the speaking patterns, and you mock people who speak that way, right? And eventually, over time, they'll learn, hey, this is a bad way to speak in professional public settings. I shouldn't speak this way. So I'm
this
gonna
is
speak
why
properly, right, like a
police are
normal
killing
fucking
you.
human
This is
being.
why you're getting
Hold
killed
on. No, I
because you
don't.
speak this way.
No, that's
I'm
ridiculous.
just
Hold on.
saying,
I
is
don't
that the
think those two
conversation
things
we're
are
having?
connected. I don't think those two things are
But
connected.
that's
I think the fact that you're connecting,
but you're saying you're solved. That's the
that you're
solution.
connecting, that you're somehow connecting bigotry, quote unquote, directed at like people's speaking patterns, to the high crime rates or police killing these people disproportionately.
You're
Which is
saying this is going to
also
solve.
barely
We're
true.
talking about in the
I don't think
lowering the crime
black
rate.
people are murdering each other the rate that they are because people are bigoted about their speaking patterns.
I'm not talking about
I
bigoted,
think-
but
I
you're
think
saying that
these are
that'll solve
cultural issues
murder
that
rates.
exist
You're
within
saying
the
that
community, and you need to deal with those cultural issues within the community that are causing like a crabs in a bucket situation.
you
where
can't have
people
it
are
both
dragging each other
ways.
down. You absolutely can't have it both ways.
You
It is
can't
both
say
things.
that they, like the solution to the crime rate is telling people they talk different, but not say that the way that you talk isn't why you're dying.
Okay,
You
you're
can't have it both
minimizing.
ways. It can't be the
Obviously,
solution.
obviously. So the speaking patterns, right?
So it has nothing
What
to
do they
do
call
with
these
why
days?
people are dying, right?
AAVE. Hold on. Yeah. So I think this comes from the issues within the community that kind of perpetuate this what I would call a low class form of speaking, right? If you were in the
Low
South
class.
or in some trailer park and you heard some guy speaking like a fucking stereotypical redneck person, you say, "Hey, you're speaking
Do
like a
they
fucking
die?
like a scumbag." No, hold on. Obviously, they don't die.
Low class. Interesting
Yeah,
phrase.
low class.
Low class. I'm
Low
wondering what
class,
that means.
low class person. Yes, like naming your child fucking Desire or Mercedes or Jim Bob. All these are indications of low class, right? People who do
And
this
none of
tend
them
to be
die
low
for how they
class
talk.
people. Okay, again,
If they're indications of being
nobody's
low
dying for how they
class,
talk.
then if the
Hold on.
individuals,
So maybe we shouldn't
They're
put
not
our
dying
maybe
If they're
that's where we put our focus
They're
in
dying
then.
because they're
If it's
interacting
not
with
what
police more.
if
One of the
if
reasons
that's
they're
not
well, actually, the primary reason they interact with police more is because of the culture, because of high criminality within the culture.
again.
Or the high
So
criminality within the
again,
race.
it just sounds
That
like
is
where we should
driven by the
shouldn't be
culture.
talking. It just sounds
look
like we
for
should start
any
people speaking about it. They just seem
for
stupid.
any random trait that you identify as like an indicator of being low class, if the individuals who were like exhibiting the indicator were no longer poor, it wouldn't be an indicator of being low class anymore. So you've proven the fucking point, dude.
This doesn't. Okay, so if this were the case, right? If the issue is just the poverty, then why is it the case that the black crime rate for people who are not in poverty, for people who are middle or upper class, is so much higher than
I already
everybody else?
explained this.
Like we
because
don't
just
try to
because
stop
your
Asian people from
just
having
because
Asian
you
accents.
Yeah, just
Asian
because you
immigrants.
individually are less poor than your family members doesn't mean that you didn't come from a poor family. If you're an individual who's black, you're more likely to be poor even if your family's rich, right? If your family's poor and you end up being rich, you still came from a poor family. You have generations and generations and generations of fucking poor people behind you. Saying this particular
Okay,
person's
what
not
is
poor,
that?
that does nothing to the conversation.
Okay, and what is this? What do you think this drives? So within this rich person who came from a poor family, what about that equation is making it more likely that they're going to commit a crime?
What are you asking?
Okay, so for this person who came from a poor family but is now wealthy, what about that equation, right? That upbringing is making them more likely to commit a crime, and why doesn't that also apply to
Wide
Asians,
fucking variety of
Hispanics, and
different
to
things.
white people?
Look, if I listed out every single thing that was different about the way that poor people are raised and the way that rich people are raised, we'd be here for fucking an hour
Yeah, but
straight,
it's
right? And
not
the
it's not
panel's already
economics.
over. But if you
Okay,
want to make sure that, if you think it's the case that there's a difference there, and that difference is an issue, then make sure that you target the cause of the difference, not the difference itself. Target the cause of the difference.
Do wealthy
So
black people have
hold
high
on.
crime rates?
They
I
have
Yeah,
higher than
I
white
I know
people do,
higher
but
on
they still
average.
have
Yeah.
lower. They still have like
I'll
lower than average. Yeah.
I'll give you an example, right? What thing you're asking for? An easy one. Sports stars, right? Sports stars who they come from poor backgrounds, and then all of a sudden they are extremely wealthy. One, the difference there is that they don't know how to use their money, right? Unless they get like specific coaching on that, they don't know how to use their money. But two, that just because they get their money, that money doesn't mean their social circles change, right? And they may interact with people who, well, now they're a huge target because they got all that money. And like they can engage in activities that they were engaging in previously, right? Where a person who grew up with a rich family, they never had those circles, right? They weren't involved with those people. They were involved with others who were who were starting businesses, right? Who were part of enterprise. And so these are the things that help keep them from falling below poverty. That's just an example right there. Um, let's let Lactwood for a second. I do want to go back to what Doobie was saying because it was really interesting. But Lactwood, please.
Yeah, no, I want to let Doobie kind of go back and forth as well. So I'm just gonna I guess I've had these facts kind of, or I guess these arguments kind of just sitting aside for a little while. So this is kind of to back up Connor before he left. It's kind of a meme like rap music causes violence, but I mean, there's at least like a line of thought behind it. Rap musicians by far, in like random sample sizes, have the highest rate of being like killed, murdered, like a homicide. The music tends to glorify violence, and so the intuitive pathway as well. These people are role models, and if you're role models for people and you glorify violence, then the people who you're a role model for are going to be more violent. There seems to be some weak, like a few studies that I haven't done a deep dive in this, but the plurality of the evidence would seem to indicate that there is like a positive association between listening to rap music and commission of violent crime. There's obviously other factors. Some of the studies say they control for those factors, but the intuitive pathway is, I think, pretty clearly there. Bam, when you were talking about like Chicago, for example, having a being relatively low, I'm finding
Well, it's
here
not low. It's higher than average, but it's like
it's
but it's
17.
not.
Right, it's the
Okay,
17th
yeah.
most dangerous U.S. city based on what I'm looking at.
People
And
think of it as like one by like triple.
right, but the problem is like, I guess to Doobie's point, like Chicago's one place, but like we can just go off like in terms of total violent crime. Number one is St. Louis, and then Detroit, and then Baltimore, and then Memphis, and then Kansas City, and then Milwaukee, right? Like, you don't just have to look at Chicago.
No.
There's
Yeah, no,
St.
I
Louis, like
understand.
90% of
I
murders
acknowledge the
are black people being
problem.
murdered, and the people committing those crimes are also black people. It's 90%.
Again,
Obviously,
I'm not. Again, I'm saying that there's a problem that can be solved, but we keep looking in the wrong places. We keep looking at like, oh, it's just their Chicago and their drill music, or so we point to like, oh, it's because they talk funny and that makes people die.
well,
Like,
this is where I want to bring a full circle actually, because this is what I think is the interesting question of. I'm not going to disagree with you that violent crime has obviously been decreasing since the early 90s, right? That was the height of violent crime in America. It was ridiculous. We have more than halved it, and I think that's one of the great achievements of our society. I think people have just short-term memory loss when it comes to how bad things really were. But again, going back to the beginning, going back to what we were talking about before, all the studies that I'm seeing indicating that Black Lives Matter protests reduced police killings of black people. Again, all the ones I'm able to find also indicate that for those cities, like the same research that's saying that, yes, the BLM movement had this reduction on police violence, those same studies are showing there was a massive increase. And I use massive in terms of, yes, massive, like 10, 11% increase in homicides. There was a massive increase in homicides. compared to the cities that didn't have BLM marches. And so you can say, well, that's because of corollary issues or whatever. But it seems a little bit concerning then, where it's like, well, we know BLM reduced violent crime when it goes from cops, but then not, it's kind of a catch-22, right? If you're going to accept the good part of that stat, you also have to accept the bad part, which is maybe one of the reasons why that you're having fewer police fatalities or fatalities of people killed by cops is because the cops are less likely to go out and do their job. They're more demoralized. We can't just pragmatically, we can't have only people above 130 IQ with like 5 years of law school being cops. We just can't do that, right? Mm-hmm. And so you got a lot of cops who are demoralized, and the studies I'm seeing find that too, that's partially responsible for not only the reduction of police violence, but also the increase in general violence and the increase in homicides that was associated with that movement.
The reduction of cops in general too.
Right, yeah, and the reduction of cops in general, right? Because there's also evidence that demonstrates that something way more effective than strict sentencing when it comes to reducing violence is just having cops on the street, right? Because the risk of being caught is going to be much more of a threat to people who want to commit a crime, as opposed to the sort of nebulous fear of like 20 years versus 25 years. It's more difficult for people to grasp as compared to the cops right there.
Let me just read this message, this resub message from my friend Socrates, 38 months in a row. It says, Doobie's right, all those black music label CEOs that promoted gangster rap, the lack of generational wealth caused by black people not knowing how to invest their money well between 1776 and 1865 still have impacts today. So there you go. Thank you for that. And I can go to synth. But it's funny because like I referenced my first debate panel earlier, but my first one-on-one debate with anyone was on this. It was on black how black music does make it black people more violent, right? And the funny part is it was a black conservative who challenged me on this. He was a British guy. And I totally I crushed him. It was not even funny. But let's go to our friend Synth, and then we can jump back to Bam.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the rap music point, because Lactoid started mentioning data. So I know we have correlational data, right, that shows that if you listen to rap music, you're more likely to commit violent crime. But the issue is that the entire point is that the rap music doesn't predate the violent crime. The rap music has the violent crime in it because there was already violent crime there. It's like saying, well, look, there's a correlation between like news outlets talking about terrorism and there being terrorism. Yeah, of course. The terrorism causes the news outlets to talk about it. The crime in the black community causes rap music to talk about it. If you take a look at studies that try to show causal impact, like there's one from out of Toronto, right, which goes specifically over high school students. It shows that if you're both black, and also it's the case you say you like rap music, rap and hip hop, and you don't like other genres, that it's not indicative of a future lifetime crime rates. If you show correlational data, and that's the way you're doing it, absolutely there's going to be that correlation. But if you try to show a causal link, you no longer see that causal link.
So that's the big criticism. And I don't disagree that correlation versus causation is going to be a big issue when you're looking at this. But like, for example, I just posted one that I was able to find. And again, haven't done a deep dive, so if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But one where they controlled for age, gender, race, ethnicity, and level of sensation seeking. And even when controlling for those factors, there was a significant relation to substance use and aggressive behavior.
Yeah, of course there's an association, because once again, we're saying that the thing that causes the music to have this shit in it is the fact the community's got this shit in it. Right? If you want to figure out which way that causation lies, you can either look at which one of those things happened first, right? Or you can take a look at a historical analysis, what happened, or you can take a look at the Toronto study, right? Which shows that the correlation does have a causal impact in the case of white individuals, which is obvious why this is the case, right? You're adopting this music because of the fact that you enjoy the lifestyle, even if your parents might not necessarily, right? Among black individuals, the causal link didn't fucking exist there. The issue is as long as we're taking a look at this and saying this music is the problem, you're never going to understand why it's the case that music has that in there, which is that there's a long fucking history of every time you see like a fucking a rapper who wants to be uplifting, you see like early fucking Tupac or something. See, and it's not too fucking long before they stop, before they cut that shit out and they move on to something which is a lot more profitable and a lot more relatable to the audiences that they're playing to, which ends up being something with violence in it. And the reason people want the violence is because there's already the violent issue there. People want that representation. People want to see something that they can relate to. And if you're from a fucking poor shit tier background and everything around you is fucking shit, you're gonna want to hear music that talks about things being shit sometimes. The same reason every fucking country song talks about the goddamn truck breaking down or the dog dying. Is because if you live in a community where there's incredibly high rates of crime, you want to listen to music that you can at least have some fucking relation to.
And
I just want to
I-
build off of that quickly because I obviously haven't read the full study that you just posted, Lactoid, but I don't know if you read the conclusion there, but the conclusion also says the same thing that pretty much Synth just said, as they specifically mentioned word for word. Conversely, music listening preference may reflect some personal predispositions or lifestyle preferences.
No, for sure. This is the harder thing, but I'm saying like there is an attempt to control for age, gender, race, ethnicity, et cetera, et cetera. And it could just be like even when we control for that, there's going to be like this predisposition to violence is going to make you also more attracted to rap music. I mean, I get that. The problem that I'm trying to think of this through is like statistically, I'm having a hard time showing that. I want to see the thing that you're referencing, Synth, because I don't know how you would necessarily.
I had it on hand.
I'll take a look. Like let's if we just like roll through this intuitively, right? Like, are any of us here disagreeing that role models have a significant influence in our future decision making?
Of course they do. But saying that the role models that have the significant influence is the music you listen to. The issue is the music you listen to would change based on which role models you already find attractive.
Yeah,
right, but hold on, but don't people? Sure, but don't people like okay? Are artists by and large role models for children to some extent?
Of course, and the artists they pick to make their role models are based on the attributes of like what they find attractive in a role model.
I understand that, but like I would assume the street kind of goes both ways, in that people are going to be gravitating towards role models who they associate and I guess vibe with more to begin with, but also that role model is going to have an impact on that person's development.
Yeah, of course, but saying the role models are outside the scope of the violence they're already comfortable with being talked about, it's not clear to me that kind of the trend even exists in rap music. That they're like the rap music is outside the Overton window of violent for the black community or something.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think I'm fine with accepting this, like accepting on his face. Like I can even speak like just even intuitively and like in personal relationship. I know people who started acting hard related to like the type of music. Like sure, was that next step? Like I'm not denying it doesn't like these things don't happen. I'm also wasn't denying earlier when you were talking about like the downsides of some of the policies related to BLM. I never imagined set BLM to be like policymakers. Like I like they're advocacy group. They're activists. Like I don't expect everything they do to work out perfectly. If any, but I think that there's got to be some degree of with any change, even if it's good change, of growing pains with policies. Like I went and looked at like Minnesota just because it seems to be one of the big ones people point at related to BLM. Crime is still absolutely up from 2020. Yeah, from 2020, but it does seem as far as Q4 2023 and Q1 2024, or really like I think all the way like over the last year has been trending down.
There has been a trend down recently. There was a spike after COVID, and then there's been a trending down. Now, another correlation versus causation question. But again, this is going to go back to the studies we've been looking at in terms of these having an effect on policing. We're seeing the downtick in violent crime also kind of coinciding with a less enthusiasm for the BLM movement. It's becoming more politically unpopular.
Well, I mean, how do we? I'm sorry, I know I've talked a lot, but I didn't talk a lot last time. I think that there's some I mean, I think it's a good thing. We haven't really in the last year or so had any major police shootings. We haven't had the same sort of like I guess fiver like behind the population. So saying that like people's feelings of BLM are kind of dying down, I think that's the reality is that's going to happen, kind of an out of sight out of mind thing, and you're going to add that in with like the leaders of the BLM group, not the movement, but like the organization. Being arguably terrible people, or not. I wouldn't even say terrible.
There were some
people,
scandals,
yeah. Like that. You're gonna have some decrease related to that. But I don't know if that changes how people feel about like I don't know if you ask people how they feel about police brutality as a whole, like and their feelings on it. I don't know if you would see the same levels of statistical change. That could be the case. I just don't know.
I want to jump in just before you go back to Lactoid. I actually really want to like unequivocally push back against this that you're making, like very hard, like really hard, right? So like I just like I know this is anecdotal, but I just played like DMX on my channel while we were talking. Nobody shot anybody. Like great, you know what I'm saying? I know it's anecdotal and that's a meme, but like if we really want to talk about it, nobody's sitting here saying, "Oh, blame Disturbed for the kids going to Columbine and shooting up people," or Slayer, which is bullshit. Like right, like that's unfair equivalency right here. And I want to say, in fact, I would argue that that it's the opposite of what you're saying. And the reason that the music is being made in the way it's being and the way it glorifies whatever is it glorifies people's lives and the lives they're living, right? So like if they're in a crime-ridden community or an area that deals with more crime, the music that comes from that area, regardless of the race or the person or whoever's living there, is if it's an economically desperate area, it's going to reflect more of that in the music, right? So people write about what they know. So whenever you're saying, "Oh, it's crime,
I
it's
get
being
that.
caused by this," then so I think you're taking the wrong conclusion from that study in regards to that correlation, personally, because you can't write about things you don't know. If the only thing you know about is being a frat kid and popping bottles with daddy's money, you're gonna get somebody like Jordan Belfort right over here. Like he's gonna sing that song. Like what was that guy that sang that song, right? Or you're gonna get Asher Ross singing "I Love College," right? Okay, cool. If you're somebody like 50 Cent who's had a very different life experience, he's obviously gonna sing about what he's learned and knows and all about, right? Like
Well,
that's
that's a
just
Drake.
yeah, sure. Well, I don't know about Drake, but like, I'm sure there's exceptions. But like, yeah, same thing. Like, et cetera, et cetera. So I really want to push back on that. I think that's kind of like a disingenuous point when people bring up the rap music being and hip hop being a thing that's causing
They
these
did
problems.
blame rock music for
I think-
Columbine. What do you
Well,
mean?
a couple things.
think Jay-Z
seriously blamed it.
A couple things. Firstly, you can disagree with the point. I don't think this is disingenuous or in bad faith. Like this is like a topic of discussion, and oftentimes things are self-reinforcing. So yeah, sometimes the same things that cause poverty are also caused by poverty. Sometimes the same things that cause violence are also caused by violence. It does not surprise me whatsoever that there's going to be a predisposition to liking violent music if you're steeped in an environment that's incredibly violent. Of course, because that's what you know. But
I mean, are
like
you
if you're
saying that gospel music is going to make like priests more likely to diddle kids? Like, I mean, is that because that's kind of the argument you're making, right? Like, I mean, you're saying that
I would say this.
music-
I would say this. If gospel music glorified diddling kids, I would be interested to see if there was a correlation to that music causing preachers to diddle kids. And I think that this is kind of like a similar analysis here, where it's like, again, because we understand like the general self-reinforcing nature of things. And we understand that for rap musicians, people oftentimes, or any kind of musician, people see them as a role model. Yes, they're going to be gravitated towards them for XYZ reason, but they're also, if they're modeling their role off of this person, they're going to be more likely to choose their own decisions and base their own life off of what this person does. So, I'll read this other study. I understand this is a difficult thing to measure, especially when it comes to determining causation because of the cyclical nature of this thing. But I've seen a lot of research, and maybe this is going to be controversial too. I've seen a lot of research that indicates, violent video games having an effect on aggression. That there's a number of studies that indicate that, if kids who play violent video games immediately afterwards, they're more aggressive. They're more likely to snap. They're more likely to react violently. That's interesting, right? Like, okay, we have somebody who's engaged in this particular art form. They're engaged in this, and then
There's
we have
tons of studies that say the opposite on that one.
There's
They say
actually
exactly
not. There's actually not all that many studies that say the opposite. There's some studies that indicate.
There are.
Well,
There are not very many to say the opposite.
There's not that many that say.
We'll have to
Right,
go there.
exactly, right. Well, we can go into that because this blew my mind too, because Gibbs, I was saying the same shit. Like, there's no correlation here, and then like someone on fucking Discord was like, "You're wrong," and then gave me like 18 studies, and then I'm like, "Oh,
All right.
fuck,
Well,
I'm wrong."
I'll come ready for that debate a different day. I'm not ready for that.
Okay, but like again, like if this is like, are violent people going to be more predisposed to like seek out violent video games? Yes. But are people who play violent video games also going to experience aggression afterwards? Yes. That's what the studies seem to indicate.
I mean,
Well, why
I
does
guess
this why
you
does
have to
this
keep in
not
mind
hold
that
true for
video-
rap music?
The answer is so fucking obvious. Video games make you do something. You don't do you are practicing. You are practicing the impulse.
I sing along with the rap music. Bam, bam,
you're
bam.
singing
You know?
along, but you're not shooting
What is
along
this
with the rap
tangent?
music.
Well, sometimes.
Signify,
You're
yeah.
not
He
taking
thinks-
your
that's
digital
like-
rap gun and
Bam,
killing
bam,
people with
bam.
it.
Bam, bam,
I'll
bam.
give you the
Yeah.
hand
I was
gesture.
about to say,
I got the blicky. You don't know.
I thought it was
fucking
kind of
pull up.
funny. You thought you were telling a joke, but I think there's also I think it actually was a good point when you were talking about like, oh, what is Drake, Jay-Z, and Kanye West in particular. When people like who are into music make criticisms of their newer music, one of the biggest things that keeps repeating is they say that it no longer feels relatable because these people have been out of poverty longer than they've been in poverty in their lifetime now, just like due to age. Like when people talk about like, oh wow, like I really don't like Jay-Z's new music because he's talking about like being in France on the Bibelot's yacht, like renting room 347. If you know, you know. And he says that, and like nobody is listening to his music. Like we don't know actually what that is. So I think that there probably is some like I think the people that make music and end up coming out of their hoods, their situations, like rap music, for better or for worse, to me, arguably for worse, has an issue of authenticity. People are really big on the authenticity of the music that you're making. So like it does seem to show that like, oh, okay, this is a person that's coming out of like the people who are making it are coming out of rough communities and are now spokespersons for the issues of the communities. So that's why they become, hey, big bro, you the one, you gonna make it out. We want to see you win. And they come out and they talk about like all of the violence they experienced. Now, like I said, could studies show, like, could data come out that shows that there's some tough realities to like some tough pill to swallow that due to that, like it is causing some sort of like circular nature in these communities? If that existed, I would be forced to accept it. Like I wouldn't, like as tough as that was. I just don't know if that currently exists. And but even if it does, I wouldn't necessarily say that this is where we should put our eggs in our basket. Not saying that we can't do more than one thing at once, but it feels like a false flag to say that like this is the priority. We got to work on how they talk.
And just I highly
Before you
disagree
move
with
on,
counterpoints.
Lactoid,
Well, this is
can I
on the
just-
point. This is on the
I don't
point.
know. I'm not moving points. I just wanted to say bye, right? Because
Oh shit, my bad.
I got
Sorry.
it. No, it's all good.
Take
I gotta
care,
go. I gotta go smoke weed and listen to rap music. So you guys have a good one.
Don't be violent.
More
please.
violent by the day.
Yeah, buddy.
It's right around the corner. All right, you guys have a good one. Peace.
All right.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure.
All right, go ahead, Leto, and then Doobie. I know you want to jump in.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I disagree with Connor and the idea of like regulating this shit. Obviously, where, I mean,
Because he's a socialist.
well, yeah. So like, I am a big fan of rap. I think I've talked with Prime about this before. Like, I was really big into the hip hop scene, like rap battles, King of the Dot shit. I mean, yeah, it's fucking awesome. It's an art form. Now I am sympathetic to limiting exposure of art forms to children. To maybe, right? I mean, there's already art forms we don't let children see, and if we get a lot of like very solid evidence to demonstrate negative effects, then maybe I would be in favor of regulating rap music for children. But I don't think the evidence is solid enough. I think the closest one is violent video games. I think are the closest one for me, where there's quite a big amount of evidence, large amount of evidence when it comes to the association of violence there. But it's like, I don't know if it's big enough for me to want to ban it for all like the kids. I mean, because I don't know.
So I want to go to Doobie. I just want to say something really quick, and maybe this will actually go to whatever Doobie's point's going to be here. Is that like, for the longest time, I mean, and still today, there's this discourse around like representation in media, like, and how important that is for children, right, and for just anyone, right, to be able to see themselves represented on the screen, being positive role models, and like that like has like some sort of positive reinforcement effect on like children. If that's the case, and I think it is the case, right? If that's the case, then it would also make sense that there's like the inverse is true, right? Like the negative, there could be a negative effect from these things, right? If people are sponges and are taking all these messages and internalizing it about themselves, right? Like internalizing racism against their own group, right? Then we can, I guess, imagine where this media can have an effect where people are more violent or something like that, right? Now, how much is that, right? Like compared to like how how violently we're baseline, all that stuff. I can't disentangle that, but
Yeah, it's
um,
probably easier to join a gang if there's a gang in your neighborhood versus like you
exactly,
listen to music about joining a gang and you live in Wyoming. Then it's probably like you listen to the
yeah,
music, you bang your head, and then you go work on your farm.
yeah. DB.
So Tubi sent me something while I was silently judging all of you, and it's an article from Genius. And, they talk to like different musicians, and I guess they're speaking to like to Juice World. I'm sorry, they're speaking to Future, who's a rapper, I guess, and he's reflecting on the title of the article is Juice World. Sorry, Future reflects on finding out that his music inspired Juice World to try lean. Now, the article is like it's like really really short, so I don't want to like pull any kind of truth from it. But it got me thinking. Um, where did lean come from? Because that was a big thing for a long time. It was all over the fucking place here in California. So I just googled it really quickly. And apparently it originates in Houston.
Methazine
It
and
was really big
codeine.
in Houston, like the Houston rap scene. And some of these rappers started putting in their music, talking about what they're experiencing right in this music scene, and it spread all over the fucking country. And I think that's a really good kind of way to think about what Lactoid was pointing to, what I'm referring to, and what Connor was pointing to. Is even if they're not like personally experiencing the violence, the fact that the violence is being set in front of them, in many cases glorified through the music, just like the drinking of codeine was something that you did if you were cool and you were like these rappers. I think it encouraged a lot of people to engage with the culture that they otherwise wouldn't have if they weren't exposed to it in this way.
Scissor is what you were going for there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lean is what it was called. Yeah, lean was a big thing.
I
Which I guess
I
is
don't know.
same.
Yeah,
There's
Purple Drank.
lean.
Purple
It's
Drank.
all the same name. Yeah, it's
You've never
Oh,
been
drink,
lean
leaning?
and scissor is the
scissor.
same thing.
Yeah,
You've,
yeah,
Okay.
it's
you've
all
never been
promethazine and
leaning?
codeine
You've never been leaning, Doobie?
with a
Oh,
little
you
bit
missed
of
out.
Sprite. Actually, I shouldn't get a recipe. There's
Jolly,
children watching.
Jolly Ranchers,
Here's how to make it. Step by
I mean, did you even? Well, speaking of that though, did you even see? This is kind of all topic, but
It
it's really
tastes way
funny.
better than liquor.
Did you see Mattress Mac made a leaning commercial? Like he made a thing, like
Yeah,
listening
for
to like shop
Houston.
yeah, for Houston. Shout out Mattress Mac. He's a Houston legend. I'm sorry, keep up to sidetrack. It was really funny.
And do you guys think it's wrong to say that a lot of these rappers do glorify like a lot of this kind of behavior? So one of the things that's interesting in the I'm sorry, in the Future article, and I'm not gonna say for sure what he said or whatever. I'm just looking at the paragraph or two that are in the article, and I'll post for you guys in the group chat because it's like a full interview, and they're taking like little excerpts from the interview, so I don't know what the context is for anything. Is that he was so when he stopped drinking it, he was afraid to say it and afraid to be public about it because he didn't want people to think he was affecting his music and he wasn't like cool anymore. So I wonder how common it is and Prime said earlier, authenticity is a big deal in this kind of music scene, and this is with any music scene. Authenticity is a big deal, right? So I wonder if like how common this feeling is, right? That I come in talking about my experiences, but now I'm a millionaire, but I'm still speaking as if I'm a drug dealer on the fucking corner, right? What was the name? The guy who made that song, "Let Me Put You on the Game." I forgot his fucking name. I feel like his name was the game. I can't remember the guy's fucking name. He had that kind of thing, right? He's talking about his upbringing. Yeah, I can tell you where all the drug dealers are, where all the sets are, et cetera, et
Yeah,
cetera.
it's
And he made this
fabulous
like
in the
really
game.
cool song. No, it wasn't Fabulous.
Fabulous was on. I know who. Let me put you on the game. Is fabulous in the game.
Oh, the okay. Yeah, you're probably right. I know
Hmm.
that one of the guys was the game. I didn't know who the other guy was.
Yeah.
So, but again, at that point, he was already very famous, very wealthy, and still making music that I think glorified this kind of lifestyle. So, and I think a lot because of this, right? I think you do have the issue of people who aren't really deep into that lifestyle, haven't engaged with it, even if they're growing up in these communities, right? You might be growing up in a community where you're surrounded by this kind of shit, but you're not really dealing with it, right? You're not one of the people that's out there on the streets. But because this music glorifies it, and it makes it seem like a good lifestyle to live, and it makes it seem like something you do if you want to get a bunch of girls and want to get rich, these people might start engaging with this due to the music. So I think that's kind of what Lactoid is talking about, right? It's not just that they're talking about what they're experiencing. It's that because they're speaking about what they're experiencing, to a lot of people, many of whom are not experiencing those things, but they're doing it in a way that glorifies it. You're going to push some of those people into that community or into that kind of lifestyle.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
probably some truth there.
I can see that there's a possibility, but as we've just been discussing, like it doesn't seem to be borne out like in the data. And if anything, like all the more reason to maybe like hopefully like whatever solve some systemic issues in terms of like if this is the lifestyle and this is the lifestyle that they're coming from, well then maybe have some alternatives where they don't have to go through this lifestyle to get to where they're going.
In real life,
Yeah,
I'm not.
obviously,
I'm a
obviously, I think
person that doesn't have to necessarily have data for everything. Like like in real life forming out policies. I'm not against the idea of like, especially if data becomes like kind of really difficult to uphold. I'm not against making choices based on like gut feeling. Some like completely ignoring intuition. Like, but I think that when you do make a decision now, like let's try to collect data to see if this is helping or hurting. So like we have these conversations online about the way data like bears out, but in reality, like I wouldn't like I said, I'm not a person that's against saying that like yeah, there are problems related to our music, there's problems related to black culture. I don't think black culture is a problem, but I think that there's problem within black culture that can be
yeah,
addressed,
I
even
don't
though aren't
think it makes sense
necessarily
to say it's
poured out
black
in all
culture.
data.
I think saying black culture it like has is like that's the wrong way to think about it. I think it's just like poor people shit, right? But I think it's poor people shit that perpetuates poverty, right? Because I mean, I grew up in East LA. I think I've told you guys like my family was very poor growing up. Lots of people in gangs, lots of people in and out of jail, and they also had a type of this culture, right? Which is like if somebody is trying to apply themselves, is trying to like pursue something outside of this box, you make fun of them, you mock them, you call them a bitch, you call them a punk, etc. Right? And you discourage it because that's the fuck. My grandma said one. That's what white people do. Like white people do that shit. This is what we do, right? Um, and I think that kind of mentality is very toxic, right? I don't think it's just a black thing. I think it's the word that it's like the has the most negative impact within the black community because of the history of like poverty, whatever, and like oppression. But I think going forward, like I don't think you can fix the issue of like police brutality or high crime rates without dealing with that aspect.
It's fascinating. I didn't think like you're saying that like your grandma was like, this is a thing that white people do, and we don't do that. Um, I thought that was only like a black community thing.
No,
Like I
every
didn't
community
even,
does that.
No,
yeah.
I would have
Oh,
ended up a fucking like gang member in White Fence like the rest of my family
a
if
cholo.
my yeah my uncle was like he's an OG right in White Fence in East LA, right. Um, and a lot of my family members went into that, and I would have ended up there too. If they literally fucking told me because I wanted to go with them right when they were going out to the fucking park to hang out with all the fucking cholos. Um, my uncle did take me a couple times and he was like robbing someone's car and shit, breaking into people's cars. And me and my little cousin was right there, fucking 10, 12, 13 years old, just watching him breaking into some dude's car and he was passing us the shit that he was stealing out of the car, like shit like this, right? Um, there was also the fucking war stories, all the times they shot somebody or somebody stabbed them or whatever. They ran away from the cops, they followed the cops, all this stupid shit. And a lot of my cousins, a lot of my friends in the community got into that lifestyle, and they would encourage them to get into the lifestyle. They come by, give them $100, like, oh, hey, if you need anything, let me know. And then eventually you get pulled in, you start hanging out with the guys. The fucking Salazar parked down the road, and eventually you're just in the gang, right? You get in. Uh, that would have been my life, 100%. If one, my father hadn't been there. He was very good for all his problems. He had lots of problems. He was a very good example for me, right? Someone who wasn't into that lifestyle, and he like represented basically another path. But also, my uncle was like he was adamant that I was not going to hang out with those people, that I was not going to get into that lifestyle because I was smarter than my cousins. He said, "Well, you're smart. You can't be here." Like that was his mentality, right? You're smart, so you have other options. So you go over there. You can't be here. So it's really fucked up, right? Because like he didn't have that mentality with my cousins or my friends in the community. A lot of them did get into that lifestyle and end up dead or in prison.
Yeah. I think so. You shared the story with me before, or parts of that any which way. I didn't hear about the uncle and you actually being there watching that happen. That part's new to me. Um, but I'm combining that with other things that have been said. And I wish Cynthia was still here, but like like when we're talking about this response, this economic response, I'm fully on board with what Sif trying to say here, and that like that informs the culture, right? Like, uh, when parents of people in poverty, right? So black kids and kids from other places, when they see that like education is not the path, right? Like we criticize the black community. It's like, well, there's not a focus on education, but like um if you don't have education opportunities, right? If the schools are busted, right? And you're not seeing results from your children, and then there are those who like push past that and then go to college, but then because of all kinds of reasons, maybe because they weren't well prepared or because of racism or whatever at the college, they end up dropping back and they're in a worse position than they were before, right? What we actually might see in parts of the black community is just it's too broad of a term to be even useful here, but we'll still use it. Black community, right? When we see in those parts of black community, we might actually see like a logical response to all this, right? Like a logical response is like, why would I push my kid to education where like my parents tried it and that didn't work. My grandparents tried it and they barely had the opportunity. Like I went through the system and it wasn't very useful. And then you tell me that I have to get my kid through high school when or encourage them to go to college, which I can't even afford to do. Right? We'll have to get a scholarship, and then people in my neighborhood, it's just difficult for us to do any of these things, right? And like that's a logical response. And so, like to change the dynamics, you'd have to change the economics, right? Like that would be the way to break that,
Yes
rather
and no,
than
but Prime, like
breaking. Yeah.
I think my the way so the way the reason I'm like not sold on economics being the only thing is because I find it very hard to believe, and maybe I'm just biased because of my upbringing, right? But I'm sure a lot of people have similar experiences. But I find it very hard to believe that even if these resources were available to my family at the time, that one, any of them would even know where to find them, and if they didn't know that it was a thing, that any of them would take it, right? Because somehow, despite the poverty, because we were very very poor, despite this, there was still this pride where you don't take fucking welfare. Not in all of my family, but in a lot of my family, right? So you don't take free money, you don't from the government. You go out and you make your own fucking money, right? No matter how you do that. Some of my family didn't have that issue. In fact, they would screw the system and lie to get as much as they could. Right? But some of them did have that problem where they just refused to take it. And a lot of times so like, and if people did like I think I told you like I think I've told you about this before. My father was a person who also grew up in poverty, not in the same way, right? His father was like a mechanic, been a mechanic forever. His father was an immigrant from Mexico, um, and just a grumpy old abusive dude. Right? And when my father decided not to be a mechanic, he had a big argument with his father and my uncle because they thought, okay, well, you think you're just better than us because you don't want to be a mechanic like us because my uncle was also a mechanic, and this is on my father's side. Um, so fuck you. If you're not going to do what I taught you, and you're not going to get into the same industry as me, fuck you. You think you're better than us, so fuck off. It was like a huge fucking rift, right? But all he did was he pursued certifications, and he works in voiceover IP now, right? He didn't go to college, but he pursued he would stay up late studying for tests and try to get certifications so he could get jobs, and eventually got a job with like LA County, right? Um, but during that process, he faced resistance from within his own family when all he was doing was doing like the the white people thing, which is, hey, educate yourself, get marketable skills, and try to better your life through get a better job, better benefits, etc. Like always improve yourself. On my mother's side, similar situation, where people, I had an uncle on that side who was one of these people who was trying to pull away. He got cut off the fucking family because he didn't want anything to do with gangs. He didn't want anything to do with any of that shit. So he had like a huge fight with like all of my mother's family, and they cut him off because this thing where he didn't want to bring his kids around the house. He didn't want them to be around the family members who were gang members. He didn't want them to be around any of that kind of shit. So I feel like if you were to introduce the resources in these communities, you're still going to have the problem of the resistance to the resources or the resistance to the change in lifestyle.
So
I
two
would say
things
that.
here.
Oh, you're good.
Okay, yeah, I do want to hear what you have to say, because I think all of you guys have so much interesting input here. So two things. One, I was so in my mind when I was saying resources, I wasn't thinking welfare, right? I was thinking investment in those communities, right? Like I the type of things that Lactoid would like, right? Like small loans to these individuals so that they can start their businesses.
Hold on, capitalists like microloans, by the way. We like those. You can make a lot of money doing that. Anyways,
Yeah, right. Yeah. So I'm talking about making sure that money is flowing in, that businesses are moving in, that people are getting jobs. And that's what I'm talking about, rather than like handing out a check or something like that. And then you would like that, right? I hope so, Blacktoid.
I feel
But
like it was like somebody money.
As an avowed socialist, I disavow
okay,
terrible idea.
right now. And then and secondly, to what you were saying, I think what you were saying proves my point, and that like your mechanic father or grandfather, like he knows what works, right, for him. This is what was successful. And then your father, so his son, rejected that path and decided to go in a different way, that he doesn't know will work, right? So even from that standpoint, this seems like a stupid idea. Why would you do that? Like this job that, first of all, VoIP, what the fuck is VoIP, to your grandfather? He doesn't know what the fuck that is, right? But like that sounds like a thing that white people would do, right? And that sounds like a thing that'll work for them, but people like us, we don't succeed in those areas. So, like, what they need, and this is not something that will happen maybe in one generation, right? What they need is to see success stories. Like, oh, hey, man, Billy down the street, or Juan, I guess in your case, down the street, sorry, I don't know, sorry, down the street, he succeeded, right? Like he did those things, and when we can point to that, and not like how you can point to your father now. You can point to your father what he did. That's a different path. So I think that's
Yeah.
the type of thing. Yeah.
The only thing I would say, like, I kind of agree with Doobie in regards to the don't know how. Like, I don't know if like people around me or in my community were necessarily like against people trying to further themselves. Like, it's kind of you want it, but then like I know my ex girlfriend, she didn't end up going to college initially, and I was like, why? She was like, when she graduated, like her mom didn't know how to fill out a FAFSA form. And she didn't know, like she didn't know the process for applying to colleges. Like they said that there was like a waiver, a voucher you could get for like if you were low income. But then it's like you kind of ask about it, but you're also 18 and 17 or 18 the senior year, and you're worried about prom. So it's kind of like it doesn't become a priority to you to really figure out these things. And before you know it, you finish high school graduation, and now you're kind of just cut loose. Now it's kind of like, oh, I'm an adult now. I didn't do any of those things I was super supposed to do. And if you go to a school where, if you come from a community and you go to a school where college isn't even necessarily something that they expect you to do to begin with, like they're not necessarily gonna bring it up to you. They're not gonna ask you, especially if you're not like the you're not the 4.0 student. If you're like a kind of middling to average student and you don't necessarily seek out the information related to college, it's not really going to come up. And if you come, like I said, it just kind of follows. Like if your mom didn't go to college and she doesn't know how to do anything, or even know how to do anything outside of working at the factory, like the local factory in town, when you finish high school, her assumption is going to be, yeah, I guess you just work at the factory now. I know someone at the factory. I can get you a job there. I can talk to so and so and have you on. And that's like, as far as parenting, the unfortunate reality is I don't know how to do anything past that. And now you're venturing into like sort of blind territory. I ended up don't one of the reasons I was able to go to college is because I was good at sports and I got scholarships related to sports, and because of those things I had people that kind of were able to like help me fill out a lot of those forms and documents. I also had a brother who had already went to college before me. He was like the first in our family. So there was, kind of help of him, but he went to college for the same reason related to sports. So like if we weren't athletic, if we didn't have that background, do I feel like I have a loving, caring family that would try their best to help us figure it out? Yes. Can I guarantee that it would have gotten done the way it needs to be? I don't know.
Lactoid.
Well, I was just gonna say I gotta bounce, guys.
I do
Really
too.
appreciate
Actually,
it.
it's super late.
Yeah,
Same.
I got an early morning. So
Oh,
anyway,
okay. All right. Yeah, sure. No, fair enough. Yeah. All right. Well, does anyone want to do you want to stick around talking? Do you have to go to your lady?
I can stick around for a bit.
Okay, all right. I'll stick around. I'll talk to DB. Lactwood, thank you for being here. You're awesome. Always add so much. Thanks. Hey, Lactwood, how's your hair? I was thinking about this. I was thinking when Caterpillar
My
said that he was
hair.
losing his hair, and then I was like thinking, I thought about you.
It's
Yeah,
contagious. Lacroix
it
gonna get
might
the.
be. He was right next to him in the stream yard, so maybe. So I was wondering,
Looking
like,
a little thin there, Lactoid.
is
Where's
it
your
all
hairline at?
there?
Pull it back. Let's
Yeah.
see. White people can. I don't know. You're doing good. He's good. He's
Oh,
locked
he's
in.
doing. He looks like he's doing really good.
Yeah.
It's okay.
So,
No,
okay.
you can tell.
I
You can
do
tell when
obsess
someone's
in
gonna
the I
start
do
cutting.
obsess in the mirror though. I'll tell you that.
Me
Like
too.
little tiny differences.
Would you take product if it started?
I'm
going-
skeptical. Isn't that shit like if you stop using it, then all the gains you
It's a
lose just fall
scheme,
out?
bro.
Of it?
It's a scheme.
I've
bro.
heard it's a
Don't trust
scheme.
it.
Yeah, I'm
I heard
skeptical.
minoxidil. I heard minoxidil is really good. I heard it works wonders.
I
If
mean,
that doesn't work, go to Turkey.
Everyone's got. I mean,
No, don't go to Turkey.
Turkey.
I've heard good things about Turkey.
Hair transplant, pretty notorious for hair transplant.
Oh,
Yeah, and it's also like for
Guaranteed.
anything, for any cosmetic surgery, like it's cheap stuff, and you'll get cheap results. So don't do it.
No, I've heard really good things about Turkey related to their teeth,
Oh
their
my
dental
god, I've
work.
literally
and their
been
hair work.
watching. Oh my god, you mean the turkey teeth? There's a term for it, turkey teeth.
Yeah, it's just like
And
British
for
people
how
teeth.
they
It's
fucked
the
up.
thing.
Honestly,
Oh,
people went on fire.
oh my god, we
Great
gotta
work.
we gotta talk about this later. Anyway,
Yeah.
Lacta, I just needed to know. Now I do know, and it comforts me. No,
well,
you have a
don't put a
full
hex.
hair.
I use various oils and I try to maintain them. So
Essential oils.
yeah.
Nah, you got a great hairline. You're here to stay, bud. I can tell. I'm about to say,
Thank
Corey,
you, friend.
about to say you might have another like 5 years.
No.
you're being
I
generous.
guarantee you, my hair is totally fine.
Oh my god, Corey.
I'm about to say you pull it up. That actually scared me. It made me a little worse. I was like, I cut it down to 3. But you know what?
I can show you all the back of my head. I've got lots and lots of hair.
Okay.
Okay.
And I know how the inheritance works with hair, and I'm fine.
All right.
I want to talk to you about that some other time. Actually, I want to actually.
If I ever start going bottom, I'm going to Turkey and getting hair plugs. You should do it. Do it, Corey. It's like $2,000. You should do it.
There you go, Doobie. That's what I'm saying.
just
It's
saying,
worth
just do
it. It's super good.
Don't.
If there's ever like an inkling of me going bald, this is happening. I'm going to fucking Turkey like the next.
No, hold on. First of all, why you go? You're not. Sorry, Doobie's lying. Doobie's not going to Turkey. Doobie can afford. He's not doing
I
it.
got
Turkey.
money. Doesn't mean I want to spend the money. Okay, I'm not going to pay $20,000 here.
Yeah, I'm about to say they hate that Turkey's so good at it. That's like an American conspiracy theory. Like, oh, don't go there. You need to pay me $50,000. No, Turkey is fine.
We have examples of social media. Oh my! I don't know why this is happening. We have examples of social media people showing like their botch results. Like,
I'm actually just sent you one on IG, and it's fantastic.
Okay,
all right. There are plenty of plastic surgeons here that fucking. I mean, you've seen the horror stories that they make of.
Just don't go to Mexico.
Actors and shit, right? Like, I watch too much 90 Day Fiance. This is the problem. Okay, my fiance loves 90 Day Fiance, so I see so much of it.
How'd you meet your fiance?
Some of the people on there, okay, have so much. They look like fucking like Bratz dolls, and not in a good way. Right, their lips are all puffed up. They got like giant tits and asses. That just don't look like they belong.
Yeah, they went to Dr. Miami in U.S.
and that's here in the United States. Okay, so like it's just I don't know. It's just
No. Okay, that's a different thing, right? That's the procedure could have been done correctly. It could have just been done 5 times. You know, that's a different thing, right? I'm saying that like the surgical standards there are not high, guys. I mean, Lactoid would love it, right? Like, there's no regulations, right? It'd be a playground for him. So maybe Lactoid would go there and roll the dice. But I'm saying for the rest of you, especially if you have the goddamn money, like don't do that.
I'm not
very bad
gonna
idea.
go there. I don't like the idea of plastic surgery or cosmetic surgery and that shit anyway. Also, Turkish guns, no good. If you're ever in the gun market, don't get anything from Turkey unless you want to spend no money and get a shit product.
I heard Egyptian are pretty good though.
Egyptian guns? I don't know. I'm just curious.
I mean, generally speaking,
my homeboy got an Egyptian AK. I'm about to say it's not legal, but he said he.
All right, well. I mean, it could be functional, right? An AK is a pretty easy platform, but yeah, I know Turkey in particular, and I have a Turkish shotgun, and I lucked out. It's not terrible, but there's some bad reviews.
Oh, the turkey. All right. Anyway, thank you, Lactoid. Thank you, Corey, for coming through and being a real one. Thank Gibbs, excuse me, as well. Awfully kind, big supporter, and I really appreciate it. Right, like Gibbs says awful things, but like he backs up by supporting Black people when he needs to. So
Listen,
the racial karma has balanced out. You're good. You're good to go.
yeah, the only thing I care about is the only color I care about is green. I just want more money, right? Like if everybody's got more money, I'm gonna have more money. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
I
the
love to see it. And Bam, thank you also. Like you guys have all like fantastic input. So like this, you made this a success. Well, financially also, but like discussion wise, this is amazing. Thank you so much, everyone.
I just once again want to point out a correlation. I don't know if it's causation, but ever since I've been coming on these panels, I've seen you get like a Kappa hype train. You got level 7 one today. It's clearly the Gibbs effect. That's all I'm
Oh
saying.
my god, yeah, just needed a
Name
redhead.
it.
I just need a redhead.
There you go.
Gibbs and his whiteness effect, because we've
Yeah, about
established
whiteness,
he's
yeah.
white.
Wow.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and write on out. We're gonna write on out into Prime Kai's. He's seeing me. He's seeing me talk, but he can't hear me because I move channels. But anyway, I'm gonna write on out. See you guys soon, and stay safe.